What? You cut in and out there, Lawrence.
Wait, are observers AFK? Sheesh. I love when we don't have an observer. Do 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 do.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I'm in.
Yo.
I joined. Okay, I think this. I'm trying to join, but I. Oh, okay. Now I'm in. I got 2 different invites. Yeah, it's players. I will quickly disable.
You're looking quite handsome today, Paul.
Bro, back at you. Do we have an intro video or is it straight to live?
Do you have
Yep.
feed, Lawrence? Okay. Oh, cool. Good luck. Have fun, guys.
No, you have fun.
I will definitely have.
It all comes down to this, folks. After a whole semester, we finally made it to the playoffs. 20 teams are coming into this weekend, but only a few will have even a piece of our $7,000 prize pool. Welcome, everybody, to CF1 Playoffs. My name is Paul Sable. Alongside me is Jonah. Jonah, I don't even have to ask. I know you're excited, but boy, am I excited for today.
Yeah, I mean, match one is between Florida International University and we got Illinois State too, right? I mean, match one is such a telling overall tone setter, right, for how how playoffs is going to go for some of these teams here. And the match that I'm thinking that will come up out of this, in the upper bracket, we've got teams such as Northwood. In the lower bracket, we've got teams like UCI, right? So, I mean, the caliber of these teams is already enough, but the question then
So
is
good.
just like, will they show up on the day, right?
Mm-hmm. And I mean, that's one of the best things about heading into these CF1 playoffs, right? We have 20 teams. I think it's fair to say probably 10 of them could come out with first at the end of this
Yeah.
weekend, right? It nobody is untouchable coming into this weekend. Doesn't matter if your team's like SJSU or if you're looking to maybe pull off an upset with some of our lower seeded teams. I think every single match going through this whole weekend is going to be absolutely insane. But Jonah, I gotta ask you, coming into this weekend, who you got your? Okay, I'm gonna ask you 2 questions. One, who do you think is your tournament favorite? And 2, who's your dark horse? Who do you think is going to come out and surprise people?
So I think my dark horse has to be Florida International University. I mean, FIU,
Ooh.
they're going to be our first broadcasted match, and they're going, of course, against Illinois State. But I think they're a strong dark horse. They've got 5 players all around that Immortal rank, but with like the give and take of a semester's schedule, I do know that FIU finishes, and starts midterms a bit earlier, so their schedule is a little more paced, right? So now that we're
Okay.
actually in the middle of November, gearing towards the end of it, I would think that they have a lull in their schoolwork, which is perfect timing for them to actually start grinding out Valorant, right? Getting good hours of practice in and getting team meetings in where they can actually synergize and work together. So I think they're a dark horse because of the academic schedule and also the fact that they have ability on their roster. These are some players that have been around for a while, coming up from games like Overwatch, coming up from games like R6. So we're seeing the influx of talent that pulls into a new game like Valorant.
I love that. FIU, I mean, they are a little bit slept on, right? Took a win off UW Gold, our runner-up from spring. You can't be sleeping on those guys. I think FIU is definitely an interesting one to keep an eye on. They do have to make it through quite a bracket. As first up is Illinois, and they're no
Yeah, I mean they're
slouches in
the
their own right.
17th
And then
seed, right? So they've got a ways to
they're the
go.
17th seed, right? Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean,
a very competitive group, and I mean it's a very competitive tournament this whole weekend. So I'm excited to see how it plays out. You did dodge my second question though, so I'm just gonna go ahead and take it. I mean, it's hard not to imagine that like San Jose State or Carleton, maybe even Oregon are probably the tournament favorites coming into this weekend, right?
yeah, I'd agree. I mean, those are a second through fourth seed, right? Or second through fifth seed, rather. And what's really interesting about CF1 is that with all of the way that the schedule is worked out, even put inside this group, we're finding out that some groups may actually be stronger than other groups, right? And,
Exactly.
and, and that's just really because of the location of these schools. You have to put them inside certain, set groups. So, like, if you have 20 teams from the East competing, right, in regular season, and you have like 15 teams from the West, the bracket has to look different, right, to spread them out evenly. And so because of that, we've had some bigger groups than others, so more teams from those bigger groups have gotten to playoffs despite being second seed or third seed in their group. Where if you come from a really competitive group with only
Yeah.
3, 4, 5 other teams in there with you, you're looking at like you have to be first seed, otherwise you're not in the playoffs, right? So there are also some really notable teams that didn't make it here to the CF1 playoffs that are very strong contenders.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to my boys over on Premier. They had a wild group. I mean, that's the group that San Jose comes from, right? That West Group 2. I called it the group of death heading into the season. It had Hawaii and Houston in it. Both of those teams very strong in their own right, but unfortunately, TAMU and SJSU managed to show themselves to be stronger. They make it to the playoffs to a very difficult group. Not all groups are created equal. We'll have to
Exactly.
see
Not.
how this seeding shapes up. It's difficult to pin down a lot of these teams coming into this fall semester, right after spring. A lot of teams revamped their rosters. I mean, you look at teams like UC Irvine, right? They were the winners of our spring semester. Only 2 returning players coming into fall. It's hard to say that they're going to be the exact same team. Could they be as strong? Certainly, but they're not going to be the same team no matter how they look. So it's all up in the air right now, and that makes for a very exciting playoff bracket. We got to get into it, though. Let's throw over and see what maps we're going to be playing on for our very first series. Again, it's Florida International University Gold versus Illinois State. We're starting off on Icebox here, Jonah.
Yeah, and with Illinois State, I mean, they're the ones here that will be starting on that defensive side, right? So I'm really thinking that they could start to pull out some little gimmicks because, now that you know that you're starting on defense, your team can kind of adapt around that. And I'm really thinking that they might play that double sentinel, the KJ, the Killjoy that is,
Sure.
with the Sage, perhaps throwing in, like trying to get themselves an early lead. Characters like double duelists like Reyna and Jet on this map, and even Raze have been extremely popular. So I'm expecting a lot of like counterbalance and counter picking and picking from these teams. The offense side starting off with duelists, and the defensive side wanting to go for that sentinel lineup.
For sure, for sure. And I mean, we've seen Illinois State in other tournaments. I don't believe we've gotten to see them on stream for CF1, but in other tournaments, you know, they have opted for Sage and Killjoy, whether it be on maps like Icebox or even going over onto Ascent, where not too many people play Sage, they've opted into it. So I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. Icebox is an interesting map too, because there's been a decent amount of variation recently in terms of how teams want to play it. You know, we've seen everything from Double Duelist with the Raze and the Jet coming out. Some teams are still rocking like the Sky and the Sova with that double initiator. Some teams just say full send it. We're doing a pug comp. Throw out the Reyna, throw out the Jet, just let them frag.
Yeah, exactly. And it really depends on like how these individual teams are feeling. And it's so weird, the evolution of Icebox throughout our, Valorant community. It's been like when it first came out, everyone was like, nah, this map isn't it, But then as soon as teams start getting more stable on it, as soon as players start figuring out how like the geometry of the map, the way the angles are created through that tube and mid position, how that boiler position plays on defensive mid side, once they figure that out, it becomes almost a player favorite. It seems like everyone wants to play Icebox nowadays.
It's a very good map for teams to just do their own thing. Let's just get right into it, Jonah. I've waited long enough. You've waited long enough. So have the viewers. We've waited all semester for the CF1 playoffs to start. Illinois State and FIU Gold. This is FIU's map pick, so Illinois, as per the norm, do decide to be on the defensive side first, as you were saying, Jonah, earlier. The KO coming out for Kolbs here. This is the first time I've seen a KO on Icebox, but, I mean, KO has been rearing his head more and more over the last few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was on Steel Stream where he was talking about the utility and the info gathering ability of KO. Early in the round, when you're on defense, it's really easy for the attackers to full stack 5-man A or 5-man B. And KO is what prevents this so well, right? You throw the knife, it detects and suppresses your enemy's abilities, so it lets you and your teammates rotate so quickly based on that information. If FIU goes for any sort of 5-man play, I mean, look, the KO is just going to be there to respond, shut it down. So you're looking at Illinois State and you're saying good adaptation here on the defense. It lets you start off with the proactive foot. You have the knife, you have the suppression on your side, even though you're on defense. So really liking the pick so far.
And I mean, especially against a Sage comp that's attacking, right? You time that 0 point well enough, you can stop the Sage from putting up the walls that allow an attacking team to plant. And then, it's that double Sentinel comp we were talking about earlier from FIU. They're going to be the ones running the Sage and the Killjoy for our first map. Killjoy's utility can be denied very easily by a KO. I would argue KO does a pretty good job of just countering Killjoy entirely. So FIU, maybe a bit of an uphill battle in this very first map of our entire tournament seed. It is 16th seed versus 17th. The winner of this goes on to play UW Madison and then try and work their way further into the bracket. It's a long weekend ahead of them. Let's just get it started.
Yeah, Paul, and we're looking here, it's a mid-control from both teams, but actually it's a lean towards A from FIU Gold here. They've stacked 4 members here, and they look like they're going to try to take the A site, but Paul, there's only one person home, and it's Smooches.
That is the Killjoy, though. Ooh. And actually, Kolbs has come over on the rotation, taking a nasty chunk of his health down. Oh, and the angle's just not working out at all. Leaves was trying to cover, but Smooch is given cover by his own buddy's body. Now it's just Waffle standing in an instant. Nice pick there on a 9-iron, but it cost Waffle most of his health bar, and that shock dart's going to go wide. Smooches is relatively low. Waffle can maybe pick up one more here, but I'm not giving him the best of odds, Jonah.
Yeah, it's got like 20-80 odds at most, but does pick up the Sheriff. Doesn't know about the flanker up top, though. Oh, reacts to in time. Might have caster cursed that a little bit, but no, it's Wintrend there to pick up.
Nah, you're fine. You're fine. We'll save the caster curse for something worse than that. That was never gonna go Waffle's way any day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, he could have maybe had it. Not really, It's low odds, but there's always a chance.
Not with 34 health, dude. Not on a pistol round, right? A time to kill is just too high on a pistol round.
I've seen some, nice Sheriff one taps. Could have seen something there.
That's
from
true. He
boy
did
Waffle.
recover the Sheriff. Still, though, at the end of the day, it's going to be the anti-eco here for Illinois without any issues. FIU, they didn't even get to plant the spike, so no chance of a force. And they're just right back to A. They're going to try it again, and it does not start off very well for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's an eco round, right? So there's not too much to go off of, as we're looking at Waffle with this beautiful knife. Got the nice, you know, classic skin. I mean, skins for the wins, right? For these guys. Oh, as Chili Man takes down his counterpart in Torify. For me, it's really just about the fact that going to the next round, these marshals will be kept over, right? And it's going to be FIU with a full buy with, you know, Bangles and Phantoms here in the upcoming round. And how will you use the, you know, the Ares of 9 Iron? How will you use the Marshal? How will you use these weapons that aren't as good, obviously, as the Classic is once again proven to be the best gun in the game?
Yeah, right click got nerfed, but it didn't get that nerfed, did it?
Yeah,
still,
I mean,
still pretty decent,
it's
especially
free
in
gun,
that
by
range.
the way.
There's a Spectre recovered here, so some room for Waffle. Never mind. It's Wintron again. Again, the timing on that from Wintron has worked out favorably for him, so no more guns stolen away. It'll be a very comfortable bonus round for Illinois State.
Yeah, and I'm liking the adaptation so far from Illinois State, right? I mean, it's just the 2-round sample size. We can't make any bold predictions off of that, but the KO is doing its job, and you know, without that Sage, with that Sage on the other side being like the major difference in their compositions, I'm really wondering how this, you know, battle will work out between
I'm ready.
Sage and KO.
FIU switching it up now. Owl Drone is going to go forward. I don't believe it spotted Wintron, actually, in that B long position. Meanwhile, FIU is headed all the way up mid. They're doing a mid to B play. I am always very nervous about these. Nice flick from Torify. At least lands a 9 iron, and the rest of his team's not doing too bad. We're left in a 3v3 though, and with Chili Man on top of the box, things get a little dicey. Leaves just barely dodging those bullets. Don't have a chance to play, but it's not a very comfortable one. Oh, and Torify only with 12 health. This is already off to such a rough start here.
Yeah, I mean, this is their, you know, gun round, right? The first round that they have all this weaponry, and in a 1v2 with only 12 HP, Torify does have the experience to make this happen. Gets the spot onto one, but doesn't connect the bullets to the dome, and that's gonna be a third round for Illinois State. What a really like well played map design from them. Their defense had 2 people on B main and 3 people converged on that mid position very quickly, trading out numbers, you know, extremely well. I mean, that was all Chili Man, right? He was shutting them down from that mid position, and luckily, you know, Wintron and Colbs, they were sitting pretty in B main the whole round. It just forces
yeah, and that's the problem with like mid to B plays a lot of the time, right? Is you can get through mid and you can get toward B, but then you have to try and flush out B long, and you're flanked from 3 sides just naturally by the architecture of the map, and there's tons of high ground you have to worry with. It's just such a difficult direction to push on Icebox effectively. FIU, they're out of money as they did lose the anti-bonus round. Yeah, Plaza's gonna get spotted here. That lurk is gonna have no fruit through mid. So FIU, they're just back to A, prodding a little bit. I think orb recovered, so not bad there. Nice shot from Minari to take out Chili Man.
Yeah, that's gonna be crucial because that's a rifle down, and the A site's pretty open as Plaza lurks through mid, taking out Cobes, and it's Waffle taking his counterpart in 9 iron, and now just up to a 4v2 with only sheriffs and marshals to start this round. They've salvaged guns, Paul, but Smooch is on the flank, and we'll know he's there, but Waffle responds onto Wingtrend, pushing out CT, and Smooches gets met with the double flank watchers. I mean, there's no chance he wins that, right? Has to get both those players, and just like that, it's FIU back into the game.
Yeah.
Their economy is looking great now.
And I mean, Plaza found so much value on that lurk through mid, right? He got spotted on tube. Colbs knew where he was, but I feel like Illinois didn't respect the fact that he could have doubled back up through mid, so they just focused all their attention on A, and Plaza was able to waltz through the middle of the map. Now FIU, they're going to have guns, no problem. Torify even stole the op away and has a Blade Storm, so has no fear towards B right now, is taking control of long very swiftly.
Yeah, but that KO knife did suppress him early on. They know where the operator is, as Plaza gets fruit again with that mid lurk, getting rewarded for it. And that's what's so good about Viper, right? Holding on to that mid lurk is Minari doesn't get spotted by that recon dart, so it could give 9 Iron a false sense of confidence. But it's really going to be up to Torfy here. He's the tip of the spear on this B site.
How far he's gotten right now. Like, this has just been 2 players clearing this out. I think the only utility spent has been a single updraft and the owl drone. That's such good utility usage. It's so cheap for them to do this. Now they can recon dart back sight, so Torfy can actually watch toward the middle here. Still gotta be careful with smooches, though. But with 2 spotted, I mean, look at the rotations. Everybody alive on Illinois is coming toward B, but the spike is non-committal right now. It's still on the other side of the map.
Oof. And an exchange of kills means that they will have mid control, does Illinois State, so they'll be able to cross the spike back over to A. The 4-man take is coming, and there's no one from Illinois State on that A site. It's going to be free, and for 9 Iron, he's going to have to maybe do the flank, but, you know, with only 16 seconds left in the round, and a person watching it, it's going to be really difficult.
Smooches does throw down the lockdown, which baits out the Hunter's Fury. Waffle will dispose of that, but it does cost FIU gold 1 player. Smooches has to find the timing here on to leave. Ooh, spotted by the recon dart. Leaves knows exactly where Smooches will be coming from. A counter recon dart, though, does spot him out. Now both players have the info. It comes down to the swing, and Smooches does take it. 2v2. Not much health for Illinois State, though, as they inch their way toward the spike. Gotta be careful of the shock darts, but the plant spot, almost able to get it done, but no dice. Minari with a wall bang and Waffle cleaning up on the shock dart. Keeps FIU in the driver's seat.
Yeah, a really good plant spot. I thought it was going to be a little bit hard to spam that down, as it looked like there wasn't that much of a gap, but they know their angles, they know where they planted, did FIU, and now the score 3-2. I mean, Illinois State, despite them having the 3 rounds, right, the momentum is clearly in the favor of FIU here. They've got the econ to their name too. Torfy has $4,900, and he's chosen to just go with the sheriff so he can use that Blade Storm. It looks like it will be a quick A hit with Plaza doing that mid lurk potentially early on. Yep, here's the A hit. Here comes the updraft with the jet. Does he know one player is close? Does spot him out, but doesn't kill his teammate getting that. And here comes Torfy tearing them apart into the backside. 9 Iron
was ready for it, though. Despite that, it will be a plant here for FIU, and a res onto Torfy means that they will recover that Blade Storm. 9 Iron thinking about going for the swing to punish that res. Just inching out on that Raptors, hoping to find an angle. Manages to do so and re-kill Torfy, but it costs him his own life, so that's a worthwhile trade for FIU. 2 coming around from mid and the flank, but this is such a difficult position to retake, and that turret is going to spot Smooches the second he comes up here. Yeah, now Minari knows exactly where Smooches is coming from. That's not difficult to get ever. And Wintren, I don't even think there's a gun here for him to recover. Maybe he can get across, but he would have been hurt on that rope. Minari, not going to struggle at all to put him down, and now we are tied up.
Yeah, and really, what's the crucial is how these teams use these ultimates, right? In the past, what we've seen from Viper is a lot of that Viper's pit towards A or B, and having the rest of the team stack behind it. And likewise for the side of FIU, they've got the Killjoy lockdown. So if they want to take A or B wherever they want to go, they can pop that down, use Plaza's ultimate for the post plant. But of course, 9 Iron does have that Soul, so they have to take that into consideration if they're going to use the KJ as an execution.
Poison orb emitting.
Same standard poison orb for Plaza to try and lurk up too. There's no alarm shot here this time to spot him, and he just barely gets past that recon dart. Viper's Pit, as you said, toward B. It doesn't scare off Torfy though. The owl drone moving him forward. Ooh, but he's spotted by Wintren. The timing there not working out favorably whatsoever. Also gonna try and take that orb. Does succeed, but things aren't going too well for his team. Never mind. Plaza actually locking it down. That lurk does manage to do pretty well. 4th time apparently is the charm for Plaza.
Yeah, he's getting value from it.
Only with 2 players.
He's getting so much value from that lurk, right? Because he's just able to, as Leas gets taken down, Smooches in a 3v1 against Waffle. Waffle can do this, though. He's chosen to elevate himself onto a cheeky angle, gets the free frag onto Cobes now.
Standing ahead.
Recon Dart 2. Waffle Still has 37 seconds to play with. And try and look for a couple more fights before going for a plant, but he's got to be careful. Oh, Smooches has worked his way around. Got past the wall without any idea from FIU, and Illinois reclaim a lead briefly.
Yeah, and that was all off of the lurk from Plaza, right? It made it so difficult for the defense to react properly. I mean, he timed the recon dart, and they didn't think he could be there. It gets 2K deep inside their spawn. Plaza's lurk on the Viper has definitely gotten the side of FIU a lot of advantages. So going forward, I'm looking at that player in the mid position and Torify on this A bomb site to really make a dent into this defense.
FIU leaning back towards A again. They do have a lockdown, so they can choose to get
The
on him
KO.
should they want to. The KO, yeah, the 0 point just getting so much info, and then the recon dart following it up, even spotting the position of Torify there on the high ground. Still,
Yeah, they know.
massive. Alright, here we go. Kolb's, oh, caught out on the worst possible timing. He was hoping to go for a fragment there and just stop the push. Chili Man, nice little swing, but couldn't quite find Leaves' head. So it'll be FIU without any bloodshed on their side, easily getting onto the site. The Hunter's Fury does scare off the plant and even take Waffle down. Leaves goes too, and suddenly things have turned around. Illinois, they found their way back. And a lockdown is going to completely negate the Viper's pit that was thrown out. Plaza's desperately going to try and plant, but I don't think he has time to get out of this. If he does, it'll be just by the skin of his teeth, and no. He's going to get detained. It's all on Torify until that wears off. First kill goes through without a hitch, but there's one watching, and the Viper's pit. No, the Viper's pit. Oh, just barely the spam hits. 9iron getting the first and second kill for 4 in the round. Illinois taking a 2-round lead now.
A little recognition is
Oh
nice
my
now.
god, Paul,
Thank
I
you.
really thought he was just gonna stick it there, but Torify spraying just a little bit to the left gets the diffuser, and look at 9iron here, the hero of that round, getting the tag with the ulti Hunter's Fury onto the enemy players, takes down 2 with the shock, with Hunter's Fury, and then follows up with a nice 2-piece with that rifle. Definitely keeping Illinois State in this game so far, and you know what we've really seen is a lot of back and forth. I mean, I'm really hoping that one team starts establishing momentum here, as that was a very crucial round with a lot of ultimates used, and it's 9iron again. He is not willing to deal with Plaza anymore in that mid-lurk fight. The Silva comes out on top, uses the recon, destroys the smoke. My utility is better than yours, and looks like FIU, they're just calling it audible, right? Paul, they've decided to go for that mid position. They want to take out the person that killed their teammate, and Torify not able to trade that means that now it's going to be a 5-on-3 for Illinois State. I mean, they've got pretty much the whole map under their control right now. Minari, though, finds a small weakness onto Windren.
An opening now for FIU to plant, but Minari has to be the one to take contact, push forward. There's 2 players ready here. And the further contact doesn't work out for Minari. Now it's all just on to Leaves in a 1v4. So difficult to win, especially there's an owl drone too coming to flush him out. And just to dodge the 0 point, but you can only dodge so much info utility when it's coming at you from all sides. Illinois State up to 6.
It's just like, what can you do there, right? I mean, he put himself in a really good position, but he just gets out utiled. It's just like,
Yeah.
you know, when they take it slow, they use everything that they have on their team. They coordinate it very well. I mean, that's what good defenses do to you, right? They don't even give you an opportunity to try to clutch the round out. They hit you with all utility and then follow it up with you know, just a 4-man swing. I mean, there's nothing you could do right there. Despite that, though, it looks like MIU still has ultimates to their name. You've got the Bladestorm available for Torify this round, and I mean, they could very well do something extremely aggressive towards this B bomb site that's been slightly weak for the side of Illinois State. That being said, I'm eating my words because they're going towards that A bomb site. It's just a solo operator here. I mean, this Chili Man is very vulnerable here, and because he's vulnerable, they 3-man push mid.
Poor Plaza, dude. And Chili Man, it's just him, but that's all he needs. Shuts down Torify mid-dash. so that nobody can get onto the site. FIU, they wanted to go quick A and try to punish that 3-person push up mid, but it is completely denied. Orb is grabbed, and I mean, Leaves just heads for the hills along with the rest of FIU, but Minari is losing the fight in mid again. This 2-stack in mid too, right? With one taking the contact, and then you still have Kolbs on the ground there to go for the trade. Like, you can never win that gunfight. It's just not possible, and Chiliman's gonna get the last. Okay, Waffle actually didn't step into the ops sight line, but regardless, it's him versus 5.
Yeah, and Kolb spots him out. Waffle does get the tag though, but doesn't get the confirmation because Smooch just swings out from that lower mid position. I mean,
I love
well,
it.
what we call that is the up and under, right? So if I'm on top of Boiler, I'm like telling my teammate, hey man, just like stay right under me, so that if they they peek into us, you can't kill both of them. It's pretty much like one of those like aim lab shots, right? Where you gotta like hit the one tap into the flick. That's not happening during this game. There's too much pressure for them. They're playing for $7,000. I mean, I would be a little bit more nervous too. Probably not performing my absolute best. I mean, for these players themselves too, they're college students as well. They've got to deal with exams and everything on top of that, on top of performing. And Wintren is definitely performing against gets the one, but not the follow up. And that's all part of FIU's plan. They use the resurrection onto the Jet player, getting him back there. They're just throwing him out, letting him take contact, and now in a 5v4 post plant situation and Plaza lurking in mid, it's looking very winnable here for FIU.
This is the first like solid post plant we've seen for FIU in a while, but Plaza is gonna lose out on that mid fight. Null Command popped and Kolb's ready to go. Chiliman on the long angle, just holding to see if someone will swing. Torify is gonna have to get out here. The spike has been tapped. From mid comes the Hunter's Fury and takes out Smooches. Ensures that the spike is not being defused. Illinois State running out of time. Chiliman has to do something now. He's the only one really standing. And it's just not gonna work out. FIU up to 4 now as they can still make this a competitive half.
Yeah, I mean, 5-7, if they get the 5th round, right, isn't too bad for an offensive side. Smooches has been playing extremely well so far, of course, on the kill feed, but also with his utility. I mean, I've seen some rounds like in Pistol where he was solo A. Now he's shutting down that mid to B play that FIU did a while ago. So I'm really liking how their defense is keeping themselves mobile. Even Kolb's, right, he's throwing out those 0 points early on in the round. And look, the fact that they're not able to get early picks, and that was like the only round where it looked good for FIU, is completely up to the defensive scheme of Illinois State. They came prepared.
Operators firing off each other's bows, but nobody actually landing a shot. Oh, another lurk here. This time it's Minari, but there is that alarm bot ready to spot him. Oh, the timing here. Smooches coming on the swing and ready for Minari to be there.
It's just
First
Killjoy
blood for
diff,
Illinois State. Quick little Killjoy diff. That's what Smooches is thinking at the very least. And now this gets difficult too for FIU because they don't want to go anywhere near that operator, but the Killjoy and the Viper are both holding toward B. Those are very strong defensive agents. It's difficult to clear out all that utility and actually make this execute happen. Ooh. Pick on the wind trend will help though. Nice start there for Waffle. It cost him most of his health bar, but that's a trade he was willing to take. Lockdown going out early, but the Nano Swarm can't quite deny the plant. So FIU, they still get the 4v4 they were looking for. Nice shot from Torify, finally getting that op differential. And he's actually outside of the purview with a lockdown too. He doesn't have to give much space, and he's ready for Smooches to swing him. Up over the rope is no issue for Torify, and now he's on a tear. Just looking for one more to get a 4K. And 9 iron is low enough to where this right click can deal some damage. Waffle throwing out the recon dart. Ooh, 9 iron does have to inch away from it. Finds Waffle's head. So it's not a terrible start, but he's running low on time, and there's too many angles to clear. There's no way 9 iron's getting out of this one with one more round. So FIU, they do get their 5th. And it's a pretty even scoreline as we close out the first half.
Switching sides.
Yeah, a really nice 4K there from Torify. I mean, when you're playing Jet, you can just do these kind of things, right? Just go out there, stand outside the
I don't know, when I play
KJ
Jet, I can't do any of that.
Wait, no, I'm sure you can. I've seen some nasty clips as Torify gets the second frag.
Maybe that shot, but I'm telling you right now that flick onto Kolbs, I ain't hitting that any day of the week. It's just not happening. That's a Torify shot.
You know, in when I was in Korea, right? They had this saying, and it's I would have hit that last year. Like I would have gotten that frag last year. Um, you know, maybe if we rewind the years a little bit, Paul, you might be able to hit that.
No, that'll get worse. I've only gotten better, and I'm still not that good. Thankfully, that problem doesn't land on any of these players. We're on into the other half now, the second half. Illinois State on the attack.
And without that sage,
They're just
it's
gonna
really
go quick.
difficult to get the plant down because they have to use the Viper's pit right there, but it doesn't offer them that much security, and it doesn't look like FIU is actually punishing that.
It's hard to punish that on a pistol round, though, right? Low utility to actually get you through, and FIU don't have any flashes to actually just hard swing that toxic screen. Kolbs is going to be good for the first, and Chilling Man with the timing. All right. Yeah, that'll get you a pistol round. No question.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that was something. You know, Chili Man walking through the smoke here, gets the easy one tap onto Waffle, follows it up, and really, I mean, Kolb's there getting the 3-piece on that KO. It's doing a great job. A little off camera there, but I really think that Leaves there, he had the wall available, I think, but they spammed it down so quickly with those pistols. I mean, perhaps something different could have happened if the wall came up a little bit earlier. Still a mute point, though, because it is Illinois State up 5-8 versus FIU Gold, and of course these are our 16th and 17th seeds. The winner of this will be playing our first seed in UW-Madison. Whichever one comes out on top still has a long ways to go in this tournament. The day is still fresh for these guys, and it is still our first game of the day.
Look at this space Smooches has just gotten for free. I mean, this is the anti-eco, right? Far superior weaponry for Illinois, so they had to kind of gamble stack toward A, but that leaves Plaza alone in B, and from there it's just going to fall apart. Smooch is up through kitchen. Torify didn't expect him to be there so quickly, and now you don't know where to look if you're FIU. This is going to be easy cleanup for Illinois State as they look to get out of this completely flawless, and they will.
Yeah, 2 flawless rounds back to back from them. I mean, I'm sure their economy is looking good, feeling good, right? This is one of those cases where you have 2 of those rounds, everyone starts building up that econ. So even if you lose this bonus round, I mean, this, you know, you're still looking at like $6,000 on 2 players. You know, $5,000 for 9 Iron Kolbs. Winter will be sitting pretty. Of course, a teammate could even drop him. He'll still have enough money for a rifle, full utility, and a weapon. I mean, we're looking like it's a Illinois State game thus far. It doesn't seem like FIU has been able to do that much of a difference. The K was definitely paid off more dividend than the Sage, I'd say, thus far.
And keep in mind, this is FIU's map pick, right? This is not the way they were hoping to start this series. Now Illinois, they're looking to play fast towards A. Already the Nano Swarm clearing out one side. Chilliman didn't quite space that dash correctly, but it's team damage. He won't take that much swinging on through. Nice hold there from Torify and Waffle to make sure that the aggressive play doesn't pan out. We're just still finding one. Kolbs taking off the head of Minari and looking for a second. Beautiful pixel shots there from Kolbs. And now it's just Plaza standing for FIU and Odin in hand to retake. Okay, he's going to switch to the Vandal. I think that is much better for a lot of these gunfights, but he's still working against somebody. Lineup! That got dicey, but Kolbs will secure it.
Kolbs flashed his own teammates. They tried to time it so that the KO flash popped with the Viper wall going down, but the first player going through there, he's blinded his own teammate right there, 9 Iron. He can't do anything, but the second onto Wintrend. Waffle definitely looking, I mean, Plaza looking very clean thus far, very crispy with that aim, and
look,
still,
Kolbs
I mean,
in the
like
comms
you said,
is saying all planned, dude. I got the kill, now I have all. It's
flashed
all
my
tactical.
teammates on purpose.
And I mean, it's still the bonus round. It's another bonus round loss, right? For FIU, they couldn't win when they had actual rifles, and Illinois was just working with Spectres. So now FIU, they have half the score of Illinois. Only 3 more rounds till Illinois takes away FIU's map pick. FIU needs some
Doesn't seem they can
serious
do very
adaptation
much.
here. Aldrone already going through. Chiliman scaling up onto A without any issue. Once again, dashing right over that Nano Swarm. Knows where Torify is as well. Plant goes off without a hitch.
Nanoswarm gets rid of the player that's tucked in that position if there is one, and Killian's able to dash past him and they get swung on him if he's there. I mean, nobody's played there from FIU, but if someone does play there, they are in for rude awakening as Waffle with that hero vandal does end up getting one, but it's not enough. If you get one, it's good. If you get two, it's better, but you gotta get all 5 down. That's the name of the game.
And it's great to see this look come out of Illinois State. They've been somewhat inconsistent in other tournaments. They've looked good in CF1, don't get me wrong. But they in other tournaments, you know, on days they can show up and take it to the best teams, or they can struggle to close out against teams that definitely should not be competing with a team of Illinois State's caliber. So to see this kind of dominance in the very first match of the day against a team we expect to be as good as FIU Gold, that's great for Illinois. They got to be feeling good about their chances running through the bracket. One more buy around here now for FIU Gold. They will have guns available, and I think even Torify even had that op over toward B, but that's not where the execute's coming. A lockdown to counteract the Viper's Pit. Plaza's gonna need kind of a miracle. I don't think he got spotted there by that owl drone. He's able to get away, but get away to where? He's still locked down and still taken out. He walks straight into the fragment. Oh, poor guy. He's trying to get to that corner to get away from the lockdown, but Illinois, they knew, dude. They threw everything back there to stop him from escaping. 3 versus 3. But now he's holding it down. Okay. Able to get in now. Torify with this operator has to find the perfect swing here. On to Chiliman. Spots him. A little bit of a wall bang, but not enough to take Chiliman down. A smoke now making it difficult for Torify to actually swing up onto the high ground, but Waffle's not worried about it yet, and he'll clean it up. Nice work from FIU. They're not out of this yet.
Yeah, very clean job by them, and you know that segments us pretty nicely into today's sponsor. If you use code CF121 on manscaped.com, you will get 20% off, so you can stay clean just like FIU Gold.
Trim some rounds off the best of teams. That's what I'm getting from that. All right. Illinois, they're still going to be buying, no problem. And FIU, they only walked out with 2 guns standing, so a gun round. Not a comfortable one, not a full round for FIU, but they've got enough to still be a threat. Recon Dart getting a nice bit of information toward mid there, so solid early work from FIU. And look at this, they've completely abandoned the A site. With the Hunter's Fury and the Lockdown available, they're ready to play retake.
Yeah, they're going towards this mid-aggression. They're trying to hold down to this area right now as they are trusting Torify on that B site to solo anchor it with that operator, and it seems to have been working.
He's so aggressive
thus
holding
far.
this too. He's gotten flashed off this angle, he's gotten swung on, but he's not worried whatsoever about holding B. FIU doing their best to just funnel Illinois State onto A, and they've succeeded. Minari's here to pick up Chiliman as he tries to get into the site. Out of utility now, and between Smooches and 9-Ion, they'll get on to A, no problem. That's the 2 ults! No! Waffle and Minari were taking contact A. The reason that FIU was playing for the retake is suddenly stripped away from them in Wintren. The lurk up mid bisects the retake from FIU. Leaves has to slow clear this now, watching for Wintren. At least shuts down that. But still 2v3.
Last player
Yeah, Torify with this operator is going to be left to his own devices. It's a 1v3 now as Kolbs does swing onto Torify, and that running Vandal 1-tap right there means that Torify, he's going down thus far with the boys of FIU Gold, and I did say at the top of the broadcast these guys were my dark horse, but thus far they have not been playing like it is. It looks like Kolbs and Smooches are the ones that came to play with Illinois State. They seem to have their stuff together. They came really prepared for these matches. They've got, you know, the utility execution onto A. They've shown us the mid presence too on defense, and now it looks like they're going to go for a B hit as they're looking to close out this map 1 of game 1.
Illinois State. Not timid at all. Look at this. Chilling Man with the Blade Storm out, just running up. Knows he's going to be able to win any fight he wants. Torify is on the angle. Oh, the timing. Expects 9-Iron to be there. They just pass each other. It's ships in the night. Torify, he needs to find a headshot. The first knife whips. I don't think he was hurt, though. He can still get in here, and a beautiful little flick. Nets him too instantly. 9-Iron will shut that down, though, with the lockdown. Becomes a somewhat even slate. FIU only with 2 standing. A res in hand, but the Hunter's Fury gonna deny the spike plant, and leaves while he stays on it to get that half tick. It costs him his life, and it costs FIU the map. Illinois State starting off strong and taking map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Paul, I'd say overall that was a really well-played map from Illinois State. They started in that defense, and they had that 7-5 half, right? And typically on Icebox, you're looking at the offense to be a little bit more aggressive, get some more rounds out. Perhaps an 8-5 half on their side instead of, the other way around would have helped them a lot better. And I could summarize this game in one clear sentence. It's just that utility beats out duelists, right? No matter what you're trying to do there, I mean, Sage is playing as that sort of pseudo duelist, right? You're trying to take fights and get the res off, but look at the utility really from this side of Illinois State. They had the 0 point from the KO. They had the flashes on top of that. They also brought in the recon dart, and then they even used their Killjoy turret to peak. And on top of that, the teamwork besides their utility was so well played. They all swung together on the defensive retakes. I mean, overall, a better played map from a tactical standpoint. And that's really where the credit for the victory goes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, standout performances too. You can see it at the top of the leaderboard there. Those are the three players I really want to shout out. So it's convenient that they all slot nicely with the highest average combat score. I think between Smooches, Kolb, and 9-Iron, there was just never any openings, especially on the attacker side, for FIU to actually make it in. And Icebox, we do think of as an attack-leaning map pretty significantly, right? So only picking up 5 on their attack, with between the Killjoy and the KO just shutting down every single execute that FIU were going for, it became impossible to claw their way back and actually take away this map number 1. And as we've said a couple times, this was FIU's map pick. Next up, we're going to be heading to Haven, where Illinois feel even more comfortable than they did on Icebox, and that does not bode well for FIU.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, I'm thinking of the series right now, and if I'm on the camp of FIU, you got to tell your guys here, to maybe get themselves up a little bit. But before that, before we hop into the next game, we are going to take a little break. So we'll see you guys in a little bit.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet.
My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Big Gamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
The difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Fit Gamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but
Welcome back, folks. Map number 1 of Icebox was picked by FIU, but it ended up going to Illinois. They confidently took that away in a 13-6 fashion. A strong defense and then a completely dominant offense lands them on match point in terms of maps, I guess, is how that works, right? Jonah, quick, bail me out. We're going to map number 2 with Haven.
That's logically sound and correct. You're totally right in that, 100%.
If I do only one thing right today, Jonah, it was that.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You've made a true statement, and we can all agree with it. So, good job, Paulsable. Like, clap it up. But we should be clapping here for map 2 of Valorant action. Is heading into this. I mean, we're looking at Illinois State, and we're saying, wow, you guys came out to play map 1. And going to map 2, when you're going to your map pick, right, I'm thinking these guys feel even more comfortable. Because what I've seen thus far from Kolbs is great use of those flashes, and look at that, he's bringing out the breach. This guy came to play, he came to make his enemies blind, came to put them into pain, and Wintron swapping over from that Viper to an Astra, flexing his gravitational muscles a little bit, and FIU, thus far, they haven't been able to pick up the pieces. It looks like they're going to be trying to make a role swap around. They're putting Waffle off that Sova onto the Reyna, perhaps letting him get into the thick of things.
This is certainly interesting. It's definitely a little bit different than FIU normally play when it comes to roles on this map. Not completely out of left field, though. I got to double back to that Breach, though. I'm so excited. I love watching teams play Breach. If you tune into the SEA region, Southeast Asia Valorant, they use a lot of this Breach Sova comp or even Breach Sky comp on Haven, and it's so much fun to watch. It's just such a quick composition. You know, you can get that like classic Korean jet with just the Breach flash out, the dash forward. It takes so much space, and this map is so good in an angular sense. Is angular a word? In an angular sense. I think you guys know what I mean by that. Breach just has a lot of good lines for his utility, right? He gets a very specific set of geometry to work with, and Haven leans into that very well.
Yeah, I call it the flash and dash, right? So if there's enough distance from the wall where the jet can effectively cover that range with the dash, then it makes it so that the Breach's flash can go off first, the jet will then dash in. Originally, you didn't think anyone's there, but now you're blind, and now there's a jet shooting you in the face. It's basically what I think about when I think of Breach-jet combination. That's that combo you're thinking about, right, Paul?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what I'm looking for. It will be Illinois State starting on the attack, too. So this is where I'm expecting to see Kolbs and Chiliman really work together in tandem pretty well. You can already see them setting up toward A. I'm expecting a very solid take toward this A long position, right? You're going to get the recon dart in from 9-iron to flush out that long position. And then the flash combined with the dash, like you were saying. It can get your jet up forward so quickly. It seems like it's just the recon dart, though, as Kolbs is just going to check that. It's actually a ceiling to start on this very first pistol on Haven for Illinois State.
Yeah, a nice show of force there by Illinois State, and then they regroup and go towards C, but Torfai's there with the Sheriff, man.
That is the Colat Sheriff shot, folks. You don't see that every day. Torfai, give him the... Aw, come on, 9-iron. He almost had the Sheriff ace. That would have looked so good in his next TikTok clip. Unlucky. 9-iron does have a ghost, but he's not going to have it for very long. FIU, they get their first pistol of not only the map, but the match.
Yeah, and that's going to be crucial for them going forward. They've got to keep this momentum, build off of Torfai's good work here, and really start establishing themselves. I mean, look at that. He's already 5 out of 7 for his Bleed Storm. He could very well have it the next round and not even use a rifle into it. And because it's going to be an eco here from Illinois State, they're saying, hold on, guys. Let's make sure we have the weapons advantage going to the third round. And let's bite the bullet on the second round and see if we can get at some util. So it will be Chiliman and his friend here from Kolbs, but they get stopped by the gravity well very quickly.
Yeah, nice work there by FIU to slow the roll of Illinois, so Chiliman couldn't just charge all the way. Ooh, you look over toward B. There is a bit of contact here. Smooches the right angle to find a couple right clicks, but no. The one headshot will land, but Leaves denies the kill outright. Torfai's here for the cover, too. Ooh, gotta be a little bit careful. I think Torfai got headshot if the animation there. Yeah, look at his health bar. He definitely took one to the dome from the classic. Nice try, Kolbs. You can't quite jump that one, buddy. I mean, this is a low lead. We could get one more shot? No, okay.
Spike down, C.
And I mean, Kolbs is now pinned in here. Even if he gets the kill on the Leaves, he's not going to be around for very long.
Yep, he's getting swarmed here, Paul, and that means that Leaves does take him down. And it's a clean flawless there from FIU Gold. Looking like they're back into this game. Is perhaps we're going to have a trade of map picks where one team picks a map, then they lose it, then the next team picks a map, and
Jonah,
they lose it.
Jonah, we're going into round 3, buddy. You can't do that to me yet. We can't call that yet.
I'm on the hopium right here.
Look at Torfai. He's investing. I mean, he did save, right? He only had that Sheriff that he carried over from the very first round into that anti-eco, so now he gets the round 3 op. This gets a little risky, though, right? Because the rest of his team's not working with the best firepower, so if he doesn't get use out of this operator early, then he'll have to, like, retake with it, possibly, like, 3v4, and that's where this gets really difficult.
Yeah, but it looks like the A hit will be there, and he'll be anchored on site with that operator. Perhaps it'll be the first point of contact in this Jet v Jet, but no, it's Waffle who lurks in from the flank to take out 9-iron.
Poor Wintren, dude. He was watching that from spawn too, but he backed up at just the wrong time. And Waffle sneaks in, gets out with that kill like a bandit. Meanwhile, Minar is just coming to his teams. Bruh, Wintren, you said you were watching it.
And that sucks, right? Because when you're playing solo, you stand there because you want to use the owl drone. And when you're owl droning, you're pretty much defenseless, right? So getting a little hung to dry by your teammates there, perhaps, is it looks like Illinois State's trying to go for a different avenue of attack here.
But they have to clear out everything. They should be expecting this trap wire, and they do. Nice quick movement towards C, and Chili Man dashing past the gravity well gets him out onto the site. A flash getting him back site, but it didn't actually hit Leaves. Leaves turning these flashes beautifully. Can't quite pin down Kolbs, but Waffle trades it out. Very favorable for FIU. Minari not able to finish it off, though. The Wintren's still going to be able to plant this spike with just 47 health, and now it's that operator that we were talking about earlier, Jonah, for the retake.
Oh, yeah. I think he wins these. I think he... Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind. There was no suspense there whatsoever because like, you know, like what ended up happening was FI using a 3v1, right? And two people swing out of the smoke and die. So really Torify right there, just like, oh, my team's trolling, so I guess I got to win this.
Bro, Torify just going for laps real quick, stretching his legs before he defuses the spike.
Yeah, he's warming up, you know, like map.
You gotta make sure you're nice and limber, right? Coming out of a bonus round like that. But now the gamble on that operator is economically efficient because FIU, that was the only thing they bought into that round, and they still managed to pull off the bonus round win. So they're 3-0. Illinois State is broke, and FIU are on their way to getting a solid lead.
Yeah, and these teams, like, taking multiple rounds on each other's map picks is really nice to see. I mean, we did highlight at the top of this broadcast, right, that we like to see Kolbs on this utility-based characters, but it looks like Torify, when you can use the gun and click mouse 1 faster than the utility comes out, then it works, as Waffle does exactly that with a nice 2K. Onto the Eco members. Of course, they only had those sheriffs, but sheriffs are nothing to scoff at, as we've seen Illinois State use those to win anti-Eco rounds. And now that round is over because of the clean anti-Eco, the economy for FIU is now there to stay. And what's really impressive thus far is that, look, Torify is sitting at 8 frags, right? And that's impressive in 4 rounds, but it's even more impressive that Illinois State as a whole only has 6 frags. I mean, it's all about relativity, right? The numbers in isolation don't mean anything, so...
The good news for Illinois State is we are 5 rounds into this half now, so they're starting to work up towards those ultimates. Cosmic Divide at the ready, Rolling Thunder only 1 pip off, and this Owl Drone is going to enable Kolbs to actually walk out and take this if he wants to, but no. He's actually going up to just enable his jet to charge out onto site. The fault line going forward and a couple flashes to pair with, and a nice flash this time, but no! Chili Man couldn't pin him down, and Waffle swinging out Garage. It's over before it even started on C for Illinois.
Yeah, and let's see if Smooches knows the lurk is here. Heard Torify, and Torify gets his head taken off for free, and Smooches follows up another one onto Leaves. Will they be able to recover the operator, though? It's pretty deep there in window, yeah. Waffles, yep. B-hopping there to school, getting that for his teammate. And yeah, I mean, it's been all FIU gold. I'm really liking their double duelist gameplay thus far on Haven. Haven's one of those maps where everything's very, very open, right? You can take duels towards A, C, B, towards Garage, right? There's 4 avenues for you to fight early on that utility can shut down. They haven't been doing a great job of shutting that down because they don't have that same presence with the 0 point as you do on the breach. The 0 point not only suppressing the enemy, but also revealing where they are. Whereas this breach not really finding its value as Waffle in short A picks one off. Torify up to bat at long, takes down Chili Man, and there's Plaza to support his teammate. It's looking like it's all FIU here, Paul.
Yeah, I was worried ever so briefly because Torify did get hit with that fault line. He was concussed, but I think he's doing just fine. Woo! Okay, yeah. Looks a little hairy there. I thought there was room for a 2-piece there from Chili Man, but no dice. Nice flash from Kolbs. And he still doesn't get turn. Unlucky.
He turned very slightly to diminish the length of the flash. And so Waffle playing extremely well there. They know the breach is there, right? So when you know the breach has got a flash, you know the character behind the wall, and you preemptively turn with that, that's some brilliant game sense there from Waffle. And it looks like FIU Gold stamping themselves clearly into the collegiate scene as they've gone up to 6-0 versus a team that just beat them in the previous map. I mean, Chili Man was everywhere, right? On Icebox. Now on Haven, he's nowhere to be seen.
This is around Illinois State. They have to take away. They've got guns, lockdown, and the Rolling Thunder available. They have 2 buttons that just give them control of a third of the map. If they can't win rounds like this, it's not looking good for their own map pick, and that's not a great start. With Chili Man getting hit by Torify. Torify ain't afraid to re-swing that either. With the Blade Storm out, he gets another right-click at range. Randomly landing onto the headshot, and Torify is just on it right now, dude. Waffle on the flank, picking up 1 more. It's all down to Kolbs. Illinois, they didn't even get a chance to use the gun or the ults that they were trying to go for there, Jonah.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I thought would happen when I said FIU is my dark horse for the tournament, not the previous map. You know, this is why sometimes it pays to stick with your bets here, as we see Torify get the nice 1-tap, but the operator pushes for more aggression here, taking down that turret, but he gets seed from the side, so he has to move up, uses the dash out right away after getting the clean 1-tap, and it re-peaks into 9 iron. That's very well played there from Torify. Of course, one thing is, you did mention that they have 3 R buttons that take away half of the map, and yes, while they do, they don't have a Jet who's killing people. Chili Man, maybe he was only good on Icebox because he felt at home, right? But now Haven, it's a little more springtime.
And I don't think, while it is just an eco here for Illinois, unless Chili Man starts to do something crazy, I'm not really feeling it for Illinois right now. I feel like it's not Chili Man's fault, right? You can tell that Illinois want to play around this, you know, Korean Jet, the flash and dash, whatever you want to call it, the breach jet combo, right? Where you send the flash out and you send Chili Man in. But every time, FIU has just been absurdly good about turning those flashes, not getting hit by the breach utility at all. So Chili Man runs out expecting anybody who's there to be disabled, and instead he's met with like 2-3 guns that are looking straight at him a lot of the time. So he's just getting blasted. Now he's out onto B, looking for the close contact. A little bit there by his buddy. Holding that angle. A lot of spam will eventually pick up Torify, but Minari with a nice swing out the smoke. And the timing for Chili Man just could not be more unfortunate. I thought he had that. I thought Kolbs had that shot there, but no dice and no round. FIU with 8 in a row to start Haven.
Yeah, I mean, every single time that it looks like they're trying to go towards this B bomb site, it's been shut down so well. I mean, C is the only place where they've gotten like relatively close to a good post plan. A has been just completely closed for business, so it's been completely boarded up, and it looks like C is the only place where Illinois State's found any purchase, and it looks like they're going to go back towards that C site where they found the most success. But lying in wait is going to be Torify here with the operator. Perhaps a good flash will be able to get him off the angle. Here it comes, the flash.
There we go.
Blinding Torify here, and another flash blinds him again, but now he's out of that utility. Gets followed up with the concuss. Now he's recon guarded.
No, but Waffle just coming out garage still makes it expensive. Torify still in the corner. He's just
How's he alive?
Out, but they can't kill him. When Shen finally gets him with the right click.
One enemy remaining.
2v2. Waffle with another headshot, and Plaza finishing it off, even when it's close. Illinois just cannot take down FIU right now.
How was he alive for that long in backside, bro? How is it? He was flashed twice. Astro Gravity Well, breach ultied, 5 people looking for him, and nobody could kill him until the last 5 seconds of the round.
My good buddy Dor would call that the sh-movement in the business. Oh, that is the sh-movement. I mean, some of that was like Torify using smokes and like individual positioning pretty well to make it difficult to actually like secure the kill. But then we just got, you know, stuff like that where it's just dry swinging out. Torify's been in this position multiple times this map.
Oh,
Torify?
Bro.
He's got a 6th sense right now. Look at that! The perfect timing, knowing where win trend's coming from, dude.
Oh.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
And that's the spike down. I mean, this is just an eco round for Illinois, but at this point, it's 9-0. You need to pick up eco rounds, right? Like you need thrifties at this point to recover on this half. And Haven is a relatively even map, but it's not so even that you can go down 10 rounds in a row and still feel confident going into the second half.
If they win 13-0, you know, I'm pretty sure there's this little thing called momentum and mental, right? I think the mental and the momentum will be very much in the favor of FIU here if they bang out these last 2 rounds and going into the other half, they close it out. I mean, to be honest, right? One of the easiest things as a player. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So I was just gonna make a quick joke. So mental and momentum, the momental, if you will.
Lock in sight.
Are you silent because you're stunned at how dumb that joke was? Because if so, I've done my job.
Yes.
There we go. That's all I'm asking.
Definitely not okay with what you just said, but I thought
you don't like the momental? Ooh!
What about Eminem?
Hello?
The Eminem, you know, they got M&M's on their side.
Eminem, sure.
Down A.
You know, or like McDonald's, they've got McDonald's on their side, you know? The M.
I don't think any of those work.
What about Manscaped?
That works. That definitely works. And remember, you can get 20% off with code CF121. I mean, at this point, it just feels like FIU is indomitable. It is down to a 2v1, so we do have to refocus. Illinois can still try and look as competitive as possible, but at this point, it feels like almost a dead issue, Jonah. Chili Man, I like his plant for the back of sight. He knows that FIU members have worked their way out mid, so he's expecting players to come from garage. Timing here is everything, and he finds Minari beautifully. He's moved it down to a 1v1. Barely gets around that corner in time.
No!
He doesn't know. He doesn't know that Waffle's coming from long, and FIU don't let even one more round go over. Just one standing. But now it's 1-1 on their own score line. They're giving nothing to Illinois.
Chili Man looking a little lost right there. He's just trying to figure out where Waffles was, but I mean, you gotta be confident there as the Jet, right? I mean, when you're in the 1v1 situation, you still have dash available. You have to peek angles and get ready to dash out. You really did that.
Yo, look at the KDs though. Illinois.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's got 4-11. I mean, perhaps they're going for one of those. You know, like, everyone wants to score 4-11. 4-11. Do we have a promo code for that? If we get one.
We'll work on that between the maps because we're definitely going on to 3 here. There's no doubt about it. Torrified with the op, just watching this again. He spotted Wintren.
Maybe he blinked right there because
Here.
Yeah, he knows he's there.
Knows. He's pinged it. Okay, there we go. First blood for Illinois State. I mean, it's a little late into the half. Start coming up with rounds.
That was like the cat and the mouse.
Bro, he shot his watch, dude. Are you kidding me? His Rolex is broken. Torfai's feeling it now. He's just going for the fights, and he realizes, maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe that was a bad idea. Heading for the hills now. He's retreating all the way onto site, and he gets there in time. He gets to short in time, dude. Still trading 2, playing like an absolute madman.
Oh, that's so well played from FIU right there. Using the gravity well there with the recon dart. So you're pretty much stuck in place while being pinged out. You get spammed through the cage. And look, it's an audible call here from Illinois State. They say abandon A, let's go to C. But the Cypher will catch them out, that neural theft. And it's going to be a 2-on-2. Both Sovas are alive here, Paul. And it's going to be Hunter's Fury delaying the plant.
I love how Minari just holds it to try and get that tag out if the plant starts again. Plaza's already here. That recon dart's a little bit late. Colb's now going to have to go for the much safer plant. Can't plant for long how Illinois wanted. That's already out on site. 9-iron doing a good job watching it. That recon dart's so huge, though. They have no idea where Minari's coming from. Easy first pickup for him. Doesn't cost him a lick of health. Shock dart lineups should be available here for 9-iron. No way. No way he gets to stick that. No way he gets to stick that. He can just commit. He knows where 9-iron is. There's no chance. It's 12.
Switching sides.
Oh
Match
boy.
point.
Oh, brother. I can just feel Jonah's frustration seething through the mic into my subconscious, dude. It's unfortunate for Illinois. They were so ready to play the C post plant, but the deny from FIU is just too strong. It's 12-0 now, man. Illinois, could you imagine? It's not going to happen. I'm going to preface this with, it is not going to happen. But could you briefly imagine if it was 12-0 the other way this half and we somehow ended up in overtime? Again, not going to happen, but that'd be wild.
If they turn around here, I mean, I'll probably shave my head if they turn around here. I'll do something.
All right, we have it on
crazy.
record. Somebody clip it. FIU, I'm PayPaling you now to throw that. Oh, okay, wait. I was kidding. Guys, I was kidding. I'm not sending you anything. All right.
Are you sure?
I'm going to answer back. I'm positive. I'm 100% positive. Cage trigger. All right. Nice denial flash there from Kolbs. Aftershock 2, keeping FIU off-site. They do feel a little bit timid. Nice shock dart there. Going to take a little bit of damage.
Shock dart.
I mean, everybody's already here for Illinois, except the one on the lurk. Does seem like... Oh, it seems like Plaza's just going to dumpster him. Yeah, this is just a pack gameplay right now from FIU. I don't know where Smooches is, but with just a classic 4 players. Bro, at this point, you just wait in a corner and you like calm for the next map. You start playing in strats for map number 3 because it is done. Does hear one running. Can't even pick that up. 13-0. A statement to answer back and send us on to Breeze.
Yeah, and there's really not much to say about that map, right? FIU coming out with a very dominant performance, of course, and it just seemed like Illinois State, they were driving at the beginning of the day, right? And they just fell asleep at the wheel. Perhaps they're crashing a little bit. Perhaps maybe they got to get some more coffee in their system. You know, maybe they're not hydrated. Maybe they were partying out last night on a Friday at their school. But whatever the case may be, we're going right into Breeze because, you know, Illinois... Oh, we're not going into Breeze. Excuse me for that.
What? I thought it was Breeze. Did I say
it is going to be Breeze, but yeah, the camera cut all back off to... back to
we're
us,
good.
Paul.
We're good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Two things. I did 2 things right today. I knew we were going to Breeze. That's 2 things. Count them on the board. Yeah, and this is what I was talking about earlier, right? With Illinois. Some maps, they show up and they look competitive against the best of the teams. And then you have maps like Haven. And I don't think it's 100% Illinois' fault. I think FIU also just had an insane map and looked so unbelievably prepared to play against the Breach. We are not even waiting. We are not even going to break, folks. We're just heading straight into Breeze. I would have taken it 5 if I was Illinois to shake off Haven, but they are eager to get into the next map. Let's just head on into it. All right, wash away the 13-0. This is for the decider. Reminder, folks, it's single elimination here in CF1. The loser of this next map is going to be out extremely early and not have a chance at any of our $7,000 prize pool.
Yeah, it looks like Kolbs is playing the 3rd different agent of the day. I mean, he's on the sky now. Every single character he's played has those flashes, and he's definitely making a statement here on those utility agents. But will it be enough for his team? Is, you know, you're sacrificing a duelist character, right? And duelists are able to kind of take those aggressive fights on defense and also lead the charge on offense. So they're putting a lot on the Chili Man's shoulders. Is the side of FIU just has more flexibility. I mean, they've got the double duelist, right? They've got the Reyna and the Jet, Torify and Rolf, and we saw what they could do last game. Will they be able to replicate that as they are starting on the defensive side? Perhaps they might get aggressive here, Paul.
We do move on to a very different map here. Breeze is its own animal. Illinois will be on attack first. And I do like the Sky coming out. Oh, Waffle doesn't like the Viper, though. Immediately going to put that down over in Halls. That was just the lurk, though, so not... Yeah, the aggression you were talking about right there. Torify safe behind the wall. His pistols don't really spam too effectively through walls. Can't say the same for Plaza, though. A nice rush, and now Torify out in the open will get caught. This is looking more so like the Illinois from Icebox than the Illinois we just saw for 13 rounds lose in a row.
Yeah, I think someone might have PayPal'd them or something, you know. Some exchange of money had to have taken place, because this is a completely different team. As Leeds comes in on a 2v4 retake,
those kind of jokes there, Jonah.
Gets 9 iron, and going for more does get shut down. Now it's be a 1v3 from Minari here. Gets the spot on the Chili Man, but doesn't convert the frag. And of course, nobody's being PayPal. Of course, it was just a joke. No iBuy powers here.
This is where Scotty is somewhere right now, just shaking his head at how dumb we are, continuing to make that joke. All right, on into the second round. Illinois with a strong start. They get their first round win in over a map. Now they're going to be able to buy up comfortably and go for an anti-eco. Leaning towards A this time around. I mean, the great thing about Breeze is if you've practiced your executes on A and B, it is so easy as an attacking team to actually pick up rounds. This is an interesting lurk, though. Having Smooches go all the way through Hall, I wonder if this is going to actually stay on into actual gun rounds, or if this is just for early pressure and trying to condition FIU to be watching for the Viper here.
Yeah, they're definitely doing a good job of drawing rotations over to the A site, right? They got 3 players there for FIU Gold, but the actual hit is towards this B site. It's going to be up to Torfa and Plaza here, and Plaza gets taken down right away, and here comes Chili Man.
Torfa answering one back, and Waffle with the Marshall at range, shutting down the Vandal. 3v3, and he knows where 9 Iron's playing from, just watching for that head to peek on out. Couldn't quite find him, though. Now knows vaguely where the Killjoy is, too. Lee is not going to be able to stick that angle for very long. Loses 20 of his health trying to just wait for someone to swing out. Oh, the tiniest little angle through the wall there. Opens up Smooches. Good for another. And ready to clean it up. Looked a little bit dicey there for Illinois for a second, but they'll still get out relatively clean from their anti-eco.
Yeah, I'm really liking what the KJ is doing here. Wintron setting up that alarm bot on the flank, making sure that no one can really go through that mid to B tunnel position. So doing a really good job of watching the flank with utility while helping his team execute onto the site, even using the turret to peek after planting the bomb. Very well played by him. And of course, that was just an anti-eco round, though. That wasn't a real gun round, right? So now both teams have some semblance of superior weaponry here, and it's going to be fireworks here, Paul.
Now we have a standard execute toward the A site. No longer the lurk through halls for the Viper. Instead, it's the wall on site, grouping up with the team. And actually the lurk on the complete opposite side of the map, interestingly enough. Chili Man does get tagged by that camera, which slows this execute down quite a bit. And there's 4 defending players here from FIU Gold. Illinois, they don't want to overcommit. If they walk in hastily, it's going to be their downfall. Owl Drone moving forward as the double initiator comp is good for getting some space, but Plaza takes the early contact. There's no other info on this site. Nice shots there from Waffle, taking out so much of Kolb's health bar. Plaza is going to get tagged by that flash, but nobody actually gets close enough to swing him. He's swinging through the smoke without any assistance. So ambitious, and it's going to cost him and the rest of his team. Waffle desperately trying to pick up what he can on the periphery. Nice couple of headshots for him, and he gets the heal to boot.
They don't know about the player in the mid position, though.
And a nice round for Illinois. Well, we have every half in this game, Jonah. Whoever's won the pistol has won their bonus round. Nobody has been able to actually win a gun round versus the bonus.
Yeah, I think running gun is just really broken right now in the state of Valorant, and it makes it so that the Spectre and even the Bull, I mean, the Bulldog isn't necessarily a running gun, but definitely the Spectre is so viable against these rifles, right? And that's what's so strange to see in this game thus far is the ability to running gun. Of course, the jumping classics are ever so potent, so bonus rounds really not going in the favor of the team with the rifles. And now that it's reset like this, it's going to be really tough for FIU to get a 4th round on the board this round. They perhaps have to concede this one as they go aggressive across the map, not really getting any foothold into this round. And Paul, it's looking like 4-0, and it's going to be up to the side of FIU to bring out like a superior weaponry, like the operator perhaps onto Torify to get some sort of thing going.
If they can actually scrounge up the money for it, right? The problem is when you're going down 4-0 and you're not even really picking up kills against the other team, it's so difficult to actually save up enough money to get an op in Torify's hands. We saw how deadly he is with that operator, but you need to invest so much of your economy that you can't buy it. Or no, actually you can. Okay, Torify spends literally every cent he has.
He can definitely
I was looking at everybody except Torify who had already spent money. And I didn't actually see the gun for a second. But yeah, he does manage to get that op, but look how much it costs him. I mean, FIU, they have one chance here, or their economy is going to snowball out of control just like Illinois did on Haven.
They're going to be broke if they, he's going to go bankrupt, negative dollars in the bank, but exactly. Illinois State, they've got so much money to work with here. They can play very, very carelessly here, even recklessly, and, try to get some sort of avenue in with just throwing themselves at FIU. What you can do when you have this stronger economy, every kill your team gets matters that much more to bring down the enemy team's economy. And it looks like it's going to be an A split here, with one player lurking in mid for the side of Illinois State. And FIU, they have read this correctly. They only have one player towards the B site. And here comes the A split execute. But it's being shut down by this door here. Here comes Cold, though. Cold is getting Plaza.
Chiliman is out onto site. Waffle has to back all the way up and can no longer deny the door.
One enemy remaining.
That allows FIU through. And a nice pickup from Smooches, too. Can't quite find... Oh, never mind. He just spams him. Nice work from Leaves. Even though that Snakebite denied the push there, Leaves, rather, still able to secure that kill and take us down to a 1v1. Chiliman, he is just running around right now. Okay, now he's going to slow it down. Was hoping to bait like he had left and gone toward B, but Leaves isn't taking it for the moment.
Yeah, he sold it. I mean, he's not sold it.
Door's still open. He's already here. Chiliman's trying to run away. Leaves catching him, but Chiliman on the trigger finds his head. And that's 5 in a row for Illinois.
This map is just going exactly the opposite of whatever was on Haven here. Chiliman showing up. He came to play. I mean, he's already got like more kills this game than his whole team had last game, pretty much. I mean, he's sitting at 9, and it's pretty much what Illinois State had at the last game. Not actually, of course. It's a joke. Don't
I think they had
too seriously, right?
I think they had like 30. So I mean, it's not impossible for Chiliman to get more kills in this map. We still got a ways to go on that one before we cross the actual threshold. Just an immediate play towards A. Lockdown invested. Lockdown doesn't cover a ton of that site, but it does make it pretty easy to flush out Plaza's positioning. He's been playing in the same sort of area around the end of that Viper screen. Torify is just here, though. Oh my god! Torify? Tears through them. Leaves there for the trade, too. Chiliman's going to pick it up, sure, but now he's left in a 1v2.
Yeah, what a great flank there from the side of FIU Gold. I mean, that Killjoy ult, that lockdown was a little bit precarious. I don't really know what it was intended to cover exactly, but it allowed the side of FIU to flank very well. Torify getting that 3K, of course. And now Chiliman found himself in a very familiar position with a spike on his back, heading over towards B. This time, he's decided to actually go and stay at the B bomb site, looking to plant the spike in. FIU Gold, they will get the news that this spike has been planted. Let's see if they go and retrieve some weapons in that mid position. Looks like that will be Minari getting over.
Where does Chiliman decide to set up here? He's going back through arches.
Out of charges.
Doubtful that FIU are expecting this, especially based on the plant position. But if they can get to the spike before Chiliman kills them, it'll work out well. He's taking such a nice tight angle, though. The first is easy to pick up, and Minari was the one holding the rifle. Plaza now just going for a mad dash toward the spike. He didn't even pick up the gun. Sticks it half, but he heard the dash. He's forced off of it. The timing on the swing! Chiliman doesn't get there in time! The Thrifty comes through! Plaza defuses!
He didn't plan it for the position that he went to. He played it for B main and then went So wait, what? Why? Well
So
played, Chili Man,
close.
but also very badly played at the same time. Way to pad those stats. 13-1 for you, but your team loses the round. I mean, that's just a genius, a true genius, because he wants them to win more rounds so he can get more frags.
Exactly. He's got to get that 30 bomb, dude. He's got to get it. I mean, he's passing 2 around right now. Ooh, Smooches won't have that chance, though. Waffle again shutting down Smooches. Just very confident taking that fight in halls.
Here.
And
it's looked good when Waffle has started off in halls versus when they send someone up there like Minari.
Yeah, I mean, that's really crucial for the side of FIU because they've taken out the controller from Illinois State, and Illinois State responds with not just 1, but 2 clean shots towards that mid position. And here comes Minari to try to answer that. Spots Coles, but Coles, does get taken down. Now it's on to a 3v3.
Colbs did his work, though. Got 2 kills needed. Chili Man with the timing. Plaza watching it. Nice work from him, and a neural theft is going to end up revealing where Illinois is. Torify and Op in hand, not struggling to shut Wintrend down. And now they even know 9iron's position exactly. He'll recover the spike, but he's just stuck here with 40 seconds left. Ooh! Shock Dart getting lobbed in. Takes that first fight pretty confidently. Minari maybe going to regret that swing. But no, Plaza... All right. He's able to shut it down on the second 1v1. I was getting a little bit nervous with how 9iron was starting to get those 1v1s just isolated. But it all works out for FIU.
Yeah, he definitely had a chance there. And look what it's done to Illinois State's economy. And they've had to, pretty much invest into every single round. These last 2, of course, won by FIU. And they are looking a little bit more worse for wear. Of course, FIU is still scrounging around trying to get a full buy together. They've got a Spectre in the side of Leaves, but they've got some ultimates to work with. And on that defensive side, you can do a lot with that Viper's Pit. Perhaps even use it on B to shut that site down, but it's going to be an operator battle here for Chili Man towards the mid position. And Torfai's on that B, though, so he won't actually... be here for the hit, as it looks like Illinois State's going towards that A bomb site, running into the site for a Plaza.
I mean, with the Viper's Pit, the toxic screen, it's free space right now. Nobody expects Colbs to swing that either. Just stabs right through the wall and finds leave. Plaza does pull out the classic for 1. Gets his reload through. That's a beautiful tag. Oh my word, that's one of the best tags in the entire multiverse. Waffle and Torfai picking up kills on the periphery. Smooches is forced all the way back outside of his own pit. He does seem to at least think he has a lineup. The Nano Swarm doing a good job, but Plaza swinging through, and there's plenty of time for the defuse.
Yeah, that was a great lineup there from the side of Illinois State. They could have played post plant very, very well there, but of course the numbers from FIU too strong. That Cypher Cam so well positioned. He had the lineup already there set up with the camera on the angle, so he could just press E right there and tag the player who did plant the spike. And look at that, Waffle Torify leading the way for their team, leading the comeback here for FIU Gold. And this game, it's so momentum based, right? So when you go down 5 rounds in a row, look what FIU has done. Their mental resilience, their team strategy has still survived, even going down 0-5. And look at the bind now. Things are starting to look so much brighter for them as they force Chili Man onto that sheriff. Of course, he will have the Blade Storm, and it looks like Illinois State, they're heading towards that B site. They're looking here for Chili Man to do a great job of entering. Here comes the Sova drone. Here comes the Jet player. The knives are out. And they get shut down just as quick.
Snake bite, though. Leaves just spamming it down, manages to hold through. I mean... FIU, they're just hopping over the snake bite onto site. Torify, that's ambitious, buddy. But was that the body tag? I think he legged him there. And now he's just holding the angle. I mean, 9iron has to check his flank. He'll at least take one with him. It cost him so much of his health bar. And while he's definitely going to be able to get to A and get the spike down, his post plan is so difficult. Well, he's not even going to A. He's waiting to see if he can catch one rotating through mid. Minari shouldn't swing this too aggressively. They should wait until the spike noise has been planted, but no, Minari is just inching up. The timing, oh my word. That was almost as bad as it could have been for Minari, but the flick secures the kill, and a 4th now for FIU. 4th in a row.
Yeah, and Chili Man, I mean, he's definitely still been, trying to frag out for his team, but it just seems like the late game, the late round rather, isn't really there for Illinois State right now. They're not really able to converge after they've gotten the site. It doesn't seem like they can really have a proper post plant situation. As a really early Viper's Pit comes out towards that B site, making them go towards mid, and mid they will find their glory as Wintron and 9iron take down 2 to the side of FIU. Waffle tries to respond, doesn't get his, and now it's looking very open. It's just Plaza left to his own devices as Illinois State, they respond.
FIU just way too confident on a lot of those swings this round. They got 4 in a row, and they were just feeling it, Jonah. It's gonna cost them.
They're swinging mid over and over, and Waffle has been finding some success there, and it doesn't seem like he's able to find that same thing. But in my opinion, I still think Breeze is an offensive favored map, so I'm liking what I'm seeing thus far from FIU Gold. I mean, they got 4 rounds on this defense, and they're doing a pretty good job against this flash and dash combo from Chili Man and Kolbs.
And I mean, it is worth noting most of the rounds that FIU won, even though they won 4 in a row, it's not like they were like sweeping victories. Very few of those were standing with 1 or 2 players alive, right? So after just 1 loss, they're already broke. We're already running on marshals here. And I mean, at this point, oh, well, I was going to say that FIU has figured out somebody always plays the end of halls, but it doesn't save 9iron from taking a bullet to the head.
And look where the B player is. Leaves is in the smoke. He doesn't see them. He runs away.
He almost got around that corner too, but he ran into the middle of the arch. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Now the Seekers are out, and it reveals that the B site is free and clear. Swing here from Chili Man. Plaza just chucking in Marshall shots desperately. Your man's gonna reload. The flash is at the ready. Timing here is everything, though. The close contact. Torfy getting some damage in, but it's not really enough. Chili Man's doing just fine regardless.
Yeah, Nari was the one to get that first opening frag with the Marshall towards that mid-tunnel position, but will he be able to find the other 3 players? As it looks like the post line is very well in place. He spots the first, gets the tag, can upgrade a gun if he chooses to go forward. Yep, gets it. Now he should know that 1 player is on site, the other player unknown. So he's trying to figure out where that second player is. Doesn't look at the cross, and he's been tagged down to 1 HP, but gets the tag through the box. So can he take down Smooches? He only has 1 HP here. Paul Minari on 7 bullets. Spots out Smooches with Wintron. Wintron to win the round for Illinois State.
At least it's economically costly, but it's not going to be costly enough to where Illinois aren't buying. And it's the last round of the half. So a valiant effort there from Minari, but not one that matters in the grand scheme of things. It does get Minari up to his ult though, right? Now we've got the Hunter's Fury available. So if nothing else, you're happy with that. You have that for this very last round, especially because the lockdown's available from Wintron. You can counteract that very effectively. It seems like, is it just going to be that same lockdown play towards A again? Illinois, they're setting up for it. Torfy with the op here, looking to deny. There's so many players watching him. He'll still get 1 though. Hunter's Fury coming out and immediately shutting that lockdown away. Wintron does pick up Torfy though, and with Waffle falling 2 out on a mid push. Illinois State, they're okay with how this early round went. It's very difficult to cover a map as big as Breeze with only 3 players for FIU.
Yeah, I think they need to get aggressive somewhere, Paul, and they've chosen for that spot to be mid again. As there goes Plaza into the mid push, but Kolbs is waiting and ready for them, and it's just gonna be a 2v4. I mean, what can you even do there?
Plaza's corpse just falls on top of Waffle's corpse there. They die in the same spot. Now with the Trailblazer coming through, I do like this defensive wall from Leaves, but it's not enough to stop Illinois forever. As soon as it falls, the Snakebite wears away. I mean, Illinois don't even have to commit here. There's only 2 players. As long as they spot one of them, they just go to the other site, right? I mean, you risk nothing in going to A now. There's no way that FIU can get across the map, especially with Windtrend watching it. Unfortunate timing for him there, so now it's a 2v3, a winnable round for FIU, certainly. But the spike will get planted.
Yeah, and critically, there's still the Viper's Cloud alive for the side of Illinois State. They've even got some snake bites to their name, so the Viper can play post-plant. Does have a line for that, making sure that no one's flanking him first, though. It looks like both players will come through mid from the side of FIU Gold, and it's really going to be up to this first battle here in that A bomb site as we're watching Smooches prepare a lineup. It seems like Chili Man's taking the action, though. Dashes away, but misses his own smoke, and that's Leaves taking him down. Just a 1v2. Does have the lineup here. Will the first one fall? It does. He even gets the player that is going to approach, so he knows that the player cannot stick it, and that is Smooches kissing away the round. 8-4 for Illinois State.
Nice attacking half there from Illinois. And while I think that last round was maybe a little bit more risky than Illinois needed to go for, the fact of the matter is the two players on site stalled long enough to where there was very little chance Smooches was ever going to lose that, especially with a nice kill there onto Minari, expecting one player to swing out and try to stop the post-plant lineups. Great work from Smooches. And it gives Illinois a very solid lead. Despite losing the second map 0-13, they could still win this series, Jonah.
Yeah, of course. They might have, taken some time, went to the bathroom, used some Manscaped. Remember, it's code CF121 for 20% off at manscaped.com as Torify with that classic sheriff here on the pistol round.
Between maps. They're just shaving.
A clean shave does make you feel good. You feel good, you play better.
What a weird pick-me-up mid-match, dude. All right. Whatever it was, it worked for Illinois. And they're off to a good start in this second pistol of the map, too. Already Minari falling. FIU now going to have to get onto the site with no information, right? It's only the single initiator as Waffle has opted for the Reyna once again. So you don't have Sky, you don't have Trailblazers or Guiding Lights to get you out. You instead have to go for dry scales like that. Torify, he got so far up on the site, but there's no way he can watch every single angle with 3 players sticking around toward A. It was going to be so difficult for him to find anything of value. Now FIU, they're funneled toward B here. Waffle trying to go for a dry scaling of his own. At least knows where the Sova's coming from, so we'll take off one head. And that's the Reyna online and activated. Down to 30 seconds, though. Running a little bit short on time. Waffle going to dodge that first flash and knows now that Kolbs is coming from defender spawn, but he's just running out of time. He has to take these gunfights. 2 there and 1 swinging at him from behind on site. Not really much of a way. Waffle will pick that up. And Illinois with their second pistol of the map. I mean, if trends this series are to be believed, Jonah, that means they'll win the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, and if you win the next 2, you're going to 4-11, that famous number. Perhaps we could still find a code for that. And if it goes to 4-11, I mean, you're looking at FIU here, and it's totally doable to get, those extra 9 rounds in a row on offense in Breeze. But it's going to take a really valiant effort here. I mean, Minari on that Sova, as Sova, you need to be, getting your team in there by using your utility in the form of Owl Drone and using recon darts. But so far, he's sitting at 0 assists. So as a Sova player, you definitely want that assist column to look a little bit higher in value, and it doesn't seem like he's able to do it this round. This is going to be a save round for his team and him, but you really want the Sova to show up a lot more, right? On a map like Breeze. Versus 2 initiators, you only have 1, so he's got to do a lot of work, and so far Minari hasn't been able to do that.
Well, you're not finding really what they wanted there on the early round either. 1 body shot onto Cold, but yeah. Oh wow, actually Plaza winning that swing. I thought he was super dead. Even gets around and gets another body tog onto Kolbs, who's down to just 23 HP. Problem is somebody actually has to finish off that kill. And the Marshall shot going wide, and Kolb's just hiding now around the pyramid. Is getting flanked with the turret, giving him good information as to one coming from mid, and it's looking unlikely that Waffle is going to be able to clean up that kill. Classic out, waiting for the flash, and no, Kolb's just Ferrari swinging it and getting the defuse to boot.
Yeah, looking like a Lambo right there, swinging out from that lane position, and that's what I'm talking about. Versus, you know, these running Spectres. It's so easy for you to get a kill like that. I mean, they still got 3 Spectres here for the side of Illinois State going to this next round. And like you said, if you know history does end up repeating itself, we could very well see a round where the Spectres once again beat the Vandals.
FIU, they're going to have to be the first team in this entire series to win a gun round versus bonus versus the 3rd round bonus. Oh boy. What is the chosen apparatus for FIU? Some early mid control. A lot of it's going to be denied, though. An aggressive toxic screen coming out from Smooches. Flashing through the wall. Smooches up nice, close and personal. Does get tagged a bit, but Smooch is still ready to swing through. He sees one. Doesn't know there's one on top of the wall. He's just inside of the entire lines, but only picks up the single kill onto Waffle.
One down.
The angle just barely working out there for Torify, but it cost him a lot of his health bar. And we're left in a 3v3.
Yeah, an HP advantage is in the favor of Illinois State. Weapon advantage in the favor of FIU Gold. Still anyone's around here, Paul, as the A site has been left open. Mid is relatively clear too. It looks like Illinois State is playing a little further back. They're trying to play a retake here. And Torify, he's walking into the B site alone, dashes, spots the player. Do they know he's this low, though? He's gotten onto B, while the rest of his team goes to A.
He's just a distraction. And look, Illinois, they're buying it. They're looking around frantically trying to find the other players. 9-9 will put down Torify, but that's a rifle going over to Illinois as well, right? I mean, Chili Man's going to recover that one. So 3v2 FIU, yeah, they get a spike plant. There is solid weaponry available for Illinois. Plenty of time to work with. So many angles to watch for FIU. It is Viper and Sova alive. They can play post plants very efficiently, but one of them is going to have to be the sacrificial lamb on the site. Spotted by the recon dart and forced out into the open by a nano swarm. Minari never stood a chance. Early snakebite going forward in desperation. Leaves just spamming into the smoke, but it won't work out for him. Snakebite didn't even land on the spike, and Illinois once again. Bonus into gun round. Ain't a problem for them to win.
Yeah, it seemed like the possibility was there, but playing on site there, maybe not the smartest of decisions for Minari. He could have just played further back with those shock darts. Even had an Aldrone available. He decided to go into A main there. Could have easily tagged and spotted the players, spamming through the Viper's smoke, but decision making not really there for FIU right now, and it doesn't seem like they're able to roll like they were in Haven, where they just won all the gunfights. So now Illinois State in a commanding position at 11-4. I mean, like I said, it's totally winnable still, but it's going to take a Herculean effort.
Torify is going to grab the orb. 1 kill away now from having that Blade Storm available, but that first contact for Torify is going to matter so much. A drone out, try to clear out mid. FIU have been really hounding this mid control. Didn't quite work out for him last round, though. Look how far Torify is. Nobody expects him to be up that far, and he's gotten 2 for free. Nice, easy swings. That opens up A a bit. Kolbs is still hanging around. He does get spotted with Torify coming from the backside. It's only a matter of time before Kolbs falls. Although, as I say that, he gets away for a second. Okay, Minari eventually puts him down, as to be expected, and Torify now recovering a rifle. FIU with a solid round here to keep Illinois away from 12, probably, but you know, the round's not over till it's over.
His teammate's saving. His teammate's just saving the operator while he goes for it, and he wasn't able to get anything done. But I mean, yeah, they're just saving the operator this round, though. So nothing too exciting here. Is Chili Man? He's just gonna stare at a blank wall, and perhaps he might inspect his gun.
For Illinois, I think that is the most efficient economic play, right? You have enough money to keep buying, but the op is still expensive. You send one gun to the site to try and take away money out of FIU's pocket, because there's such a long hill for them to climb. Every dollar that they have to earn is one less round that they're likely to win.
Definitely right there, Ball, and I mean, he was able to take one gun away, so job well done there for the side of Illinois State. And like you said, they can somewhat rebuy. They've got 2 players here below $3,000, so they'll have to get sheriffs. Perhaps they could have saved better last round if Smooches decided to keep his weaponry safe into the next round, but nevertheless, it will be Torfy here on the Jet with that Bladestorm available, and he's going to be really the tip of the spear here for this offense. It looks like they're huddled towards mid here. That will be where the action takes place. Is Torfy being unleashed here, gets spotted by the recon, and an Odin in mid doesn't get the or Ares rather, they gets traded out.
Torfy's gonna be kicking himself for that one, dude. Buddy, it's okay. Next time, Torfy. We've seen you pop off with that Bladestorm. We know what you can do. Ooh, the pixel angle there, actually messing a bit with Minari. You didn't see Kolbs just peeking out from it. Now with the Seekers and the Guiding Light, Kolbs is denying any semblance of a mid to B push. Chilliman even swinging out window, taking down Plaza. FIU, they look good last round with this mid play, but seems that Lightning doesn't strike twice. Minari with only 34 health, 1 shot from a Vandal to anywhere on his body will put him down right now. He does hear Wind Trend drop. We should be expecting one to come up the stairwell, but he doesn't hold it. He tries to push it aggressively, and Wind Trend punishes it swiftly.
Match point.
Yeah, the story of this match has just been back and forth, right? First, it looks like FIU is nowhere to be found. Then Illinois State takes a break, goes to get some coffee or something, comes back and plays an amazing game 3. And going forward, I mean, either of these teams, whichever one wins, and it's looking like Illinois State right now, will be playing our first seed in UW-Madison. So, you know, they're not through the bracket quite yet. You know, they've got a hefty opponent to still deal with.
They are far from out of the woods. That's not a great start for FIU's hopes of staying alive in the CF1 playoffs. Single elimination, folks. No do-overs after this for FIU. Absolutely no wiggle room. Minari trying to punish, going for the op swing himself, and a second one just going wide by an inch. At least it opens up room for Waffle to go on to site with a distraction. And the Vipers pit out now. The only safe haven for FIU. Their last bastion inside the toxins, but Waffle prodding outside of it. An unexpected angle for Illinois. And FIU up and down, but this will give them one more round? Probably. I'm still confident it'll be one more round here for FIU. Hard to imagine they throw this away 3v1.
Yeah, it looks like 9iron actually doesn't want to go for it, so perhaps he's just holding for exits though, knowing that the economy will be relatively damaged if he goes for this play, but he's getting flanked in the mid here by Waffle, and Waffle does take him out. Nice 4K in the round.
And Waffle has had rounds where he's just taken over the game, right? I mean, as dominant as Chilliman has been for Illinois State, Waffle has not been a player to ignore. We saw on FIU's defense how solidly he was able to hold that Hall's control a lot of the time. So we were talking about how Torfy has to be the tip of the spear. I think Waffle's the one you want to put it all on right now. Give this man the utility. Give him recon darts, owl drones, toxic screens, whatever you need, because he is on it right now. He's got the Empress available and everything. And if FIU is going to somehow claw their way back, needs to be off of his back.
Oh, here comes Chilliman.
Nice. Torfy with his op now. That's definitely a comfort weapon for him, but pushing up here. Caught by the flash. Ooh, does manage to get away barely as Kolbs does not commit to the angle.
Yes.
Yeah, that was maybe a... definitely an odd swing there for Smooches.
I mean, I get the idea, right? During the anti-eco, right, you want to make some sort of plays happen, but, you know, maybe a little more patience would have paid off more right there, as they do find the operator down, and still winnable. It's 2v3. They should know a player push spawn, and the spawn player is Waffles, though. Waffles don't need no chicken to make... Oh, I don't have a pun for that one. Sorry.
I think you had it and you lost it.
Yeah.
Waffles don't need no chicken. Period. That would have been
Waffles
good.
Don't need chicken. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
I give it a 6 out of 10. I think you know, foundations were solid. We'll workshop it for next time.
Yeah.
We'll have some time to workshop it too.
Yeah, between these maps. I mean, I really want to point out the fact that Minari here on the Sova has 0 assists for his team. Look at 9R, 12 assists.
You're just hounding him for those assists, dude.
It's just like, Minari, man. Are you even darting, bro? Like, where are you?
Ooh, that's a nice dart, though, and it picks
Look,
up Waffle
that's
easy.
That's a dart from 9R, though. That's 9R's dart.
Yeah.
You know, that's his assist. Now where's your Sova's assist? You know, where's... Minari's not even playing with his team. He's literally lurking down halls right now. I don't understand.
Leave him alone. Oh, he's caught by the drone, too. He had to just bounce out of there, and 9Iron picks him up. FIU, this was a thrifty for Illinois, and it's not off to a good start for FIU. There's no room to give a thrifty over, and getting kicked out on a thrifty would just be tragic. A nice swing from Coles, but Leaves shuts it down. He's stabilizing here for FIU a bit. Windtrend's still on the site, but not for long as Leaves pushes through the smoke and eliminates that headache. Nice shot through the wall from Torify. Okay, I think things have calmed down a bit. Chiliman is on flank. Oh, Torify looking the right direction. Nice shot from Chiliman, though.
One enemy
Expects one to be behind the box, and oh no, it's all falling apart. It's just sticking it in, even though he couldn't have gotten there in time if he wanted. A thrifty's how we head out. Illinois State answering back, even though they lost Haven without taking a round. They'll still move on and have a chance at a piece of that $7,000 prize pool.
I mean, winning a game on a thrifty, there's no better feeling, right? You're like, okay, guys, we can save for next round. We're just relaxing here with some sheriffs. So, and you happen to win it on that round. Perfectly played by them, and you know, a well-played map from the whole collective side of Illinois State. I really enjoy how they used Kolbs on that KO, and then they used him on the breach. Now he's playing the Sky, such a versatile player, able to always top the charts for his team. And that's just so significant when you have a player like that who's willing to not play a duelist, who's willing to play a flex character, and really help your team out in terms of utility.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, the breach maybe wasn't quite the play, not because I think it's bad on Haven, but just because FIU looked extremely prepared for it, at least for the timing on the flashes there. So, you know, there's some room. Flexibility can hurt if you extend yourself too far, but I mean, with Kolbs doing a phenomenal performance on map 1 and 3, I think we still got to give it to him.
Travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Fit Gamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind with that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to these Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, we report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Fit Gamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind with that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, we report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Good Gamer changed Impact to Cloud9? I mean, honestly, the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that don't actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind for that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to these Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has the energy. We're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's racing things. Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our management.
Map 1 is done, and now we move, or match 1 rather, is done, and now we move on to round number 2. Welcome back, everybody, to CF1 playoffs for our fall 2021 split. My name, as before, is still Possible, and I'm still joined by Jonah. We're moving on to quite a heated matchup as well, Jonah. You're excited for it. I'm excited for it. It's UW Gold versus Northwood University.
Yeah, and Northwood in other tournaments, like in CF1, has been playing extremely well. They are, of course, our 10th seed going up against UW Gold, which is our 7th seed. This is definitely a matchup of two teams that I believe are a little bit underseeded. And of course, it is still going to be a top tier one, though, at that, because these two teams, I mean, UW Gold, they've gotten second before in our CF1 league, and Northwood, they're the new boys on the block. They've definitely come to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Northwood, with a completely revamped roster this fall, has made waves across a lot of these collegiate tournaments. And UW Gold, you know, they did have to retool that roster that took second in spring, but it's been looking better and better and better. They've even gotten wins off some very solid teams. They haven't really gotten convincing wins. Generally, when they win a match, no matter who they're going up against, it's 2-1. They generally drop at least that one map. But either way, I think this is going to be an absolute fire matchup. I mean, you know, just looking across the talent on both of these teams, it hangs with the best in all of Valorant, much less collegiate.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what happens when your university invests so heavily into esports, right? They've given these guys scholarships, pulling them in from the tier 2 scene. And what I'm seeing right now is definitely a team that could take it all the way. For them to be ranked so low in seeding, I mean, it's a wonder, but still, because they're ranked so low in seeding, we get such a good matchup so early on. UW Gold versus Northwood is definitely going to be an exciting one, like you said.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at where we are headed to in terms of maps, because I gotta admit, I think this is gonna favor Northwood pretty heavily here. Breeze is a good Northwood map. Icebox isn't a bad Northwood map. And then Haven is also a very good Northwood map. I've got to cast these guys a lot over the last, 4 or 5 weeks. At this point, it's hard for me to believe that this isn't favored toward them. But Northwood's also a team that plays a lot of maps. It makes it so that a lot of the time in these best of threes, they're going to be comfortable pretty much no matter where we're headed to. On the other side, UW Gold, Icebox, obviously, as their map pick, UW Gold's map pick, is going to be just fine for them. And if they can get away with that, I think there's room for them to squeeze out Haven, but it's going to be a little bit difficult, these first 2 maps.
Yeah, in maps that are a little bit more open, right, it really relies on you having that really good crosshair placement and the ability to flick with accuracy. And Northwood's players, they just have a little bit more oomph, a little more experience under their belts. And because of that, they're just able to aim just that slightly bit better with that crosshair placement. And because of that, I mean, like you're saying, it's favoring Northwood. That being said, you still got these leftover players from UW Gold. They've retooled their roster. I mean, I think everyone remembers Toph, right? The Jet player for UW Gold, able to drop 30 seemingly at will, and of course, Light and Vex returning onto this roster. It's a team in progress. It's a team that has been building since its revamp from last semester, and I mean, let's see if they're able to replicate some of the results they had last semester. Of course, they've still got integral pieces, and that's all you really need, right, Paul?
Well, and I mean, Toph is one of the players who went international in collegiate, right? Went on to Spain, if I remember correctly. He actually hasn't been playing 100% with UW Gold this semester. I was talking to Rodzi, one of the players who was on UW Gold in spring. And a lot of their roster, you know, they either graduated or they just didn't have the time. I think Toph was actually struggling to find the time between schoolwork and this collegiate. So it's good to see him back on the lineup. I'm happy for him that he's been able to find that work, that school Valorant balance. And I mean, the dude's just insane. Obviously, Northwood's no slouches either. Tyler also picking up the KO on a map like Breeze, too. We're seeing more and more KO. I'm still not completely sold on seeing KO on wide open maps like this, though, Jonah.
Yeah, I feel like on more confined corners, like on Icebox, perhaps, where A and B are pretty much just tunnels, right? Where you have to, like, go through major choke points. But on Breeze, there are kind of those tunnels, but perhaps if you have knife lineups, then you could use it on offense very well to execute. But still, I prefer to see something like a Sky, but to each their own, right? Every team has their own sort of personality, their own sort of style that they like to play with. And if they like to play with the KO, then more power to them.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think they actually also had a Sky. I think it was double initiator. I think they were going without a Sova, which is certainly interesting. But I mean, I suppose on a map as wide open as Breeze, the 0 point can kind of replace some of that information. I don't know. I'm still not convinced. Obviously, I have a lot of faith in Tyler 1 as a player, though. The dude is insane. Not only is he the captain of this team and also just an insane player, but he's a multi-game player, too. He also subs like hit scan for Northwood's like Overwatch team, which is one of the best Overwatch teams too. So this guy can just do everything. He's constantly flexing agents. I've seen him play Sova, Sky, Omen, Phoenix, now the KO to boot. If anyone can make KO work on a map like Breeze, I have faith in Tyler 1.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what you want to think, right? Like, to put the faith on these guys. You know, they can definitely perform when it comes to these matches, and with $7,000 on the line, they've got quite a reason to play. Of course, you've got a quick break as we reorganize the players into the lobby.
I think some of the Northwood players weren't actually ready. I don't believe that they actually locked in their agent picks. So we just gotta wait for them, guys. No worries. We want to make sure that everybody can get into the match. We're not going to penalize players. We want a a fair competitive environment here. I do kind of just want to double back on Northwood, though, because I think, we've been talking a lot about UW Gold because we're very familiar with this team here at CF1, but Northwood, it's hard for me to not have a lot of faith in them. Symbiotic is a player I have enjoyed watching a lot. He's their IGL. He makes a lot of the calls. He lurks a lot on this Viper, especially. Deadly lurks. Dip, also individually, Dip is a little bit one of those wild jets. So seeing him go up against Toph, who is also wild, I think that's going to be a very fun head-to-head, Jonah.
Yeah, let's see these players get aggressive early on in the map, as it looks like it's a push from UW Gold. They're sending their jet in Toph through that mid to B position. Oh, but
that's a lot of info.
They will just have 2 lurks, and it's an A hit here from the side of Northwood. They're on site.
And Chinese Shrug actually waiting on that camera. You can see he has one set up in that pocket, but he's waiting to use it actually for this full retake. That flank doesn't work out very well, though. Chinese Shrug picking up 1, but now that camera's just worthless. Never mind. All right. Didn't get a chance to use it. Could have been cool. Had a couple of those early gunfights gone UW Gold's way, but instead Northwood doesn't even sweat.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's no pressure on them as soon as Toph gets taken down on that B side. Symbiotic doing a really good job lurking in that B window position. Toph got caught with his pants down off screen, and because of that, it's going into the favor of Northwood thus far. But this pistol round, this anti-eco round, you've got Toph on that Sheriff, you've got Chinese Shrug with that Sheriff as well, and these two guns can do a lot of damage, especially alongside these classics. I mean, they might be free guns, but right clicks still do 150 to the head if you get close enough.
That's a fun camera right there from Ferbsa. That's really strong for the early round. Ferbsa can take control of halls pretty much whenever he wants without any issues. Light trying to swing on out, does get the one tap onto Dip's head, but Dip's headshot packs a bit more punch, as it turns out. Northwood are going to drop Symbiotic, and that is a gun presumably recovered for one
enemy
but
remaining.
I mean, with it just being Prim standing, no, he doesn't even actually pick up one. I think it was just a pistol for Symbiotic there, so nothing even gifted over to Prim. He's still just working with the Ghost. Does have the spike, though, so that helps a little. Body shot hurts.
It's okay. Northwood, they still have 50 seconds left of them.
Yeah, Northwood should have it.
Yeah, it's not like a huge deal. They could just pick up the spike. I mean, they should know that this player is towards spawn. They won't know Prim is wrapping, actually, but Tyler with some sick game sense here, figuring out that he has to be towards the B side of the spawn now, because he didn't see him cross towards the A side.
30 seconds left.
Now it should be 3 players. They're just going to triangulate him after the spike goes down.
Spike planted.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Prim gets one here, but I mean, getting one would be nice because then you deny like a very comfortable bonus, but Tyler's just going to shut it down. The body shot from Dip earlier, denying any chance for Prim to do more damage. Northwood up to 2.
Yep, and critically, when they had those 3 players alive last round, there was actually 2 players on the side of Northwood that didn't invest in a Spectre or a Marshal. They only chose to go with the Sheriff, so their economy is looking really good. Symbiotic on that op early on with the Viper. Perhaps doing a Jamie's cosplay from version 1, trying to get the op Viper into play. He probably will be situated towards that B window with that, and it's up to the defense here of UW Gold to get something going.
Well, and with Symbiotic on the complete other side of the map, Northwood can go as fast as they want and not risk any of their actual economy. Ooh, updraft there. Couple landing on the body, but Light is okay at the end of the day. Can't be for long, though. Drakius, hello? The Sheriff at range?
Spike planted.
I mean, you gotta be nervous if you're Toph now. He's gonna inch forward. He drops the spray a little bit, but doesn't take much damage for it. Still working with 70 health. Getting healed too by his buddy. Swing over. Prim will take down Drakius and deny any more Sheriff nonsense. It's just Symbiotic, who has moved over to Cave. He does have the Operator. The smoke not gonna save Toph on that first shot. Now the lineups too. You gotta be careful of this push though. Symbiotic, he's left it for just long enough, and just barely whiffing. The op getting dropped on the floor and everything. It'll be recovered. Such a good economic round for UW Gold.
He didn't get it half.
Time to defuse. I don't think he has it.
He's got a round.
No, he's not even gonna make it out. No. The snake bite lineup denying the half stick by just a little bit. And Symbiotic's able to clutch.
They didn't get it half because after they tapped the spike, both players got off, and Vex with only half HP isn't able to get that spike to half. And despite getting all 5 frags, it is going to be a round for Northwood.
And that was, technically speaking, just a bonus. I mean, they bought the op, Northwood, but they still have plenty of money. And there's that little camera, right? I mean, that is just a cheeky camera. One day, or one round today, Jonah, at least, we will get someone winning their first gun round and not losing to the bonus, but it doesn't look like UW Gold's going to be doing that anytime soon. A nice little pixel angle from Dip, expecting one to be there. I mean, you can just waltz on a B. Nobody's even on that side of the map right now. You have to be a little bit careful, top through mid, but Sheriff, yeah, that's going to flush him out. And a real gun coming to join Drakius. Not much Toph can do there.
Oh, and this tripwire is going to
get
let
spotted.
them know that someone's flanking.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a nice space. Chinese Shrug will clear out that trap wire, but now look, Ferbs is watching for it, and he'll put Chinese Shrug down without an issue. This is solid 4 first rounds for Northwood. I mean, even if Light look down, buddy. Okay, he will pick up Symbiotic and recover a rifle for himself. But like 1v4? I mean, maybe you do some damage. Maybe you can save the rifle. You've seen him win these? I mean, it is Light. Light is one of the returning players for UW Gold, and he is extremely competent. Gets one. That was just the Sheriff running toward him, though, and now his position is up. Ferbs deciding to take the fight alone, and suddenly Light is at least doing tons of damage. Dip will shut him down, though, and still pick up the round.
And of course, that was still an eco round from them. They started with Sheriffs and Marshals, so nothing too great to write home about. And finally, Top has gotten that operator into his hands. So it's going to be UW Gold on this defense. Let's see what they do with this jet operator, right? Will they put it towards A, B, mid? Where will it find its point of vantage? And crucially, right, what's been so interesting about Northwood's gameplay thus far is they've been taking turns saving almost. One player has pretty much only had a Sheriff for the last few rounds, and that's netted them a solid economic advantage. They're able to keep their economy healthy because they have a player who's been saving a lot, and Toph is towards this mid area, does have the Owl drone to help him out, gets spotted out, but here comes Dip and crew as Drakeus takes down Chinese Shrug, and look at the flood in from the side of Northwood, but the flood is stopped very quickly by the dam of UW Gold.
Good stabilization there. Prim holding down back sight. Viper's pick going down. Drakeus not afraid of just planting inside that snake bite, but it is going to cost him a lot of health. UW Gold, it's difficult for them to retake into this Viper's pit right now. Top's holding on to the operator. Just wildly firing in, hoping to flush somebody out into the open, but ooh, okay, Prim will find Symbiotic, and that's the pit down. Prim's not going to be around very long to get use out of that, but now Top can hold the angle. Not quite able to hit that shot, but Light will clean it up, and UW Gold will get on the board.
Yeah, really, really well played there from the side of UW Gold. I really like what Northwood did there, though, on the initial execution. They sort of just walked into B before the defense was necessarily set up. Now that that round has concluded, though, we are looking at the economy, and UW Gold, despite winning it, they are a little worse for wear, right? They've got to scrounge up a buy together. Perhaps Toph does go for the knives instead, drops over the operator. Nope. Keeping the operator into this round, getting a bulldog for his buddy Vex instead.
Toph wants that op, dude. He's always using the operator. He'll pull out the... Toph, if I remember correctly, I mean, I haven't seen him since spring, but Toph, if I remember correctly, opted a lot of the time to actually use the Blade Storm more as a tool for retakes rather than the economic buffer that a lot of Jets use it for, right? To, like, boost a light buy into a full gun round or... just be dangerous on a thrifty. Ooh, Light here on close contact. Does spot one. Nice flick onto Dip, and he'll get himself a second. Third will be denied by Symbiotic, but man, it's so difficult to actually get down. Vex just spraying the angle. He knows where they're holding. Northwood get out, but not with many standing.
Yeah, and Drakeus only has the Sheriff here. He's that player that's sacrificing for the sake of his team's economy here. And with just the Sheriff, he's been spotted by the operator of Toph, so will he be able to make it out? As you know, it looks like Toph left the angle, and Symbiotic is actually making his way through that tunnel position. Members of UW have converged on it, though. Will Vex be aware of Symbiotic, though? Will he recognize that the symbol is here? Oh, talks himself into a corner. Dog's the wrong way!
Oh, no! I kind of wanted him to go for the knife head stab there. I'm not going to lie to you. But either way, Symbiotic will pick up the kill. And a nice timing for Drakeus too. Toph will shut it down though. And now Symbiotic is sandwiched between the op on site and the Cypher coming behind. Spotted Toph's hair. Gonna use the poison orb just to cross and plant. Two closing in on though. Toph's just gonna wait. Hold an angle here, feels comfortable. And he's backed himself so that there's only one way Symbiotic can peek him. Not quite hitting the shot though. Trying to get up and out. Beautiful movement from Toph. And there's the Blade Storm to clutch like I was talking about before. He still gets a headshot, but Chinese Shrug all the while has been creeping in. And it'll finish off Symbiotic in the defuse.
Yeah, he was flanking for what seemed like ages there. He was just taking his, sweet time with the detour, taking a scenic route, really taking a walk around town, zigzagging through, stopping at all the shops, But eventually, Chinese Shrug does eventually flank, and a flank that secured them the round. I mean, plausible. I'm glad we get to see this match because honestly, this is just clean Valorant all around.
Honestly, it feels like all 10 players in the server are just doing phenomenal right now. Okay, maybe Vex is doing his job, okay? That's what matters.
Yeah.
There's the assists you were begging for last match from the initiator.
Yeah, he's doing his job, Like
the Trailblazer thing looked silly when Symbiotic caught him with his it
was timing.
His pants down a bit. He was shaving. He was using his Manscaped products. You guys can use those products too. Just head over to manscaped.com and CF121 is going to be your code for 20% off. Ooh! Nip's going to take more than 20% off his health bar right now.
Oh, he doesn't know what the player talks about.
Symbiotic. He doesn't expect Tyler to be close. And there's that flash. Toph didn't have a chance. Beautiful swing from Tyler. But, I mean, yeah, like you were saying, Toph did jump up and actually get that kill through the box, dude. What a wild gamer. Tyler now trying to suppress the players in tunnel. I don't think he actually quite tagged him, but Drakey is still good on the headshot. 3v2. Wow, Tyler actually using the null command. He wants to commit to this round. He's out and onto the site. He knows that one is hanging around in tunnel, but Vex with the swing shuts him down.
Man, I haven't seen this guy use an actual rifle. I don't think he needs it though.
I was about to say. That's why Drakeys just has a sheriff every round, dude. They're like, all right, Drakeys, you're good enough. We don't need to give you a gun.
Oh, he bought one. He bought one. We're good. We're good.
Oh my.
I feel like
but is this just like the Rock Lee? Is this just like the Rock Lee, like the weights come off moment? Like I was only using the sheriff to give you a chance before.
I was only doing it for the 9 kill 1 taps, but now that I have the Vandal, it's gonna get even worse.
Alrighty. Is this a strong round for UW Gold? They got a lot of good helps for information and map control, and with Toph immediately taking down Tyler.
Yeah, I think they were trying to go for a flash into a double swing. But Toph pushed very aggressively here, and this is an interesting Hunter's Fury towards the B side. They're trying to get rid of the Cypher Util or tag the Sky there, but it doesn't find anything there. And Northwood, they're down a man, and they used an ultimate, hasn't gotten anything, so it's all going to be up to that gunplay now. And Dip looks like he's going to be the point of contact here as the rest of his team goes through that 2 position. Perhaps trying to split A here.
They were spotted by the Owl drone, but Drakey is still able to pick up one on site. He finds Toph slipping. Costs him most of his health bar, though. Or actually, there's Toph going down.
One enemy
he was Prim he found on site. It's just
down
Chinese
A.
Shrug available. He's recovered an operator. And he knows where one is going to be coming from. Oh, the timing is so unfortunate. He's worried about someone coming from behind him, too. But Furbster will shut him down face forward. And Northwood maintain their lead.
Yeah, really strange round though, because Chinese Shrug put a tripwire towards that mid-door position, so UW Gold didn't necessarily need to fight those 3 members going through, right? They could have just maintained their 1-man advantage towards the mid position, held strong there on the next angle after the operator, but they all choose to peek in to Drakius, and Drakius, when he's buffed up, he can hit those shots, especially with that Vandal. And it's going to be an eco round here for the side of UW Gold.
Oh boy, it's the shorty in the Viper smoke. Okay, Prim does end up shooting the Owl drone. I'm not actually certain it would have spotted him, but either way, it works out for Northwood. Top picking up 1. Nice kill in tunnel. Go with the toxic screen. He's not going to be able to stop this plant. Trying to creep around and find a timing onto Tyler, but look, Tyler's got the flash out. He's ready the second this trapwire goes down. Ooh, actually, pulls away at just the wrong time, and he couldn't quite get it.
He doesn't know the second player, though.
Yeah, Toph didn't have any idea Symbiotic was still hanging around. And now 6 already for Northwood.
Yeah, looking very clean from them thus far, and I mean, you can say that Northwood is a great team, but I still think UW Gold, they found some, clutch rounds on some defuses, late. And if they can keep that up, perhaps Prim can use that Viper's ultimate towards the A site or the B site, section that off, and maybe with that, it'll be enough for the side of UW Gold to hold.
Northwood quick toward A, immediately disposing of that Trailblazer. Not much information for UW Gold there. Dave's just blitzed out into mid, too. He does spot the Cypher camera that Chinese Shrug has been using. And he'll get rid of it. Nice kill from Symbiotic up in window. Or actually, no, that wasn't in window. It was from underneath window. He used the poison orb to secure that kill. That was all the way over on B. The Neural Theft does reveal that there are quite a few players hanging around, but Ferbs is ready for all of them. Northwood in an instant just ripped the B site out of UW Gold's hands. And they know where Chinese Shrug is coming from, too. They spot him with that Neural Theft on the other side. Symbiotic bouncing up and down with joy as Northwood secure themselves a lead coming out of the first half.
Yeah, it looks like they were able to do an excellent job just walking out onto the B bomb site. They knew that the operator was there. They timed it so that as soon as Toph was there, but they timed him so that as soon as he was getting ready to leave, they walked out, took down Vex, and when he was alone on site, it became a free B bomb site. They were able to split through mid. I mean, the control of the map, the space is being taken by Northwood, right? Because they're able to just walk into places, and even if they do end up losing a man, they still have the man advantage because they start trading out. But here comes Toph, spots a player, uses 2 knives, goes up, and Dip is actually the one to pull out his Blade Storm and come out on top in the Jet v Jet battle.
That is Dip sitting Toph down. No chance, dude. And he even moves in and takes out Chinese Shrug. Light didn't have a chance. Ferbs are ready for the flank, and flawless from Northwood for 8 now.
Last round in the half.
Yeah, really interesting from UW Gold to actually invest the Viper's Pit into that round on an eco. They used it towards that B site. Hopefully, I mean, they didn't necessarily find anything that round, so perhaps not a wise investment from them. And what's really interesting from this series to the last one is that both teams are actually playing this Cypher, and I really liked the cameras that we've seen thus far, right? They're able to see long lines of sight and be relatively out of the way of where your crosshair would normally be placed, so you had to flick for it, right? And
sure,
it's definitely been a welcome sight.
Chinese Shrug has only opted for the one singular camera, though, right? It's every time that camera that just covers the cross in mid and then is maybe available for a retake, and I think Northwood are starting to get a read on that. Look at how they're avoiding it, just walking up, and such easy kills. They make it look easy at the very least. Nice shot from Toph. And he knows where Drakeus is too. Gotta be careful though. He's worried about the other op peeking him, and Ferbs are holding his angle. The teamwork from Northwood on that was beautiful.
Yeah, the Viper, Molly just pushes them right into the angle that Ferbs is holding. And that tripwire not deep enough. So he was able to take that angle, but still, we are swapping sides now. If they win the pistol, like anything we've seen, they could necessarily get 7-9 just because, you know, whoever wins pistol wins 4 in a row, apparently.
Yeah, apparently. At least today, right? Normally, it would only be, you know, you win pistol, you get the second round, and then things, you know, even up from there. But today, if you win pistol, you just win the entire half. That's basically how it's like. Maybe you'll drop 3 in the middle. But yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a one-day sample size, and I'm really liking this one-day sample size. So
we're just going off the vibes today. That's the only reason for that. UW Gold really want this pistol, though. I mean,
if Northwood wins the pistol round, well,
yeah, then the map is over, right? If Northwood takes a pistol round, that's the problem with 9-3. Oh, and with Vex falling so early, Toph didn't have his gun out when Drakeus swung him. Oh, it's just tragic. Prim's trying to plant, and he will be able to do so, but look how quickly Symbiotic's there. Symbiotic will fall, take the chunk out of Prim's health bar. Nice right click there from Light, proving that it's not nerfed as much as it should be. And now there's only 2 players left on site. Light's pinned down too. Dip knows where he is. Plenty of shots in his Sheriff. That fight on the flank is so important, but Tyler's actually just going to regroup, right? You spotted where Symbiotic is, and you can just get all the way around. Ooh, that had to have been a misclick. He must have been meaning to dash the other way. It's now all on Tyler. Nice little flank coming all the way around. Ooh, ran out of bullets. No, didn't quite. Now he's out of bullets. The right click's just swinging around, but I don't even think he has time if he wanted to. So UW will walk away with that. That was a silly little pistol, Jonah.
7-9, 7-9, 7-9.
Watch, this will be the one time the anti-eco gets flipped or something.
Yeah, I could.
Now that we've called it,
right now.
We fully cursed it. That has to be a misclick. Dip must be trying to go to the left there.
Right?
Yeah, like, surely he's not just like
he could just go straight for dominance, you know? It's like a heat check. It's a heat check, you know?
I mean, if he does get that kill, think about what the blow to the mental would be for for UW Gold, right?
Exactly. It's all about the
dashing forward. Yeah, instead I think UW Gold are feeling okay, although as I say that, a nice setup from Northwood in mid actually costs UW Gold quite a bit. Lights backed up, trying not to get caught off guard by anything else, but I think one of those guns was even recovered.
Look where Chinese Shrug is. He's worked his way through B, and now he's found the entire B site by himself for his team, and it's going to be a 2v3 retake. Despite having some sort of weaponry, it's still in the favor of UW Gold here.
Herbs had no armor as he didn't buy into this round. So when he checks through that toxic screen, he's seen. Oh, but he still picks it up! Only 15 health to his name, though, and I mean, that's just one random spray from either of these Spectres on site. Dip's gonna need one hell of a headshot. Doesn't quite make it happen. With Prim locking down Ferbsa and Dip stuck behind the toxic screen. UW Gold, it's looking likely that they will walk away with this round, but how much does it cost them? Will they drop one more gun? Because then they won't even get the chance to bonus. Oh, beautiful body shot in range! And Dip almost walked away with all 5.
Yeah, really well played by Dip there, but sticking to the script we are, and 5-7, just another step towards that 7-9. So UW Gold coming back into it with this pistol round.
This is where we do see a bit of a deviation, though, because traditionally on our third rounds today, it has been bonus. But with 4 guns dropping for UW Gold, they can't bonus, right? They have to just buy into this as a gun round, or they just throw away a round for pretty much no reason. So UW, they're investing completely. That's a cheeky little camera from Chinese Shrug. Gets tons of info there. Very traditional take toward A or UW Gold. Nice cheeky angle here from Dip, but he's going to need to be very precise. Did spot Prim, but can't quite find him before the Viper's Pit goes out. And now it's a difficult retake for Northwood, even though it's 5v5.
Yeah, but they take out Vex early on.
Ooh, nice flank from Chinese Shrug. That'll turn Drakeus' attention. This is just turning into a bloodbath, but it's one that Northwood walk out on top of. UW Gold so eager for so many of those gunfights, and it's going to cost them that third round.
Yeah, I would have liked to see more post-plan gameplay, or maybe a push through your own Viper's Pit on the right side of the site, but everyone's stuck around that A main position, and it's really easy to triangulate that once the space is given up, right? I mean, they need to take the back site and peek out of that with the Sky Flash, but that wasn't the case. That wasn't what they did, and because of that, the 5-10 scoreline is in the favor of Northwood. They've clearly looked like the better team thus far, but still, we've still got a lot of Valorant to play. And this round going forward, Prim has actually bought a Vandal into it. So let's see what he can make out of this. It looks like an A-lean for the spike and the rifle with a lurk, but Toph just walks down mid, taking out Dip.
That's what we expect of Toph.
I got the spike.
One of the best jets in all of collegiate Valorant. Interesting that he grabbed the spike and head towards halls, though. It's difficult to pivot onto the site unless you can actually maintain, guarantee and maintain control of that hall's position. I mean, you do have Prim there to try and maybe smoke off the end of hall so you can get that door open, but still, yeah, now Prim's gonna die. Toph trades it out, so not all is lost. Symbiotic recovering the rifle that was dropped earlier, and Chinese Shrug. Oh, the neural theft didn't go off in time to save him from Symbiotic. UW Gold, they have walls all the way down halls, and they are just gonna walk onto B now.
Yeah, but you can walk all the way through that. It's a hallway for a reason. It gives you access to another room, another site here, and it's exactly what they're doing. But this jet smoke will fade right away as soon as the spike gets planted. But Symbiotic, he snuck his way in here. He hears this player and Vex close by.
Last player standing.
He knows he's here.
Unfortunately, Ferbs is not going to be around. Nice swing from Vex, too. Thrifty for UW Gold. Out of nowhere there.
Yeah, I mean, that has to be off the back of just Toph and Chinese Shrug walking down mid and walking out B, finding those 3 picks, and then from there it just becomes an easy 4v2. Of course, giving up that round means Northwood that will be forced into a save, but look what they're doing here. They have Dip on 6 out of 7 for a Jet and ult, right? So perhaps he'll push B main with his team to get that orb. If no one from UW Gold is there, he will get that orb and we'll get the Blade Storm. So it looks like they are doing that push. They're pushing out B main is the defense, and now he has the Blade Storm. So Dip will be pushing aggressively. He will meet Cypher in spawn. And he takes out Chinese Shrug.
Yeah. And now that's a powerful flank. Toph has to find that kill on A.
The spike!
They're gonna catch the spike! Ferbs has found Frame and the spike is now stuck! Oh, that's a rifle recovered too, and Northwood are coming all the way around. From at range, sets up the distraction, and Dip actually confirms the kill as well. Now just 2 standing for UW Gold. They have so little information. Nice shot there by Light. With Ferbs and Dip both holding this.
I have the spike.
Recon dart, allowing Vex to swing. There's still 1 on the site. Seekers, perfect timing there. That's going to allow them to know exactly where Vex is where Tyler's playing from, rather. A flash out so Tyler can dispose of the Seeker without any issues. He's hoping to catch the spike plant there. Not going to happen. But I mean, UW Gold, they have to keep their heads on a swivel. They don't know where Dip has moved to.
Yeah, he's trying to find some timing, and Tyler, he's crouched in. He should see the top of Light's head. He knows he's there, but doesn't get the frag. And here comes Dip from the flank. They don't know if he's there or not because he's given enough time. Oh, the Seekers finds him out. Nice. He does tap onto Vex, and fix his crosshair back onto Light, shutting him down, turning off the bulb, and that's Dip. He didn't even have his Blade Storm at the start of the round. He had to push B main to get that orb. And because of his heroics and the rest of his team, he's found the round for his team, and it's 11-6 for Northwood.
Dip is just so good. You gotta give it to a Jet that's able to take over a round like that. Now he's gonna have the op in hand too. UW Gold, they were on their way to a comeback, right? Economically, but now Northwood have just completely crushed any hope. Toph will pull out the Blade Storm as an economic buffer in this round, so UW Gold effectively have a full buy. But look how timid they are compared to the last few rounds on their attack. They're waiting to see if Northwood is going to do anything spicy again. Nice tag onto Tyler, and Light's just going to double down. He's going for the pick. But it's Toph who ends up picking it up, but either way, that ends up being valuable, or it would have been had Drakeus not answered back and denied the entry. Toph dying there is actually really important because it means only 1 player gets out onto the site, but the spike will get planted regardless, Jonah.
I would like to see Prim here go into that main position, but he's chosen to sit in the back of B-Bomb's site with this Spectre. Here comes the wall from Northwood, separating the spike from the rest of the team in B main. And look at it. He's walking forward with his operator, trying to fight an angle, and he knows Prim is here. He spotted his shoulder. Goes to the updraft. It gets spammed out, surrounded, and he's been triangulated and taken down. But here comes Light, and Light isn't enough because Dip has the operator. Paul, I just think
so well done.
that UW Gold needs a little bit extra here. The map isn't playing into their favor, and they're not able to get those guns out that they usually do.
And this is one of the reasons coming into this map that I was talking about with Northwood. This is just such a favored map for them, right? Breeze getting through is just so unfortunate for UW Gold because Northwood understand how to play these retakes, how to isolate the players in their post plant. With the neural theft, everybody gets locked down. There was no room for a rotation because Dip and Symbiotic were already there and watching. Then they just wait for Ferbs to group up and they take contact 1 by 1. Dip was just the distraction, keeping Prim Pim down so all of those could be individual gunfights. Oh, Dip, okay, he gets away with, I think, literally 1 HP. That was nearly a very bad scenario. Light dancing around that pole. We'll bait his buddy. Top's gonna go down so that Light can live, but the rest of UW Gold is not so lucky. It's all on Prim, and the Op will take him down. 13-6, Northwood win their map.
Yeah, definitely a more competitive map than we were. Actually, it was relatively the same as what we were expecting, right? I mean, perhaps UW Gold could have done a better job here and there in certain rounds, but still a 13-6 for the favor of Northwood. And those players we highlighted so much. I mean, you can really tell how well they performed, but how much we're saying their names, right? I mean, Tyler is throwing those flashes for his team, despite not topping the charts on the scoreboard or even showing up the kill feed that much. He's pretty much doing his job of enabling his team, finding out the information for his team. And UW, it just doesn't seem like they're able to bring the same level of coordination that Northwood is bringing right now. They're not able to combine their utility well enough together and time their swings together so that they can actually find those duels in their own favor. I would really like, going forward though into Icebox, to see some more of the jet operators from TOF. Perhaps they could get it early on, rolling in terms of economics. They could save for it earlier on, get it out by round 3. Whatever the case though, Northwood, like you said, Paul, they came to play and they're definitely showing up.
Yeah, they certainly are. And that was their map pick. So there is that little bit of an asterisk. They were always expected to win on Breeze, a map that UW Gold, I think this might actually be their very first time playing it in CF1 this whole split. If not, it's one of the few times they've played it. It's not a map they opt into very often. Instead, Icebox will be our map number 2. That is UW Gold's pick, and they're going to hope to bounce back in this single elimination bracket. We're going to Icebox in just a second here, folks, so make sure you stick around.
How has FitGamer changed impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp line through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually that's sharp, and we're the team that's racing circles. FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, we report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to these Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising trophies. FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, and report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet.
Welcome back, everybody, to CF1 playoffs in our fall of 2021. As before, I am Pulsable, and I'm joined by Jonah. We just saw map number 1 between UW Gold and Northwood. Unsurprisingly, Northwood on their own map pick of Breeze. Take it away in a pretty dominant fashion, all things considered, Jonah.
Yeah, it just didn't seem like UW Gold was able to find much momentum, right? They found like 1-2 rounds in a row, but they weren't able to string these rounds together. It just always seemed like Northwood was able to keep their economy nice and low. They weren't able to let them build too much of a bank up. And because of that, I mean, they were able to suffocate them very easily. You only saw the operator from top like once, maybe twice. And on the other side, you saw a dip with the operator quite often. And you even saw round 3, I believe it was. I think Symbiotic picked up the operator as well. So when your Viper has the operator more often than the enemy Jet, it's looking good so far. And go to map 2 though. I mean, that's the real hitter, right? We expect Symbiotic to have these lineups right ready for the Viper gameplay, but Prim, he hasn't been able to have the same impact on that Viper pick. Perhaps not having as many Molotov lineups as we'd like to see, but nevertheless, it is going to be a map that is UW Gold's pick. And if it's going to be their pick, then let's expect them, hopefully, to have some sort of plan prepared in which, we see a very nice execute with some good post-plant mollies and lineups. Looking forward to it, Paul.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think moving on to Icebox, UW Gold is going to be far more competitive than they were on Breeze. This is a map that they play very regularly. I mean, it's the one that they picked first and foremost, right? So no surprises that this is going to be the map where UW Gold, hopefully, are going to come out a little bit stronger. I mean, if nothing else, I'm expecting big things from Toph. Toph has one of my all-time favorite CF1 plays on this map in particular. Last spring when they were playing versus UCI, the dude had a crazy clutch 5K ace with the Blade Storm on that A site to send it to a third map and close out. Just an excellent player. Vex also gets to move over onto the Reyna, which I think is a much stronger pick for Vex as an individual. So I think we're going to be seeing him in the leaderboard a lot more. That being said, of course, it's not a bad map for Northwood by any stretch of the imagination. Ferbsub moving over onto the Reyna himself. Him and Dip work in tandem exceedingly well. Their synergy is next to none.
Yeah, and because of that, they have to go against Toph and Vex, which are, some of our, more known CF1 duelist duos. And of course, they definitely have the aim and what it takes to take down Toph and Vex. And what's to be interesting though is What does Drakius actually pick here? Does he go for the Sage, or will he choose the Cypher? Maybe rounding out the composition for Northwood. Oh, it will be a Sage, so it will be a mirror matchup from both sides.
And this is one of the Icebox standard compositions we see in collegiate Valorant these days. Teams really just liking to hard hit A executes, hard hit B executes. They want to go for fights. They want to play loose and fast and have their duelists be as confident as possible in their own ability to swing when they feel comfortable. That's why we see, you know, things like the Jett and the Reyna pair in tandem together. No surprises from either of these teams coming into Icebox. No new strats. And I mean, it is worth noting that Northwood has been on stream on Icebox quite a bit over the last few weeks. So perhaps UW Gold are prepared for some of the antics that Northwood pulls out on this map as well. Although they certainly seem caught off guard on Breeze. So maybe I'm reading into it a bit too much, Jonah.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Breeze is just, you know, not their pick. So, of course, on Icebox, their pick, they'll definitely have something more to show us. And I really want to highlight something you said, is that Vex isn't normally used to playing Sky that much. I mean, of course, we didn't see him doing exceptionally well in terms of the scoreboard, but we did see a lot of good Seekers, a lot of good flashes from him. And let's look for him to have an even better performance now that he's on a more comfort pick like his Reyna.
Grim is going to get that early spot toward B and call, hey guys, I know where they are. There's at least a few of them that way. Meanwhile, most of UW Gold heading up the middle of the map. They're not going to commit to that. They're going to fall back.
They put the wall down there, which is really helpful for denying space. And because they have that wall down now, they're able to rotate slightly. Yep.
Somebody does have to be watching that now. Toph just inching forward, eventually going to cut off this flank entirely, but it doesn't really matter as Northwood's already committing onto B. Ooh, that recon dart's going to tag Prim. Nobody's there to actually punish him, but they get there in time to catch him on the swing back out.
Standing ahead.
Dip doing a good job to shut down Vex too. Top has made it to this flank and does have a Sheriff in hand, but with so many guns, he's overwhelmed with, and although Chinese Shrug trades it and heals himself, it's looking dicey. Light with one to the body, one more to the body from Dip would shut him down, and it's not even necessary. Tyler's there on the alternate angle, and there's 3 players to swing all at the same time. Chinese Shrug doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, really well played there by Northwood. I mean, there was a lot of presence towards B, though. I would have liked to see an earlier rotate from UW Gold, as they stuck 3 people in mid and still had Toph flanking. Felt like at some point you probably could have just shifted those 3 players towards the B site a little sooner, gotten to some better positions. Nevertheless, though, that's done and dusted, and we are going into a bonus round, or an anti-eco round for the side of Northwood, rather. I mean, for them, it's not looking like there's too much you could do versus this.
Yeah, Northwood do this thing, though, where they don't fully buy into the anti-eco. Like, a lot of teams, they'll just Spectre's full armor, all 5 players. Northwood get good weaponry on 2-3 players, generally, and then like to save and just heavy armor Sheriff, right? You can see Ferbsert rocking that right now. And it gives Northwood an economic edge, as long as they don't somehow lose that. Timing here, okay, not quite working out, but Dip's there for the trade.
Yeah, here comes Drakius. He catches out. Toph is not aware that a player could have lurked through kitchen like that, and it's looking like it's all Northwood as the wall goes in very deep into their spawn, so cutting off that position. Here comes Symbiotic, dropping the spike over so that his Sage can't plant it. More spike plants equals more ult points, which equals more resistance.
Planted. Last player standing.
That was a cheeky drop from Symbiotic. The wall goes up. You're not necessarily expecting it. Vex did hear the drop, so he's playing with the idea of somebody being there, but now there's not really any chance. Nice headshot from Drakius. And this is another reason, right, that we see Northwood opting into less committal buys in their second round after they win the pistols, because they just have such confidence in themselves with the Sheriffs. Now they get to buy now they get to buy Vandals, and it's still technically a bonus round economically.
Yeah, they could still afford to buy like the full light armors across the board with rifles, even if they lose this round. Of course, Drakius could probably even pick up an operator here, but you know that's what it's afforded to you if you do win that second round with only Sheriffs. And Drakius, just like in map 1, he's keeping the Sheriff, just the Sheriff that is, into the next round. looks like the defense will start to shuffle around here, and no one's aware of this mid position.
Oh, nice flick from Chinese Shrug, though. He's going to punish that. Symbiotic doesn't get what he could have out of that lurk. Wall goes up. Chinese Shrug playing with the idea of going around for the swing. The well-timed recon dart going to force him off the angle. Dip in a powerful position on top of yellow. Aware that somebody's probably holding that angle. Oh, Prim's just going to fall to the shock tart. While Dip is forced back behind yellow. 4v3. UW Gold charging forward, but Tyler close! Swinging out and everything! Oh, the dismiss! Ferb's able to get around the corner. 1v1, as you said. Oh, and the bait! Whoa. The bait from Ferbsa. The timing was perfect. Chinese Shrug was convinced that Ferbsa was going to go all the way around yellow.
So well played. Honestly, Northwood's just looking at another level right now.
Ferbs is so good on Reyna too, dude. Like, I was talking about, Vex is definitely more comfortable on Reyna than the Sky, right? But Ferbsa is definitely no stranger to Reyna. I know he was on Cypher map 1, but he is more often playing things like Reyna and Raze for Northwood, so he's a force to be reckoned with. Now it's an eco for UW Gold. We're back to our status quo for as of how today has been going, with every team to pick up the pistol just winning 4 in a row here.
I mean, and so far we've definitely had 100% winning 3 right in a row. So 3 in a row is the name of the game thus far. As Toph gets very disciplined here, but doesn't get the conversion onto Drakius. And
spike planted.
Man, that's so unlucky. If you had a sheriff right there, or even a class, you probably would have gotten that. But the ghost doing the ghost things and just ghosting your bullets away.
It looks worse than it is, though, right? I mean, even if Toph gets that one pick onto Drakius, he's not going to get a second. He's not going to win the round. He's not even going to do enough economic damage, right? Like, there are 3 players looking straight at him. Stealing away 1 gun, look at Northwood's economy. It wouldn't have made a difference.
Yeah, definitely not in the immediacy. And here comes the operator, though, that we wanted from Toph. And he's gotten it once now thus far, and the half's already a third over, though. So if he's able to have some impact, though, going forward and get this into an 8-4, you could see a much different half. The storyline, though, is all Northwood. Drake is even breaking his own legs, doesn't need that extra armor, saying screw it. Of course, he does have that siege, though, and the tag onto Vex.
Aww. That's brutal. Even the slow orbs couldn't bail Vex out there, dude. I mean, Chinese Shrug was trying. He lobbed in the slow orbs to try and keep anyone from swinging. Meanwhile, Symbiotic doing things as only Symbiotic does. He always finds this timing through tube, dude. Every time I have seen Northwood on Icebox, Symbiotic goes through tube and he gets 2Ks, 3Ks, you name it. It always ends up that way. Now only 2 standing. I mean, the res will come out here, but the timing here doesn't get pinned down. Now he's just going to try and re-swing it. He manages to take down Ferbsa. But the spike is planted, and look at UW Gold. They have no map control. Standing. Chinese Shrug desperately trying to answer back for that 1 kill.
You
now
will not kill my ally.
Rez comes through and everything. Just adds insult to injury.
Box and screen.
Here's one, and he would have known where the Rez was, but he expected one down below holding the angle, and unfortunately that just means Northwood with 5 looking indomitable.
Yeah, it just seems like they have no answer for this mid play from Symbiotic. He's done it twice now. He just walked through the mid and just getting 2K over and over. I mean, it's just way too much, right, for you to handle, and it's gotta be a point of contention for them. They have to shut down that mid push.
Back to eco now for UW Gold. Toph will at least have the Blade Storm. We know Toph can do insane things with that ultimate. He's just gonna go out, up, over the top of 2. But nobody is there to greet him. Falling off that position. Little did he know, Symbiotic was actually waiting below. Light with the run at gun at least gets 1. But Drakius trades it out without a problem. Toph not finding anything on site either, and Northwood are gonna plant without really any semblance of difficulty. I'm not really feeling it for Chinese Shrug here, Jonah. I'm gonna be real with you. I think he's gonna have a hard time, and then we're gonna be 6-0 Northwood, and Well, I do think that the both of these compositions, as their mirror comps, do lean toward the attacker's side, right? Like the momentum you can create for yourself hitting either site it's very difficult to stop with these compositions, right? Like there's no killjoy, there's no KO, there's nothing to stop an attacking team from doing anything they want. That being said, 6-0 is still a pretty rough start. UW Gold, they got to get out of this half with at least 4.
Exactly. I mean, if they're able to get 4, I would say it's possible. But right now, it's looking a little grim for them.
The hunt begins.
Off holding a nice angle. Oh, but he falls off it. The Lear forcing his hand, just getting nervous. He does spot one, and a nice headshot takes down Drakius. Oh! Versa even through the smoke, and now he's on a rampage. He's just tearing through everybody on the A site. Prim is over here. He does spot him up top. Decides to take the fight, though, and Ferbsa ain't dropping that. No ace for Ferbsa. It'll be denied by Chinese Shrug, but it's still a very dominant 7th round for Northwood.
They're just throwing each other in spawn.
Bro, Dip and Symbiotic are just taking a break in spawn, dude.
You know, as an IGL for Symbiotic right there, he probably said, "Hey, Ferbsa, go kill," and then the rest of them
like,
just
yeah, the
sat
first
there.
2 happened, and Symbiotic was just like, "All right, you do you, buddy. We believe in you."
We're just sitting spawn and play with the utility for a little bit. We'll be there shortly.
I mean, why not, right? You could chuck out all of your utility every single round and not hit anything, and Northwood would still be buying for the rest of this half with how much they've stacked up. They're practically on max money, each of them. Exactly. Nice timing there for Vex, and a solid flick, too. Manages to pick up the lurk on Symbiotic, finally, so he'll recover a rifle off that, presumably. Top actually didn't get that Spectre.
We don't see
a little unfortunate for him. Ferbsa, it's not quite the sprays that he was getting in the round prior. Now he is stuck inside the slow orb. Off will swing out and punish that. But Drakius flying forward. I mean, it's 4K after 4K, dude. How do you stop Northwood?
Yeah, an off-screen Dip was actually sitting in spawn right there, just waiting for Prim to flank. And yeah, Vex gets that nice opening frag, but look at the scoreboard right now, 0-8. They finally take a timeout, and this is something we haven't seen yet today, right? Timeouts. I mean, previously in other games and games that I've played, it's been that, like, if we lose 3 rounds in a row, 4 rounds if we lose in a row, we take a timeout, right? That's kind of the standard, the rule that's across for me that I really like in my teams. But for these guys, I mean, they've lost 8 in a row. I mean, what is this? What is this? You're just sacking the rounds. You're like, oh, I guess it's time for a timeout, you know?
I mean, they have to try and figure out some way to slow Northwood down, right? Because nothing's been working. Early contact with the operator, not been working. Chinese Shrug throwing out slow orbs. Vex taking cheeky angles. Northwood are on top of every single ball UW Gold has thrown onto the court.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see a Sage wall in mid with a Sage on Boiler and 3 people push A, and then 1 guy on B solo, with that being Prim. And if they end up hitting the B bomb site, the A guys can start pushing and take control of that.
Sure.
But that doesn't seem like the defense that they've really got set up in the protocols they've got. As of right now, it seems like they're allowing Toph to try to do his best, but they're not really supporting him in the way that they should be. They're not breaking the recon darts. They're not breaking the leers, you know, that are being thrown against him.
Sure.
So they're kind of just leaving him out to try. It feels very solo play. But here comes Dip, and Vex gets taken down.
Yeah, Northwood not losing any momentum after that timeout, dude. Dip, that's a jet dip if I've ever seen one. Just charging for it. Is it Dip's turn for 4K? No, okay, it's not. Light will shut that down, but now he's stuck with the Hunter's Fury. He has to swing, and Ferbsa's ready for him.
Out of charges.
2v2.
It's as close as it's ever been.
Hopeless for UW Gold. Yeah, the closest it's been this map, at least. Ooh, nice work there. Both the snake bites, actually. Flushing out Ferbsa. Galdrone does stall that push, though. Light's going to take the early contact, or Tyler rather, and he takes down Chinese Shrug. It's now all on to Prim, and he wasn't expecting Ferbsa to be up on top. Even when it's close, dude, Northwood, don't let anything slip.
Yeah, they do a good job individually of repositioning, and look at the movement from Dip here. He's streaking across to the right, so it's so hard to hit if you're the Reyna player, right? And then gets the nice one-tap onto Toph. Toph wasn't even able to pull the trigger, react to that, because he was in a different spot than he was expecting. He was probably expecting him to be towards that upper heaven position, but no, he was just floating randomly on the left side of that. Definitely caught him unaware. And this is what you like to see from the individuals of Northwood, right? Right now they have the firepower that they need to make these rounds their own. And Verbsa walking down mid, taking down Shrug in the tunnel position. Mid has been an issue for UW Gold thus far. It continues to be one.
Vex has to win that gunfight versus Verbsa, dude. He manages to do so. And with Toph and Light swinging out, they take down Drakius too. Northwood may be a bit ambitious with buying the double op. They've been forced to sit 2 people in spawn. They're just waiting now to see if UW Gold push their luck.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's moving there from the side of UW Gold. That both teams are staying very patient, very disciplined, playing the clock out. I mean, UW Gold wants this round so badly, right? They want a 3-9 half. They want to put up a fight, but Northwood, they're just not giving them any peeks early on. But Symbiotic, he'll be the one to take a peek into this B site. Will he expect Prim? He sees his shoulder, and Prim doesn't get the kill onto him. He just runs away. Symbiotic chasing him down, though.
He's out of there, dude. He's booking it. Symbiotic tried to catch him and stop. Oh, up on top of the box, but no. Vex good on the cover. The spam not quite landing as Northwood went anticipating. And now just 2v4, spraying wildly. Prim can pick that off. And Vex good too. UW Gold finally on the board.
That was such a funny chase. Prim barely avoiding the 3 members of Northwood, just being run down, and he gets out alive, gets cover from Vex, and he just runs through the rest of his team. I mean, that's just like when you're baiting the enemy team into your team, you know, you're just like, follow me, guys, come here. What a funny job from him right there. Great round by UW Gold. And Northwood, now that they've lost this round, they decide to go for a little bit of aggressive play here. Dip up trap, dash in through mid, but gets spotted out, gets taken down by Prim, and Vex gets another one. And that's the mid take shut down now. And now the A is the name of the game. Light is up to bat. Doesn't get a kill though. Looking at the owl drone instead of the approaching player. Verbsa, he's on the site. He's on top of the wood. He gets 1, gets 2, looking for the 4th. Cannot get it. And that's Chinese Shrug answering back into a 3v2 with a res. It's gonna be up to Drakius though.
Tyler holding the close angle by the wall. Prim expecting it. Takes down Tyler. And just with the Sheriff, Prim's not going to struggle. 2 in a row now for UW Gold as they desperately try and salvage what they can from this half.
You know, Northwood's thrown a little bit, just a tiny bit here. You know, they could have definitely afforded. They could have definitely afforded a rifle the previous round. Drakius could have, like 100%. You know, he's got $7,900 right now. I mean, of course you could afford.
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Maybe saving for the next half. Saving for next half.
Yeah, saving for next half, dude. Oh boy. All right. UW Gold, last round of the half now. That timeout has seemed to bear some fruit.
He's going for it again.
Cover B long. He's going to be met with a lot of resistance. Ooh. Couldn't quite land that shot, and now he's stuck. He's going to go for the tag, and he managed to find it through the wall, not actually opting to the dash until pretty late. Can't quite find Drakius, just jumping out into the open. But manages to survive, and with both Prim and Chinese Shrug here. Northwood, for the first time, it feels like their aggressive pace has been slowed a bit. Oh, look at where Toph is, too. On that cheeky angle. Just looking for the planter. Couldn't quite land it, though. Okay, he'll double back and take down Drakius, and now the spike is out in the open. Tyler does recover it. Northwood can get out of here. And with the lurk in mid, the Viper's Pit in mid for control of the entire map. Northwood can just waltz back to A.
A strong Viper's Pit right here. It definitely lets the mid to B come through. It even lets his team rotate back towards A. What an audible call from them. But Light, no, he's found symbiotics. Now it's just a 2v3 in the favor of UW Gold. Tyler's gonna plant the spike though. He has access to the Hunter's Fury, but he's alone though. In a 1v3, he can't possibly use his ultimate, right?
And he has no idea where they're coming from. His buddy just died all the way back in the attacker spawn. So he has to play close. He has to find the timing here. Toph's going to hold Maze with this up, but push up. Okay, Chinese Shrug still good for it. UW Gold, it took him a while, but they are on and playing their own map pick now. 3-9 is definitely not the defense they were hoping for. But considering those first 9 rounds, I think they'll take it.
Yeah, definitely considering the first 9 rounds. I mean, it all came off of the back of that timeout, right? It seems like they were able to get a more cohesive team structure going. I mean, the protocols were not there for who would rotate where, and they weren't dealing with that mid at all. But you saw in those last 3 rounds, they were making attempts to deal with the mid. They did shut down Symbiotic 3 times in that mid position, right? And so that has been the key difference. As soon as you identify your problem, you tackle it. And now, because of that, they've netted themselves 3. I mean, if they're able to get pistol around, this is definitely anyone's game.
Pistol round is so important, though. Tyler holding with a shorty. It's gonna just be behind the sign on site. Recon Dart just clearing out close. I mean, I don't know if the Owl Drone would have been bought here. Toph with just a classic, actually. Opting into the light armor instead of his usual Sheriff because he wants to just play entry for his team confidently. 3 spotted on A now. I mean, it would be very sensible for UW Gold to head back the other direction. Oh, the timing there, the swing, the rope for the bait, and then Tyler runs up with the shorty the other direction. Dip not going to have nearly as much luck with the shorty on the other side of the map, though.
Yeah, but crucially, they've still got this Sage Wall to deny any pushes, but there is a Viper's pit, a Viper's Molly rather. The tag comes through and Light shoots through that Viper's wall. Truly knows where he is, but the flank from Drakius not finding anything, but Tyler helping out his buddy, and Drakius finally re-peaks. I mean, he's flanking right there, right? And he's got some free shots, does miss them a little bit, but still his team is able to confirm those frags. 10-3 with Paul, and we're looking like a 2-0 right now.
I mean, UW Gold, they did plant the spike. I half expect them to go for a force here. Yeah, there it is. Yep. There's no time to waste. This is a gamble, but one that UW Gold has to take at this point. It's either gamble now and keep Northwood 3 away, or risk, the next time you're really buying it being match point. Now, UW Gold, though, if they lose it here, the map is over. The series is over. There will be no second chances for UW Gold after this.
Exactly. It's a gamble for sure, but one that they're confidently willing to take. And look at this. They get aggressive, and Ursa is already pushed up in that nest position, taking out 2. Dip gets Prim 2, and now it's looking like Dip gets another, and it's just up to Light. He's got a Spectre, but he cannot shine for his team as Ursa gets 3 headshots with that Sheriff. Man, oh man, it's all Northwood.
And I mean, now it's just every round for the rest of the game. No matter what happens, UW Gold is spending every dime they have. Whether they win or lose, they're going to spend every single dime because they have to. There's just no other chances. Oh my. What? Furbsa has just been insane, dude. Just an absolute force of nature on this Reyna. I mean, this is even more impressive than I'm used to from him, and he's normally an extremely good player. Look at that, though. He's not caught off guard by anything.
Yeah, definitely a feels-good game from Northwood and Dip. Doing just that. The rest of his team piling up. Ursa gets taken down, and Tyler gets taken down as well, but Tyler does end up getting Grim, and now it's up to Dip in a 3v1, though, for his side. He's got Chinese Shrug to take down, and Shrug responds, shrugging off his opponent.
He has to res
has
here.
Res available to him, but I think he thinks they're close here. Does go for the res. Okay.
Res will work out. You have to be watching behind you. Drakius has come this direction before.
He didn't check
timing. They didn't see him. Drakeus is inching forward, but look, they're looking right at him. They're looking right at him. No! Drakeus getting both without an issue! Even through the wall, the flank pans out. And now Northwood's on match point.
What is this flank? He takes his time, still misses the first shot, but converts the sixth and the second. What a crazy last shot there from Drakeus with that Sheriff. I mean, man, oh man, if he missed that though through the wall, he would have definitely gone down. But still, nevertheless, what a brilliant flank! What a great positioning there from the individuals of Northwood. The buy from UW Gold, nothing too great to look at, nothing to write home about. And here comes Ferbsa again. Gets spotted by the recon dart, but he doesn't really care about
that recon dart. And this heavy stack on A too from Northwood. They've had 4 players here to start the round. Ferbsa and Dip doing work.
One enemy remaining.
And there's just not any chance. It's all on top. The star from Spring, but the odds are so stacked against him. Up and down, both will swing. Northwood destroying our Spring runner-up on their own map pick. What a statement win to start the bracket for them.
Yeah, definitely not what we were expecting at the top of this broadcast. I mean, it was definitely a more competitive game in my eyes, but still the one that came out, the one that is actually played out in reality is definitely a Northwood victory, a sweeping one at that. Look at the scoreboard right there. Ferbsa, Dip, Tyler, all decimating UW Gold. I mean, you could get 3 rounds, right? But like still, 3 rounds ain't enough. You need 10 more on top of that, and that's exactly what Northwood did. Well played to them.
Northwood are well on their way to cementing themselves as one of, if not the singular top team in collegiate Valorant. They've won a couple of other extremely big tournaments very recently. They've been pretty much the consistent force throughout this fall, right? I would say the most consistently winning team. It hasn't been flawless from them by any stretch of the imagination, but with dominant wins like that over teams that we know are good, right? Like UW's not a slouch, but still Northwood find a way to make it look easy.
Yeah, definitely. And going forward, right, I'm looking across the bracket right now, and I feel like the only real other contenders right now, maybe SJSU, maybe OSU, but I'm thinking, Northwood seated at number 10 might be a little bit low, and they're showing that they're certainly better than that number 10 seed might indicate. And, really well played to them. Like I said, this is a proven team, right? This is a provenly good team, and for Northwood to take them down like this is just such a showing.
This makes me wonder how good Western U is, right? Because Western U and Northwood come out of the same group. Western U was actually the first seed because they got a win off Northwood in that very last week of the regular season. So makes me excited for a team that I haven't really gotten to see much on broadcast as well. We still have quite a few contenders. You mentioned a few of them. I'm going to throw Carleton Ravens in there. UC Irvine as well, right? Can't really sleep on our spring finalists, our spring winners. So there is still plenty more amazing Valorant action ahead of you folks today. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be an interview with one of the members of Northwood.
My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, to Worlds.
The difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, and report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Fit Gamer changed the impact of Cloud9? I mean, honestly, the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that can actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to these Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising trophies. Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, and report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Fit Gamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly, the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that don't actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to these Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's racing players. Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, and report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early, and address them, and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfortunately, I do have to eat my words a little bit. We don't have an interview for you guys. Northwood were eager to get on to the next match, I presume. So, no worries. We love a team that has their head in the game. And we are unfortunately not going to go to an interview, but instead, we're going to go over some of the bracket results. Aren't we, Jonah?
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is a whole tournament with 20 teams in it, right? They're all playing for $7,000. So the thing is that some matches we can't necessarily show on stream, right? So the winners of our first match that we showed on stream, Illinois State, they unfortunately fell to UW-Madison, our first seed, going down 2-0. We've also had off stream the Carleton Ravens have beaten I believe it's SSF Esports,
it's
advancing into the third round. It is.
Yeah, and I think those are a couple of wins that we sort of expected coming into the second round, right? UW-Madison was our first seed. We saw Illinois. They looked good, but somewhat inconsistent, dropping the middle of the series 13-0 without picking up a round. And Carleton Ravens, I mean, they're one of my favorites to win the entire tournament, so no surprises that they were able to defeat the 20th seed in SSF.
Of course, and looking at the lower half of the bracket, we still have to see Mizzou Esports play against Cali Sports. And an update on the UC Irvine versus Alberta Green match. UC Irvine's actually lost map 1. Very surprising from our former champions. They didn't necessarily win last semester, but they've won in the past. And for those two players returning on that roster, it's definitely not something that they're used to, losing against some of these collegiate teams. And we just saw Northwood 2-0 UW Gold. They'll be advancing to play the winner of TAMU versus OSU Black. That will also happen off stream, which is going to be a very exciting matchup between those two teams.
I think that match is actually going to be very telling for how the bottom side of our single elimination bracket is going to play out, because I think if TAMU run through OSU, they get the technical upset, right? TAMU coming in as the 18th seed somehow. They're a really good team. But if OSU fall to TAMU, then I think Northwood has a pretty safe path to the finals, right? But if OSU comes out and they slap through TAMU and say, hey, we are absolutely the contenders that we've been talking about on Twitter. They've been active on Twitter, constantly going at me for, saying, hey, we're here to play. We've beaten SJSU in some tournaments. We've beaten UH Premier in other tournaments. So it is going to be a very close match between those two. Presumably, we'll have to see how that one turns out.
Yeah, I mean, it's collegiate VALORANT, right? The day of, anyone can form. The margins between these teams is almost so razor thin. Only a few teams have been able to really separate themselves from the rest of the pack, and I think those teams are SJSU, Northwood, and Carleton Ravens. We haven't necessarily seen that from the rest of the pack yet, in terms of on broadcast, but nevertheless, maybe if these teams off broadcast can show up on broadcast, we can get a better gauge, a better power ranking of who falls exactly where. But right now, we are still in the midst of our playoffs, and right now, as though we don't have a game, we are going to go to a break, though, right, Paul? And after that, we're going to go to a round 3.
Yeah, we're going to go to a bit of a longer break here, guys, but it is well worth the wait, I assure you. The match when we come back, if it's the one I think it's going to be, is going to be possibly the best match of collegiate VALORANT this entire fall. So you're not going to want to go anywhere. Stick around. More CF1 coming at you soon.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
The difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Big Gamer changed Impact to Cloud9? I mean, honestly, the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that actually have a stamina and still have a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has the energy. We're the team on stage actually that's sharp, and we're the team that's fixing things. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. Are they can report what their sleep is like, report nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up with them both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Big Gamer changed Impact to Cloud9? I mean, honestly, the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that actually have a stamina and still have a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to these Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has the energy. We're the team on stage actually that's sharp, and we're the team that's fixing things. Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. Are they can report what their sleep is like, report nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, we report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to these Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the focus. FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. Are they can report what their sleep is like and report their nutrition. And it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to these Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy. We're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the drones. FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report their nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Fit Gamer changed impacting Cloud9? I mean, honestly, the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising fitness. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, we report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress. My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Fit Gamer changed impacting Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising fitness. Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, we report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress. My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, we can report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that don't actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising goals. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition. It gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Fit Gamer changed impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly, the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that can actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind to do that event. Prior to having Fit Gamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to these Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy. We're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's racing things. Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on every daily workout, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. Are they can report what their sleep is like, and report what nutrition. It gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
Now which way do we go? Is
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
Because I'm the one that emails, the nominees to let them know that they've been nominated, and then again email them whenever I'm, informing them if they're a finalist. I get to read all the responses, and honestly, through the month of September, I firstly couldn't keep on top of my emails because they were just going crazy with people. Oh my god, asking people would just respond and be like, are you serious? Loads of question marks, and I'm like, yes, you're nominated. And you could just honestly feel the positivity and the energy and the gratitude coming from all these emails. It's been a tough 2 years. We were just coming out the other side of a pandemic, and gaming was one of them things that a lot of people depended on for their mental health, for socializing, and just not going crazy while we were all locked up. So when I was emailing these people, some of the responses that came back were just, some people would say, oh my god, you've made my day. Some were, you've made my year. I actually listed some of the responses here, but just things like, this is the smile that I've needed at the end of a long week. We most definitely accept. There was a group for nominated for, I can't remember, it was one of the organization awards, and they were saying that they just started out last year right before our first Gamers Awards, so one of their main goals as a company was to get nominated for an award this year, and that was just like so cool. And then we had people that just, you know, expressed their gratitude in ways that really made us feel good about what we're doing. You know, like people would express how that they've been trying so hard for so long and they just couldn't get that recognition. People were expressing how, you know, they've just come out of a dark place and this is just what they needed to like get them back on the horse, you know, get them going again. I'm the one that emails, you know, the nominees to let them know that they've been nominated, and then again email them whenever I'm, you know, informing them if they're a finalist. I get to read all the responses. And honestly, through the month of September, I firstly couldn't keep on top of my emails because they were just going crazy with people, you know, oh my god, like asking that, like, people would just respond and be like, are you serious? Like loads of question marks, and I'm like, yes, you're nominated. And you could just honestly feel like the positivity and the energy and the gratitude coming from all these emails. It's been a tough 2 years, you know, we were just coming out the other side of a pandemic, and gaming was one of them things that a lot of people depended on for, you know, their mental health, for socializing. When I was emailing these people, some of the responses that came back were just, some people would say, oh my god, like you've made my day, some were, you've made my year, just things like, this is the smile that I've needed at the end of the long week. We most definitely accept. There was a group for nominated for, I can't remember, it was one of the organization awards, and they were saying that they just started out last year right before our first Gamers Awards, so one of their main goals as a company was to get nominated for an award this year, and that was just like so cool. And then we had people that just, you know, expressed their gratitude in ways that really made us feel good about what we're doing, you know, like people would express how that they've been trying so hard for so long and they just couldn't get that recognition. People were expressing how, you know, they've just come out of a dark place and this is just what they needed to like get them back on the horse, you know, get them going again.
How do you structure training? A lot of people, when you look at traditional sports, you go to practices, you go to games, and when you're outside of that, you're just kind of outside of the sport for the most part. You're doing other things, you're maybe at work, or you're at school, or you're just doing other hobbies, you're enjoying life. Esports and gaming is a little bit different in the sense that you go to your scrims, you go to your practices, but then you go home, and then you go into solo queue, or you play some games by yourself. And if you're not doing that, you might be watching Twitch, or you might be watching professionals play. You are really, it's very difficult to get away from the competitive industry or the esports industry if you are competing in it. And so you just have these days where people are kind of like me, where you eat, sleep, and breathe esports, and you do that for 3, 4, 5 years, then that's a recipe for kind of burnout, because you never really have a break from the game. Even if you're not practicing or competing in it, you might be playing something casual, you might be watching it. And if you're not giving your brain that rest, your brain's really never pulling back from that industry, and it's just eventually going to push you away from it because it's burnt out. And so that's one of the things that we try and specialize or focus on in Fit Gamer is incorporating a more holistic life in the sense of introducing other hobbies, introducing breaks, scheduling breaks, doing these things that kind of break up the day. And what a lot of people tend to find is that when they actually introduce these breaks or they introduce other hobbies, one, they learn new skills that help them play the game better. So like whether it's some kind of resilience component or some kind of creative problem solving component, they might learn that. But also two, they start getting better at the game because their practices are more efficient because they're not burnt out constantly.
Maybe they have aspirations to just work in esports, and what a incredible achievement to kind of put on the resume builder, right? And kind of get recognized and noticed.
Exactly. Like, it's not, it's not, obviously it's super fun and it's, it's great and everyone's really enjoying it, but professionally as well, it can be, really beneficial. It is something that you could put on your resume. Like, if you're nominated for a game designer of the year, sound designer, those types of awards, it's going to look good, we're trying to encourage women to go forward and go for these careers in gaming, because as we can see by the stats, there's just, if we look at the amount of female gamers there is, and then look at the amount of, high positions that women hold in the gaming industry, it doesn't balance itself out, So one of our goals is to do that and help everyone, find their way into these careers.
How about that?
How about that, right?
November 18th, 7 p.m.
If that doesn't get you pumped up, then I don't know what will.
Oh, man, I'm so ready. I've been logging on and voting. I know you guys have a tremendous, overwhelming amount of votes, but let's back it up for a second here and just talk about, this is the second annual Gamers Awards, and you mentioned your involvement with gender inclusion, and that is a big deal, especially at the collegiate level here at Conference 1. It's something that we're striving to do better at in female participation, because females do make up over 40% of participation in esports, yet the collegiate participation is very low. And so we're trying to open up some doors of opportunities, some inclusion, and kind of see those numbers increase. We do have a spike in female coaches and coordinators this year in Conference 1, but what you girls are doing with the Gamers Awards is great, is because you're highlighting some of these great individuals in the esports industry, and the visibility since last year, I know, has been incredible. So talk about how the Gamers Awards got started and why they got started.
Okay. So, as you said, this is our second year doing the Gamers Awards, and the Gamers Awards is an annual event. It's the only gaming event which is for women, by women. And we just listened to the feedback that was coming from our community. There's so many amazing women or feminine people out there doing such incredible things in the gaming industry, and it was just time. Like, it was the right time for them to get the recognition that they deserve. For all of us to be able to celebrate the things that they're doing.
How about that?
How about that, right?
November 18th, 7 p.m.
If that doesn't get you pumped up, then I don't know what will.
Oh, man, I'm so ready. I've been logging on and voting. I know you guys have a tremendous, overwhelming amount of votes, but let's back it up for a second here and just talk about, this is the second annual Gamers Awards, and you mentioned your involvement with gender inclusion, and that is a big deal, especially at the collegiate level here at Conference 1. It's something that we're striving to do better at in female participation, because females do make up over 40% of participation in esports, yet the collegiate participation is very low. And so we're trying to open up some doors of opportunities, some inclusion, and kind of see those numbers increase. We do have a spike in female coaches and coordinators this year in Conference 1, but what you girls are doing with the Gamers Awards is great, is because you're highlighting some of these great individuals in the esports industry, And the visibility since last year, I know, has been incredible. So talk about how the Gamers Awards got started and why they got started.
Okay, so as you said, this is our second year doing the Gamers Awards, and the Gamers Awards is an annual event. It's the only gaming event which is for women by women. And we just listened to the feedback that was coming from our community. You know, there's so many amazing women or femme-identifying people out there doing such incredible things in the gaming industry, and it was just time. Like it was the right time for them to get the recognition that they deserve. For all of us to be able to celebrate the things that they're doing.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress. My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting...
Welcome back, folks, to the CF1 playoffs for our fall 2021 split. It has been a long break. Thank you all for sticking with us, and I promise it's going to be worth it, because we have a match that I have been waiting for 3 months now. It's San Jose State University Blue versus the Carleton Ravens, two of the most anticipated teams in collegiate Valorant, finally going head-to-head. They have not played each other in any tournament this whole semester. They don't scrim because they're on opposite coasts. This is the first time they're going head-to-head, and it's myself, Possible, alongside Jonah, bringing you all the action.
Yeah, and we talked about this during the break, right, Paul? We're so excited for this matchup because these are two top teams right now. With Rutgers and Northwood out of the way, I would say Carleton is probably the best team we've seen from the East Coast thus far. And I would say that SJSU, alongside teams like UCI, are
are like the top 2 of the West, right? So I would say this is, 1 versus 1, the best of the East versus the best of the West. That being said, they still are our 4th and 5th seed in this tournament bracket, but it is a match we need to highlight because this could very well, the winner of this could very well win the whole tournament. I'd say these are 2 tournament favorites going head-to-head.
Exactly. The winner of this at least will guarantee themselves a money finish, right? They will move on to the semifinals, 3rd, 4th. That will be as low as can be dropped for the winner of this match. So you're going to get at least $500 in your pocket if you secure the W. In our last match of the day, keep in mind, as semifinals and finals are going to have to wait till tomorrow. And I mean, looking at who's left, right? Obviously, you have to put Northwood up there with the contenders. The TAMU OSU Black game is still going on. It's been 3 hours since that one started. I'm intrigued to see how that goes. UW-Madison obviously still in 2 as our number 1 seed. So it's not a clear path to victory no matter who comes out, whether it's SJSU or Carleton. But it's going to feel good eliminating one of the other strongest teams in collegiate Valorant regardless.
Yeah, they've got the 2 toughest paths, right? These 2 teams have to pass one another.
Yeah.
And that being said, right, we've seen so much from SJSU, and of course, they did drop a map on their way here to University of Alberta, but, a few of their players might not have been there during it. They were probably playing in a league, the Elysium League, right, that you mentioned. And so because of that, the dropped map, it's almost excusable, right, when your whole lineup isn't there. It's like, if you lose the map when your whole roster's there, then it feels like it counts. But because not everyone was there on their team, it's almost like not really a loss.
Yeah, at the very least, presumably, that's what happened, right? We didn't get to see it on screen. We don't have confirmation of that. But based on, Twitter, Elysium, which is an amateur semi-professional team that some of these players from SJSU play on, they were in another tournament today, and it overlaps by probably at least 1 map. So you can forgive 1 map being dropped. I'm excited for the maps here too. So let's pull up the maps real quick and talk about this, because I think this is the most interesting set of maps we could have ended up on. Ascent is going to be, I think, a very even map between these 2 teams. Split, I have to favor Carleton. It's their best map. It's the map that they feel the most confident on. And then if we get to Bind, I think I have to favor SJSU by a decent amount. They've always been crazy at Bind. So I'm excited for how these maps play out, Jonah.
Exactly, and I really want to see a full series go all 3 maps, right? Because Ascent, toss-up, anyone's game. Split and Bind, both heavily favored. So it'll be really interesting to see how this, actually ends up playing out. Because it really feels like if Carleton wins map 1, they could 2-0. But if SJSU wins map 1, they have to 2-1 perhaps. That being said, we could see a whole other way as we are straight into the lobby. No champion or agent select. And looks like we've got our lineups. Mirror matchups across the board. Solo duelist with Sky and Sova. And here we go, kicking off into the action. It's going to be SJSU on attack and Carleton on defense.
One of the most anticipated matches in collegiate Valorant starts now, folks. JSU will be on the attack. Bit of a lean toward A. They're inching their way up catwalk, though. I like this. The owl drone from Nasi. He didn't get spotted by the recon dart either. He can now potentially flush people towards catwalk. Joyboy not having a good time on the lurk, though, and Riv holds down Cat without an issue. At Carleton were prepared. And now they're coming on over to try and pinch onto Teddy. Teddy doesn't have much health to begin with. He's going to find a headshot here if he wants to take down Jack North. Manages to do so and puts us in a 2v2.
Yeah, and they should know where both of the players are for the side of SJSU. The first tag comes through. That's moves with the Sheriff. As formal words to his name. A double swing. The first, the second. Nazi, what are you made of, my man? How do you get 2 like that? What a clutch there from the solo player of SJSU.
Nazi was one of those players we were talking about who plays on Elysium in the semi-pro, in the amateur scene. He plays against some of the best in all of Valorant, not just collegiate. That's just such good work from him. Moves and Riv, they tried their hardest there, but they couldn't quite land the shots on that swing. It was a well-timed swing at the very least, but now it'll just be eco for Carleton as the anti-eco comes out for SJSU. They're buying into it too. That's 2 rifles, a Guardian. SJSU, they're not afraid of losing these guns.
Yeah, they're throwing the bank at them, and rightfully so. It looks like they've got a good read as they spread out. They do the 1-3-1, 3 players in mid, info gatherers towards A and B. They're just trying to read the map, see where the defense is weakest. It looks like they've found that space towards the A site. Will WASD clear the angle? Yes, he does. And there's Sean Ham and the rest of the team to swing through. They keep the guns alive very crucially. Now, as it goes into a 5v3 post plant, let's see if the Carleton Ravens can do any economic damage.
Spike planted.
Even if they do, it'll probably just be to the one low health member, right? So I kind of want to take this time and just talk about what we're seeing from both of these teams, because it's as expected here for Carleton, but we actually have a bit of a blast of the past for SJSU. Throughout most of this fall semester, Troyboy's been picking up the Astra, whereas in spring, you know, we know him as the Cypher, the Killjoy extraordinaire. He's back on his spring look here. Chris not currently in the lineup. That might have something to do with it. Maybe Chris was unavailable today, so they're going with this. John Hamm has always been comfortable picking up those smokes as one of the players that substitutes for SJSU, or maybe this is just their new confident 5-person start. We don't know for certain, but either way, it's off to a good start for SJSU.
Yeah, these players are so flexible, right? Like Troyboy can play the Astra, but he's renowned in the Killjoy, and of course Nazi, that Omen one trick who turned into Jet one trick, turned back to Sova. You're not really sure what you'll ever get from these guys. These guys are just so good at the game. They can play multiple roles, and look at this, a fast mid to B split. The smoke goes down, the molly to follow up, and here comes the execute. Danny shuts down the first, though, and they aren't aware of move position. They don't check him, but eventually Troyboy does. But Troyboy can't take him down as moves with the 3-piece that round.
And looking to the other side now, we have to talk about Moobs and Danny. They are the two strongest members, possibly on the entire East Coast, but definitely on Carleton, right? Moobs taking up that spearhead, the jet. He is always taking gunfights. And then Danny is a consistent force, especially here on Ascent. This guy has played, he was on timeout with Ninja's team, actually. I think it lined up where he actually played with Ninja for a short bit too. I don't remember off the top of my head, but he was definitely on timeout. Another player with a lot of like pro experience. These are 10 of the best players in all of collegiate Valorant. I am not overselling.
Yes, for sure. And Moobs does get spotted out, but he knows the angle can be covered here. Gets the spray through, tags WASD up, but does not get the frag. And look, Nazi walks through B main. His teammate isn't able to cover him. And look, it's going to be an SJSU take versus the Killjoy player. And Rubsy does get taken down. The two players are coming for the retake, though. Does Riv get the crossing Troyboy? Nope, he's tucked away now. Paul?
He has spotted Troyboy, though. Jackaloff should know exactly where Troyboy is sitting. He's just waiting to see if Teddy or someone else is going to push up and try to take advantage of some timings. Oh, this is such a good crossfire from SJSU, though. Teddy takes the contact. Riv trying to swing out and punish that. Nice flick from Riv to take out Nasi, who was looking for the trade, but it's only going to go so far in a 2v4.
Yeah, all 4 players were getting ready to swing it at moment's notice. They knew where the 2 players were, despite them having counter information. It does not matter because they are all ready to trade their teammate. Trading such an important skill in the game of Valorant. And SJSU, you saw there, through those walls with that observer feed, highlighted in red, those players were all ready to go get contact off of one another. Both jets this round, though, will have both Blade Storms available. Look for a jet v jet action towards the B and middle parts of the map as WSD. It doesn't seem like he knows how to use A or S or D, just the W thus far. Perhaps he'll... Oh, there it is. He's using all 4
with the other keys. He's figuring it out.
Yeah. And Moobs, though, he's taking an aggressive stance, but no, it's Teddy who finds the info, actually.
Nice second flash there, too, to force Moobs out of mid. Good pickup from Wassid, too. The newest member of SJSU, but not that new anymore.
That's the B anchor,
That is the B anchor disposed of, so Moobs is going to have to pull out of mid and try to cover this push coming from B main. Meanwhile, SJSU, they're not completely convinced that they've actually cleared mid out. They're going to invest the Owl drone there. They're actually running out of information tools with the Seekers charging their way up mid now. Carleton has more control of the map.
Yeah, it's so weird, right? They have a numbers disadvantage, but they're actually the ones pressuring SJSU back as Moves is looking for a pick here in mid, and all the members of SJSU are regrouping towards that B main, getting ready to go through B. They know the anchor is dead, so no KJ, no alarm bot, no nano swarms, but they know that at least one, maybe two players are here, but it doesn't stand in the way of their 5 as they go in. Moves, though, get the first. And will this player in the back of sight, Danny, stay alive?
Oh, he gets checked on that swing. Crossfire coming around, and it's just Teddy running across with the classic out to pin that down eventually. Riv swinging out, but he's all alone, and he didn't have a flash. Jacklorf caught by the nano swarm. He's not able to regroup, so now he's left in a 1 versus 3, and that first flash landing fully. Jacklorf's going to have to re-clear everything. And I mean, this close contact's just going to turn into John Hand swinging, rather. And yeah, it's just too strong of a crossfire. SJSU, there was no chance they were going to lose that round at that point.
So difficult for the Carleton Ravers to land these retakes. I really want to see them get these multi-kills, though. We've seen Moves get 1, maybe 2. Danny and Riv do the same, but you want the rest of the team to also chime in together, but also getting those multi-kills, right? Where you're able to get 1 and swing on to the second player. It's possible versus SJSU, but very difficult to do. You have to be so lightning quick to land those, and Carleton not really there to play yet, and economically they're definitely down a peg on SJSU.
Yeah, it's going to be an eco now for Carleton. The Sheriffs are out, so SJSU still has to be respectful to a degree. Trailblazer, Recon Dart, all in perfect.
Oh, this should kill him.
That's a beautiful shock dart too. It's absolutely going to kill Jacklorf. Nice shot from Danny, shutting down 1 as Wasid pushing his luck a little bit. Riv trying to sneak underneath the door there. I don't think he quite gets out though.
No, I think he's through. He's through.
Oh, he actually is through. He managed to get 1 more. He was hiding inside the smoke perfectly. It's only the 1 pick, but now 3v3. It's doable. Each player gets a headshot, and suddenly Carleton pull off their thrifty. The problem is actually entering on these angles. Yeah, that's what's going to happen the majority of the time. Nice recon dart. At least it allows Rubsky to swing for 1. Can't quite pin down Choi Boy, though.
Player standing.
And now it's all on Danny with just 17 HP. Choi Boy will lock it down and get SJSU up to 5.
Oh my, the margins are so razor thin right there. I mean, the recon dart scans all 3 members of SJSU, and the bullet is just so close from Rubsky to take down Choi Boy and A-Main. And if you take out that A-Main player, Nazi's left alone in that held position. I mean, that round could have very well been in the favor of the Carleton Ravens. And now, this is what we've liked to see, right? Moves on the operator, pulling out the big gun. The operator, the 1 shot, 1 kill. He's going to be taking that towards B-Main, getting aggressive, but instantly he's met with Teddy's flash.
The Odin 2. Danny, I mean, we all know about Sovas and Odins on B, but Danny makes it look so good. Nice setup in mid, but Wasid pops it early and doesn't actually take any damage from that Nano Swarm. Hunter's Fury thrown out. Beautiful work by Danny
he gets
there, and the door's shut. He's clear for the tag onto Wasid. Wasid's stuck now. He's got to be so careful. And look, Moves is pulled back and is watching that mid through spawn with the operator.
Yeah, but
you're going to have to break the door if you want to go anywhere in mid.
The defense on A is
give information
kind of weak,
over to Carleton.
Though.
Ooh. Headshot through the wall. We're just got to be careful on this angle. Choi Boy actually does get taken down. Danny pulling over. Is he expecting another? No, he swaps weapons, so John Hamm does get through. But where do you even go? Look at where he's stuck on the map right now. Rubsky's here and waiting. The second he hears this plant start, Rubsky's going to swing out.
Yeah, there's no way he expects him there in lane. He might think he's in B main if he's not back sight. There's no way he knows that he's lane though. And look, Rubsky, easiest frag of his life. John Hamm gets taken down. He's not John Wick. He's only John Hamm. And there are the Ravens.
Is that like the agency's next John, right? You get John Wick is like the A1, the one we get all the movies for, and then John Hamm is just like there as like the sub for when John Wick doesn't have time.
Yeah, like, you know, when like there's A and B priority, right? John Hamm gets sent in if John Wick is busy. It's just the sub, you know? Yeah.
The second round now for Carleton. It keeps their economy relatively stable. At least they'll keep that operator in the hands of Moobs. Nice early flash. Moobs all the way into wine with this operator. The Aldrone's going to come out. Somebody's got to break that, and I think it's spotted him
anyways.
anyways.
Break on the cross. Nice.
Look, Wasp holding it, but Moobs just able to get away anyways. I don't even think that smoke went where Moobs was intending, but he's out like a bandit.
Yeah, and I'm really liking these early flashes from Riv and the flashes on the other side from SJSU Sky. Both players doing an excellent job of getting information for their team, and in exchange of Astro Walls cuts out the Heaven and Hell position for the side of SJSU. The players in Heaven, I mean, they exist there, but they've just been CC'd and stuck behind this wall, and Nazi, he's in such a great position right here, very close to the wall, hops on up, but gets taken out.
Being watched.
And look at this.
Riv hears it, but he can't shut Teddy down. The lockdown's gone, and now Teddy has the Seekers. He's going for the swing. He knows one's close. He swings on out, but the trade comes through. Danny manages to solidify, and Jackalope shuts down Choi Boy and A main. Carlton on a beautiful retake. Inch closer to a tied game.
Yeah, and what a competitive series we have so far, going back and forth. I mean, this has the makings of a map 3, definitely. And right now, like, you see it, the scoreboard, right? Yeah, like, Boobs is showing off a little bit, but Jackalope, he's doing so much with these Astra stars, right? When you're playing Astra, you're sort of playing this, like, mini game of, like, sitting in astral form and putting down the stars and activating them for your teammates. It's a very selfless role, and one where you don't get to use as much gunplay, right? So that's why you don't see Jackalope and John Hamm doing too much in terms of the scoreboard, but trust me, guys, they're definitely contributing to their team's success.
Moves with the op in mid now. Just holding that angle, waiting to see if someone swings. Troy Boy not having much fun over in A main. A main, I'll tell you that much. Riv and Jackalope have been doing a really good job shutting down control of that early, forcing SJSU to use things like the Owl Drone and the Trailblazer just to get through A main. Then they don't have them for the executes on site, and it becomes so much more difficult. Lawson's still out. Just gets to lane, and the Nano Swarm's going to lock him down. Danny finds the cross without much difficulty. Teddy charging for it, but he's only got a classic in hand. There's no chance that Danny's losing that one. He will lose out to John, ultimately, but I think John, his health bar's seen better days.
Definitely isn't the greenest of bars, and there's Rubsky. I mean, 20 HP minus 20 equals 0, but Rubsky didn't need to do only 20. He did the headshot, taking him out of the round, and I mean, that's just an eco round for the side of SJSU. Nothing too big to speak of, and this is going to be the round that ultimately makes or breaks SJSU's offense, right? Ascent is such a coin flip map for either side. It's not necessarily attack favored, not necessarily defense favored. It's more series favored, right? Team favored. So I'm thinking that SJSU right now, if they want a successful offensive side, in their eyes, they probably want to win this round right now, not have their economy broken.
Yeah, you can't really afford another eco this late into the half. Trailblazer there, it's undoubtedly gonna...
Doesn't see the...
He didn't check close! The flash does come out.
It doesn't check close either, though.
Okay, he doesn't swing out, though. It's just a bait to hold players there, hold the attention in mid. Meanwhile, SJSU are headed towards A. The problem is that's where Rubsky is set up. All this Killjoy utility primed and ready. Nanoswarm does get committed rather early. Off the recon dart, Nasi's going to try and pin down Riv. Gets the first tag, but other ones will go wide.
They're not going with it, though.
It's difficult to get onto now, right? I mean, they've waited so long. The rotates have come over. Trailblazer's going to spot out that SJSU's still hanging around, too.
Yeah, it's a stalemate. They know that 2 players are there from the information gathered from that Trailblazer. But look, Carlton Reavers, they're not expecting SJSU to sit quietly here. They moved a player back over towards B, and now they're in a 2-1-2 setup. There's only 2 defenders here, and only a Killjoy on site. They can walk on. The turret spots the first. Smokes come down. It's an execution, and Rubsky's up to challenge, but he is not able to respond, and that's 5v3 late round. SJSU in the post play. It's almost inevitable here as Moobs is already taken down to 22 HP.
Excellent work there from SJSU, just cutting noise and baiting Carlton out across the map. Trying to switch around guns, but Moob's still hanging on to that op. He's only got 22 HP. It's probable he's going for the save here, especially with Danny dying. Who's going to get that one op shot? Teddy coming over to check him, though. No dash available for Moobs. Oh, no way. Oh, Moobs got back for that, dude. He's got a shorty to find the kill. He's out in the mid. I mean, he's gone. There's no way SJSU can chase him down. Not with the economy they currently have. You lose one more gun, SJSU, even winning this round, and suddenly the following one becomes a very difficult buy. SJSU, they just have to respect that and leave the op in Moob's hands.
Yeah, for sure. That shorty kill, though, I mean, that's what you like to see from Jets, right? The op for the long range, the shorty for the close range, takes out the first, falls back in through the smoke, boom. Nothing you can do really about that, you know? Like, the shorty, $200, best gun in the game, really, for value, except the classic.
You love that Moobs doubles back, though, right? Because, like, Teddy makes a sensible decision. He thinks Moobs is just running for it, right? Especially because it would have been called out. Moobs has probably been tagged a lot.
Yeah, it's very low
health. So it makes sense for Moobs to run, but he comes back. He just has that confidence in himself. Once again, he's out in the A main. Jack Lorf and Riv constantly there too. So like, even if SJSU expect it, there's no way to know if it's 2 or 3 players every round. Nasi's going to be the first to fall swiftly. The spike is over toward B. Only one player actually sitting here for Carlton.
Looks like they're losing control of this A main battle early on, and that's allowing Carlton to pretty much rotate back over towards B immediately. And in a 3v5, they didn't necessarily need to use the Sky Ultimate, but you know, Riv doing Riv things.
Oh, and Teddy didn't know which Seeker to look at there, poor guy. Riv does get found in mid. Troy Boy picking up that flank, but it's still a 2v4 in SJSU. They have no map control. If they want to go anywhere but B, they're going to have to clear out everything on the map with only 40 seconds. If they want to go to B, they have to somehow get past Moob's operator. And that doesn't go too well, as you can tell.
Yeah, and a 1v4, it is clutchable, but he has to land a nice shot onto this op. Does sneak across, but Moobs is playing the second angle afterwards. Kills the turret, but the turret isn't the Jet player, and moves with a great swing dash away. 5-6, that's what she wrote, and thus far, I'm really liking what I'm seeing from the Ravens. That being said, I also really like what I'm seeing from SJSU. Overall, a great
it's just
game.
What we expected, exactly.
Yeah, neither team is necessarily giving a huge lead away, right? If this ends in 6-6, I mean, it's basically a reset going forward, and WASD and
actually,
Moobs, they both have access. Oh, sorry.
If it ends in 6-6, we can the rounds literally mirror at the middle point of this half.
Exactly.
Like with who won what in what order. It's a little mirror. That would be very intriguing.
I've got your trail.
Moves for the first time actually playing catwalk. The Seekers are gonna force him back.
And he's going
Riv
fast
does take the
through mid to
contact
B.
here.
He's taking it for his team.
He's trying to get over here. Woo! The right click not landing though. Teddy does find that kill on the moves, and Wasid coming on out swinging with a frenzy shuts down Riv. Jack Lorf, the last defender at A, is disposed of. And oh my, they have no idea. There's no way they know Teddy is over there. Now Danny left to clutch 1v3 as he finds the first with a crispy shot. They know exactly where Danny's coming from. I mean, look at this crossfire in A main. Ooh. Is going to be able to hide under the recon dart, but this is just more
it's
time
still delaying,
off
though.
the clock.
You want to find it?
Oh, that's just rude.
Oh.
That's just rude. Waiting that long. The recon dart, he can maybe swing out, but the turret's going to tell SJSU where he is. Yeah, he doesn't have a chance. Shock darts. The turret gets the kill. That one's for Door. Somewhere, Door sees that kill, and he's going to be happy that the turret got one.
Honestly, the turret doing incredible amounts of work. I mean, when you have a turret on your team, you know, the turret got his, you know, what are you doing? You gotta help make sure. And just like the turret, Manscaped, they are machines made to help you the perfect package for his perfect package. You can use code CF121 for 20% off your order on manscaped.com.
That was a flawless transition, Jonah. Flawless. I loved it. All right, we're switching sides now, folks. Carlton on the attack. Keep in mind, this is SJSU's map pick. So, a slim lead, all things considered, on their own map pick. And Carlton, it looks like they're going to play aggressive. Look at that. 2 frenzies. Although, as I say that, they're actually waiting for SJSU to push out.
They want them to temper the early aggression, and I'm assuming they're going to use some util to clear this first corner. Now is he up to bat, gets the first, his teammate swings, Choi not able to get his, and the recon guard gets like 4 scans, but doesn't get a kill?
It does do a lot of damage though, right? So in this 3v4 we find ourselves in, SJSU are not out of the running. A heal up from Riv does make that more difficult. Wasid coming around doesn't have much health to his own name. Stomping around, Danny knows he's there. That's an easy pickup for Danny. 2v4 now as SJSU. I mean, even if they can get in here, you have to somehow flush Danny out of B main. This guy's going to have the lineups for that shock dart, right? I don't think there's enough time.
Nothing they can really do to get back into this. They need to get on site, get those frags quickly. They won't even make it to the shock darts in the post-plant position. And yeah, Rubsky gets the first off of the nice flash from his teammate. Now he's swarmed, surrounded, and slaughtered. That's Danny taking down Teddy. And man, all these guys definitely came to play today, Paul. They've warmed up from their first round, their second round, and yeah, I personally am really enjoying the gameplay overall thus far. That being said, though, we did.
I was just going to say this match is delivering exactly what I want.
Yes, yeah, we did have the curse breaking though. This series, from our first 2 series, we didn't actually see a team breaking that bonus round in the 3rd round, and already, you know, Carlton Ravens, they're sticking to the script. You know, they're the team that breaks the streak we've had on stream.
Look, this is how it's supposed to go. The rest of today has been the anomaly. You're supposed to win your first gun round against the bonus.
This is on script.
When SJSU were so strong in that bonus regardless with the weapons they have. Nasi doesn't stand a chance there. He had to run out. Maybe Troy Boy gets one cheeky pick with a shorty. Nah, Danny lives with just a fraction of his health bar. 6 health. A solid take here from Carlton, a confident one. Moves will go a little bit too far forward. That is a Spectre drop potentially for Teddy to pick up.
He's allowed to go up there, and WASD flanking here in the B main position. Does have Rubsky in an awkward position, getting swarmed and surrounded. John Hamm taking him out. Look like WASD, 2 HP, a Spectre blind, and run and gun down.
We're just like that, we're tied up, Jonah. Just like that. It is going to be a decent bonus from Carlton here. They managed to get out with 3 guns, so they can buy up sheriffs or what have you on moves, or even just keep the classics if they want. Have moves and Rubsky play some aggressive contact and then trade out with the Spectres if they're really looking to. I was going to say, a rifle buys may be a bit ambitious. Okay, investing into this round, Carlton, a little bit. Not enough to break the bank, but enough to make this bonus round a bit scarier than maybe anticipated.
Yeah, both teams investing heavily into this round. 7 players will be completely broke if they end up dropping this round, and it looks like it's going to be a contact up A with Moobs leading that charge. Perhaps it's an A split. They've got that KJ towards B. Does Carlton Ravens lurking.
Ooh, nice
but
work.
SJSU, they've found the space in A main here.
Yeah, no, and with Wasid destroying the guiding light before it pops, there's no opportunity for Carlton to swing. They have to bring Danny over. He's going to have to use the Owl drone to try and flush out this position. And even if it spots one... Ooh, okay, actually the deep flash went through there. But still, no, Wasid's just holding it. Shock dart's thrown out, but that doesn't land on much of anything. Carlton are spending so much time and utility, and Wasid's just sidestepping all of it.
Yeah, the patience is definitely there from both sides right now. Carlton Ravens, they think that SJSU has control of A main, which they do, and now they've called a B audible where they're going towards the B site, leaving moves there to lurk. This is definitely going to be a hard defense for the side of Nazi. 2 Volts, he's been tasked with a Herculean task, gets scanned, gets blinded, gets concussed, throws out the dart, but there's nothing he can do until Choi Boy helps him out, and there's Nazi. He's been activated. It's going to come down to if the spike can go down. There's only 9 seconds here. Does start.
Look, Teddy's just running for it. He's just running for it. He knows there's only one player on site. He self-flashes himself, though, and that gives time for moves to come from behind. Oh, no, it's tragic.
They had the 2v1 on site versus Rubsky, but they couldn't make it to him there. It's just this unfortunate self-flash. Nevertheless, though, they still got a chance into this next round, right? Like, what you should be doing in these eco rounds is figuring out where your team can get those cheesy picks. And right now, it's definitely been towards mid. Mid hasn't been a solid point of contention for Carleton Ravens in the mid round, so they've got to get late up there, and it looks like they're doing just that. They've pushed B. The Owl Drone didn't spot them, so they can just walk through mid, get a pincer maneuver going on. Yep, Teddy even electing to go all the way back to spawn now. It's the 5-man unit from Carleton. They want to stick together.
Oh, Choi Boy getting one with the Bucky. Flash going through, and Wine is cleared, so Carleton feel confident pushing on forward, and there's not much more firepower for SJSU on this site. I mean, maybe Nasi can go for a cheeky pick through the door, but nah, it doesn't even seem like he can. Teddy on the back end. We'll be able to pick up one, but nice trade from Riv to make sure that that gun doesn't go into the hands of SJSU.
You know, I've seen him win those.
Oh. Okay, you said that, and the flick onto Riv hit body. It was like his neck where that bullet landed. I was a little bit nervous for Carleton there. I'm not gonna lie.
I thought he was going to kill Jackal, honestly. The second flick on the Jackal looked spot on almost. It was right there. If he gets that kill, you know, 1v1, the players in hell, I think Nazi's chances were really solid right there.
And that's what you gotta love about these players, man. Even 1v3s, I think I've seen every single player in this lobby clutch a 1v3. If I'm being honest, I probably have.
No,
maybe even 1v4s. All right, a gun round now for SJSU. Nashi going out forward. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. It forces Nashi to push, and he able actually to trade one for it. But meanwhile, the rest of his team's not having much fun. A quick blitz through through mid rather, coupled by the Hunter's Fury. Carleton easily get their way onto B.
Yeah, they found the weakness, the hole in the armor, and Choi Boy taking down moves. That's the operator. But look at this, they've got the Killjoy lockdown to deny all of sight. That's not even a spammable location, so they may very well be forced to save here. And look at the flank! Look at the flank from Danny!
Oh!
He's walking his spawn. He's found the players unaware.
Such good work from Danny there. And that whole position, that whole setup is textbook for Carleton. Right? Like the Hunter's Fury they used through B main, they've done that before. That's what that alarm bot was taking contact for in B main. If it gets broken, if anybody touches it, Danny is purposefully in a position where he can flush that player out and then still play around through mid. He doesn't get any contact from any players running out cat to come rotate to B, so he knows both of them have to be coming through the defender spawn. Excellent work from Carleton and Danny in particular.
Exactly. And right now, it is still a 7-10 for SJSU. They don't necessarily have the rifles this round, but they do have sheriffs, and those can be sinister against the side of the Ravens. And just like that, WASD, 2 to his name already.
And Teddy's gonna get in on the fun now too. Lockdown goes out, and both Carleton players are stuck inside of it. Moves trying to run forward. Right click. It's a knife duel now, but Moves has an actual gun. He literally brought a gun to a knife fight. Oh my, Jackalop's going to be able to plant. Avoids the lockdown, but it's just him against the world. He spots Choi Boy, but the Owl Drone tags him, and that's an easy swing for Choi Boy to reclaim. SJSU coming through with the thrifty to keep themselves in the game on Ascent.
You heard the, watch this come out from Moves right there. He was, 2v4 situation. But Choi Boy, as soon as he pops the Blade Storm, he just one taps him with the sheriff. You know, it's like that was the quickest blade storm of his life. He pulled out the blades and instantly got a bullet to the face. And here we see it moves.
Nah, he ain't worried about it. Even if that knife lands, he's got full health, full armor. That's not going Lawson's way. No,
that's
no
just
shot,
that's the Jet diff right now. I mean, if Lawson was to play too well,
you bet he's typing Jet diff. Love it. All right, SJSU, they're back in it now thanks to that Thrifty, and they got 4 ults to their name too. They only spent the lockdown to secure that. Wasson's feeling it, so he's gonna push up. Oh, the recon dart too. Jackalorf's so dead. Riv on the other angle, doing a good job shutting down that op. Carlton's not too hasty with it though. Even after that pick, onto the operator no less. They're still just biding their time. They're cutting noise, so that SJSU with these 4 defenders have to split up and play every angle on the map. Look, there's really no information up through mid right now either for SJSU. The longer Carlton waits before giving info away, the more effective that is. Teddy does get spotted too by that recon dart, not once but twice. Seeker's gonna come out here to try and delay a push. Moves really not afraid of it though. It just breaks it instantly from a safe position. Danny does get flashed off and Moves cornered, not able to take any of those gunfights.
Oh, but look at
all of this is just a bait though. Look at the other site. It's a plant on A. It does cost Jackalorf his life though, thanks to the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, and he's a little late, is Danny, to the party, and perhaps SJC could take advantage of this timing as all 4 members are storming on the site. The Boy going down first does mean that Riv's found a hole, and he takes down Teddy as well with it. Riv trying to clutch out the round for his team.
Running out of time for SJSU. Nice swing from Danny, and it's all down to John Hamm. He knows where Danny is, but even if he gets the kill, it's just not enough time. He'll get 2 out of the 3 necessary, but Danny keeps it going. 11 now for Carlton.
Man, if Riv didn't make that play towards Catwalk right there, that's definitely an SJSU round. But the first flash to take down Troy Boy, the follow-up flash to take down Teddy, that's some excellent Sky gameplay, taking full advantage of his utility. And now it's looking like the Ravens, despite winning all of these rounds in a row, their economy is still so low. And the Blade Storm is available for the side of SJSU, so they're buying right back into this round. Let's see what Wassid can do against the Ravens, as he does have the Blade Storm available. The Aldro necessarily didn't get all the information it wanted. The scan it does, though, and Ravens don't look that scared of the Blade Storm. It looks like they're just hanging around trying to fight it.
They've got enough utility to feel confident fighting it. The Nanos one, though, is going to keep Carlton stuck in B main for a bit. Enough time for the rotations to come through. Wassid avoiding the flash. And Danny just watching for the swing. Beautiful work. Troy Boy does find one. Wassid with a right click gets another, but things are falling apart for SJSU on B. 2v3, not unwinnable by any stretch of the imagination. But the spike will get planted.
Revealing area.
Yeah, now Nazi and John Hamm with it all to do. Spots the first free flag. Nazi with a nice flick. 1v1, but Moves peeking out from the back of CT gets John Hamm down. Not able to trade quite effectively. We're SJSU right there, and man, it's really all been like Moves, Riv, and Danny, right? I haven't seen too much from Rubsky and Jackalorf. To be fair, they are playing those
they do their jobs
that are
though.
supporting it for the
yeah, exactly.
They're doing their jobs, but it's really that Danny's also doing his job for the team in terms of assists, right? With the recon darts and Alodrones, but he's doing more than his job, right? And in a game like Valorant, when you want every single player to be contributing to their role, if any player goes like 5%, 1% over their role, they really start shining out. And here comes Nazi and Code. Nazi gets the first, gets the second, getting his team into the action. Perhaps he's a little sick of being stuck on Sove.
He's aware too. Oh, good work on that Owl Drone. Danny's gonna try and tag one back, and Nazi pretty low.
He's dead.
Nobody's there to cover him. Wassid trying to swing out and punish, go for the trade, but Not going to be allowed to. He'll just retreat. Accept the 4v3. SJSU currently a player up.
Placing swarm grenade out.
Yeah, and the Ravens are taking their sweet time here, getting very methodical, prodding and poking through the middle of the map, trying to find some little avenue of advantage, just the tiniest bit that they can break open in the SJSU defense. They've timing that guiding light, so Teddy and co won't know that they're in B main. But still, here comes the stars, and now he's up to bat. Doesn't get down the first, but Wasson might push through this smoke. He's thinking about it. He's playing with the idea of it. Will he do it? Nope.
Been watched every other time,
comes
though.
through, and they're on site.
Ooh, they were ready though. This time, SJSU, they swing through the smoke in pair. So they take down Rubsky, the only player watching it. 4v2 now. And they know where both players are standing. Nice shock dart, though, from Danny. Jack Boy swinging for one. Joy Boy's only got the judge, and he can't make it happen at that range. Danny with the 4K to finish off Ascent and start Carlton off with a map win.
It just seems like Carlton, they're able to get these multi-frags, especially these 2Ks, right? When they're in such awkward positions where they're being pincered by SJSU. But right before SJSU is ready to execute on their two-man swing, that second it takes for the 3-2-1, let's swing. That's the timing. That Carlton Ravens, they're using that timing, that slight delay that it takes for them to get their coordination together to actually take advantage and swing off of that. You even saw in the last round, the shock dart. He backed into it, did Teddy. Really, really unfortunate timing, but at the smallest of margins, really.
Gotta give it up to Carlton for how well they're able to control the map. Keep in mind, that round did not start good for them. That was a 3v4 that turned into a 2v4 at the very end there, and yet still, Danny is able to hold it down. Never fight Danny if he's in backside on B, dude. If he's in Boathouse, just steer clear. You gotta do whatever you can to not fight him there. It doesn't matter if he has an Odin or a Vandal. Heck, give him a shorty. I'm still taking him versus the world if he's standing backside on B.
Exactly, and when you're playing Sova, right, you are naturally the B-side anchor a lot of times, so he has so much comfort playing in that B bomb side on Ascent. That being said, it was SJSU's pick, and for them to go down, it will spell disaster in the series if they don't have something up for Split. Because really, we've seen the Carlton Ravens on Split. They're so good at this map. It's their best map, you would say, right? And because it's their best
lot of the
map,
times,
I mean,
a lot of the times it
grim.
just gets permabanned against them, right? Because of how strong Carlton is at Split. Definitely concerning that it was left up against the... I mean, SJSU, they had a hard choice to make. We only got one ban before Carlton picks a map, right? So do you ban Icebox or Split? SJSU hasn't had good luck on Icebox this semester, so they roll those dice. We'll see exactly what number that dice landed on after a quick break, folks. We head on to Split and see if Carlton can lock this up or if we head to 3.
Better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they can report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress. My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they can report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
Welcome back, everybody, to one of the best collegiate matches we've had the pleasure of seeing today. Actually, probably the best collegiate match today here in the CF1 Fall 2020 playoffs. We're into round 3. The winner of this game between San Jose State University and the Carleton Ravens gets at least $500 in their pocket at the end of this weekend, with a chance to play for more of our $7,000 prize pool. Carleton took map number 1. They're set up now as we head on to their own map pick of Split to close this out 2-0.
Yeah, and Paul, this has been their best map thus far in competitive gameplay. We've already seen a lot from the Carleton Ravens in other tournaments. The same from SJSU in other tournaments as well. And of course, SJSU have won CF1 previously. And what I'm looking forward to is if the Ravens win map 2, is the 2-0 definitive, right? Do they necessarily take down SJSU at their fullest? Because it seems like right now they're rocking with a couple subs maybe. That being said, even if they are...
Maybe one sub, but even that one sub, I mean, they still have 5 of the best players in collegiate Valorant all on very comfortable roles, right? Like, it's not like that
the
sub...
dynamic, though, you know?
Okay, but the sub being, theoretically, Chris being subbed out for John Hamm one of the best Astras, moving Choi Boy onto Sentinel. It's not like Choi Boy being on Sentinel is a detriment
I'm
for
just
SJSU
rationalizing
here,
my pick.
Jonah. Come
I'm just
on, man.
rationalizing
This is
my
one of
pick
the
here,
best
Paul, you know?
Sentinels in... Choi Boy is literally like, if you think the collegiate Valorant, a single player, it's got to be Choi Boy. He's crazy good with it. Although, Carleton, several of their players they're on their way to coming for that spot. I mean, you got to give it to Danny. His performance on Ascent was just insane.
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing from his Sova. And going forward on to Split, the Ravens have shown that they are very, very capable of playing. Oh, they're all hovering Phoenix. I mean,
Phoenix, 5 Phoenixes. It's never been done before.
Phoenix.
It's revolutionary.
That would be
Let's see
crazy.
it.
I mean,
it would be crazy. I think
Phoenixes,
it would be
right?
so crazy that it wouldn't be allowed.
No. Let's just like theorize real quick, right? If you were allowed to have
no,
5
let's not.
Phoenixes, right?
We can't go off on this tangent. We cannot. I'm stopping it. I'm stopping this tangent right now.
Real quick, Paul.
No, because now it's all going to be
right?
brimstones. See, I'm not hearing you out. I'm not. I can't.
Okay.
We got to talk about
Imagine
Split
the
because
5
it's one of the best
brimstones
maps for Carleton. Jonah.
And look,
I need you to reel it in. Just a little bit. Reel it in
Raze
here.
on this map, right? Split is one of the best maps for Raze. She
There we go.
has those paint shells that are able to do mass amounts of damage in tight corridors. It works so well. Mid, A, B main, no matter where you go, you run into Raze. The boom bot does so much in terms of scouting out information, but also hard clearing those corners. Both teams electing to take advantage of that character on this map means that they are very familiar with the meta here, and it's going to be the only real difference, right, is the lack of the jet for the side of the Ravens, I believe. They are choosing to go with the solo duelist thus far, and for this map, I do think it is possible to run solo duelist, and what they've sacrificed instead for that duelist, or what they've gotten instead for that duelist, is not only the Sage, but also the Viper. And Viper can very well be played as a Sentinel on this map, as well as a double controller. They can sell fakes very easily with the Viper plus the Astra. And on the side of SJSU, while they don't have a Sage, they have the Sky and the Jet. So look for them to be a little more explosive, take fights early on, and try to maintain control instead of using utility to do that.
And keep in mind, Carleton's composition is flashless, right? They don't have a way to flash and get themselves onto site, but they do have an exorbitant amount of control. Did I say that word right? I don't know. But a lot of control potential, right? Between the wall, the toxic screen, the cosmic divide potentially, right? They can wrestle away map control.
He's not looking.
Oh, Nas is in such a bad spot. Poor dude. He was checking to see if he could get up on top of the box right as they came and swung out. A Nova Pulse will slow Carleton down, but not so much that Teddy survives, and Rubsky coming through A. This is a beautiful A split that we are seeing now. The wall is going to close off Heaven. Moob's already there, dude. This is what we were talking about when we talked about how good Carleton is on this map. Choi Boy with one cheeky pick there. Nobody expecting him to hide by the wall, but ultimately it's Carleton with a very dominant pistol.
Yeah, definitely a well-played one from them. They found their space in mid, caught Nazi unaware of where they were, and look, Nazi has been playing Jet for them recently, right? And he's going back to that comfort pick, but I wonder if it will be enough versus the side of the Carleton Ravens. They look like they're a very well-oiled machine right now. Of course, these players are from the West and the East, but there is no ping advantage as both these teams are relatively close in proximity. They're equidistant to Texas, so they all have that 50 around that 50 ping mark.
Look at this stack from SJSU. This is beautifully gambled on this anti-eco. Moves is going to swing out and get more than he bargained for. Choi Boy, though, only able to pick up one. Nasi swinging for another, and it turns into a bloodbath in the blink of an eye. John Ham with one more. Suddenly it's a 1v1. The timing here almost gets it. A headshot on the Riv, but only a classic to his name. John Ham will not be able to deny, but still, 4 guns dropped on the anti-eco. That means Carleton, they're not working with much money in this round.
What a good call by Choi Boy and SJSU. That was so brilliantly played. They had the up and the under close. They had another player baiting, one swinging out of CT, and another coming on the flank. I mean, another one tucked away in the sight. That's just
a well played, well laid, and well executed gamble stack.
Yeah.
They don't win the round, but they achieve their objective. This isn't a bonus round now for Carlton. They've fully bought in. This will be very telling about who takes the momentum in this first half of Split.
It's a swing round now. No matter who wins, they're going to be the ones walking away with the only economy on the board. Mid push from SJSU actually gets a lot of information. Look, and because of this mid push, SJSU can now work their way through Vent and actually cover Heaven in time before Carlton works their way up. Choi Boy's no longer alone on this side of the map. And look how forward SJSU have control. If anything goes wrong for Carlton and they have to rotate, it's going to be so costly for them.
Yeah, but it looks like Carlton is sticking with their guns here. They're trying to force the issue onto this 8 set. They don't necessarily know if it's a stack or not, right? So that's why they have a player watching the flank in the form of their Sage, but it's so difficult as they walk into Choi Boy's crosshair. Gets the first and the second.
Spike down A.
Choi Boy holding strong for his title of the collegiate Valorant player to watch. Last one on site too, even gets that turret. Nice swing, but Riv with the jiggle peek, able to punish. It's just down to Danny though. Danny with only 11 HP gets the headshot at range, but John Hamm just needed to spit on him to take him down and put SJSU on the board.
Yeah, really well played defense. They have to walk through Choi Boy's utility. And listen, they broke the Killjoy turret, right? And that's a 45-second cooldown for it to come back. By the time the Ravens executed again, Choi Boy had another Killjoy turret up and available. They staunched the push, stalled it for 45 seconds, allowing Choi Boy to get that back up. Carlton Ravens weren't that decisive, and because of that, the swing round is now, the swing round and the momentum is now in the favor of SJSU.
Carlton on just an eco. Gonna pivot their way toward mid. This is the first time they've looked anywhere but A on their attacking half thus far. I got bad news for them, though. There's 3 players, one of which has a judge. You're getting smoked. You're getting flashed. I think this is about to go pretty poorly, although moves. Hello, nice headshot. At least puts down the judge and Riv with one more. Not as terrible as it could have gone for Carlton. They're gonna pick up a couple of rifles off that, presumably, too. Flank watch from Riv goes very well, and suddenly Carlton is making a play for a thrifty.
Yeah, that judge not finding a single frag in that close position spells doom and disaster for the side of SJSU. In a 2v3, John Hamm and Choi have a lot to do as the offense has all of the advantage. They can regroup, gather up, use their utility for a full execute, and there will only be one player there at the most. Look, Choi has to stay towards A. John has to stay towards B, but he's being split from 2 directions.
30 seconds left.
Smoke's going out on A, though, to sell a fake on the other side of the map. SJSU, even with the lockdown, still don't have 100% confirmation as to where the execute is going. B-site, easy plant now. Carlton, they don't even have to worry about contact to get that done. The Nova Pulse is going to go wide from John Hamm as well. Working with only 1 star to try and flush out 3 players. As him and Choi Boy inch their way forward. Nice catch on his Danny. Danny not watching up, but Jacklor swings it and trades it back. Contact from Riv, but no! Jacklor for the swing! Spectre fight at range, but ultimately, yes, the thrifty will come through.
He dropped the Spectre for another Spectre, didn't get the Phantom. Winning the round with losing the econ game. Disaster for Jackalor.
I mean, I think all things considered, you just want a thrifty. There are, I think Jacklor feels just fine with the fact that he didn't get the Phantom for the economy. I mean, especially now,
make him feel bad, Paul.
Just trying to bully him. Jeez. SJSU are out of money now, right? I mean, it's 1 gun for them. Coming into this, technically it's a light buy, but, you know. Light buy to what extent? Well, to 1 gun extent. That's the extent.
Yeah, but that gun is in the hands of Teddy, and he looks to be taking first contact here towards the middle of the map. As Jackalorf and co, they're looking to group up mid. They've ran into the only weapon, and now Carlton, they must be wondering, did the entirety of SJSU force, or is this just the gun on Teddy here? As Moves uses the nade, takes down 1, Choi trading.
Lost him a lot of health though.
Favorite
Teddy!
offenses. Teddy just runs through them.
Nobody was watching Mail. Teddy just runs out like a maniac. Oh my, Rubsky now, I mean, he's made the right call to not go through vent. That's where the Killjoy turret was. But it's still a 1v4, dude. With rifles recovered, too. I mean, all of those guns that Carlton were holding on to are now picked up in mid and given to SJSU.
30 seconds left.
And everyone from the side of
doesn't have a
SJSU is
chance.
ready to swing off another, except for the form of John Hamm. John Hamm is tasked with defending this position. Ooh. The task might be too much for him, but look, SJSU, they're all ready to swing as 3 people appear on Rubsky's screen, and Rubsky not able to land the triple collat into the clutch, and because of that, SJSU fighting back. A pseudo thrifty almost, right? Except for the form of Teddy.
It is a thrifty. They got it. The game really gave him the thrifty. It was only the one rifle bot. Nobody else had anything invested, right? One good thrifty deserves another. Now Carlton, they're going to have to get another. Nobody is allowed to have economy for more than 1 round this game. That's what we're getting at here on Split.
Yeah, and I'm looking at moves here. He had such an impact as the Jet from the last map on Ascent, but this map he's on the Raze now. How will he utilize the Showstopper? It looks like he's the first one up to bat through Mailroom already, is moved, going into B Heaven, potentially whipping out that Showstopper very soon. We'll just go through with the Bucky first, and the Bucky is enough actually.
Yeah, Wassa jumping up onto the high ground there. He might regret that play in hindsight. Rifle recovered. Lockdown going down onto site. Nice shot from Riv, but he'll get detained for that kill he got. Still solid from Carlton. They don't have much control. Toyboy jumping down onto the site, taking contact and just blowing away Jack Lorf. At least the detain has wore off. Riv only has 2 bullets in his Sheriff. They almost lined up for it, but at the end of the day, SJSU will tie it up.
Yeah, it was looking a little dire there for the side of SJSU. I would like to see Wassa do a little better of a job holding on to this mid to B position. He's been paint shelled 1 round, he's been run over 2 rounds in a row, and on defense, when you're playing the Raze, you are tasked with holding down that B Heaven position. He's not doing a great job of utilizing his paint shells, or his Showstopper, or his satchels to try to deter the push from the side of Carlton. And Carlton, though, they are being shut down when they go through there eventually. So mid definitely working for Carlton. They just need to figure out how to, you know, convert the round when it goes into the late round.
Well, I mean, Nasi here too now did show the op in mid at the very beginning of the round, so Carlton have to at least second guess whether or not that's the direction they want to head. The orb should have been heard getting picked up there, actually, by Teddy, so that's a bit of information for Carlton as they inch their way toward A. All 5 players coming to A. Troyboy's got to be careful on this contact. He's the anchor on this site. He needs to stay alive for this Killjoy utility. He'll get smoked off, too. Actually, I think that's kind of favorable for him. Now he can cross onto that other side. Teddy, nice shot from Heaven. Just getting rid of moves immediately. He'll fall off and go play screens. Slow orb denies him from swinging, though, so the spike will get planted underneath the Viper's pit.
Oh, here comes Wassid with that Showstopper. He's trying to clear out A main right now. Will he suspect the Sage is sitting in the corner, though? He does. Takes him out, and now 5v3 retake. 5v3 into 5v1, though, is all up to Jackalor. Gets the first, but now he shuts him down. And that's going to be the round for them, Paul. SJSU, man, really starting to come into their own. You said this wasn't one of their better maps, and I agree.
Well, I didn't say it was a bad map for SJSU. We just haven't seen them play it.
I think it's not a great map for SJSU, having scrimmed against these guys. It's not like, you know, top. It's not even top 3, I think, from their map pool, right? And sure. Carlton, this is their definitive best map. So for me going into this, you know, I'm expecting the Ravens to really stomp this out, secure that quick 2-0, but now what we're seeing is a completely different story as SJSU starting to rev the engine. They're starting to gather those rounds together, string them along. And look, Carlton Ravens, they've been on eco far more than they've had guns this entire half.
That's true. We do have to keep in mind, of course, Split is still a very defender-favored map. And Carlton, their composition leans a lot toward the defense. The point of this composition is just to stranglehold the defensive side when they actually get to play that defense eventually. If they're able to get up to 4 rounds, that's kind of par for split. 5 would be great. Not a bad shot from Riv, starting it off. Nasi here with the op, though, and Wassid on the other rope, doing just fine. Wassid doesn't even care, dude. He'll use that operator as a shotgun as far as he's concerned. Only 6 bullet in Danny's clip. He knows where 1 is hiding. Pick up another Spectre, not what he was hoping for.
You know, this one's got 8 more bullets, Paul. It's got 8 more bullets.
It does have some more bullets. Unfortunately, he won't get to use any of them as John Hamm just spams them through the box.
I was clinging on to the smallest margin of hope right there for Danny to win that round. He's like, yeah, I upgraded the Spectre for 8 more bullets. That's tons more value. And look at this little rope-a-dope, this little up and under here from Wassid and Nazi. This is a good duelist duo. When you guys can communicate and trade off one another like that, you take contact, then me. That's an excellent gameplay and great understanding of your teammate, and excellent display of synergy between the two.
Another gun round now for Carlton. They do have a powerful combination of ultimates in the lockdown combined with the cosmic divide. You have to be alive to use them, though. It's aggressive push. Oh, and you never stood a chance. Okay, nice pickup from Riv. That paint shell does force Carlton's hand backward for a moment. And a slow orb. Nasi's still going to try and swing that? Madman and Jacklorf's not going to have any of it. Lockdown out now, and I mean, you have to imagine this site goes over to Carlton without much of an issue. Maybe Teddy back site can get something done, but nah, it looks like he's headed for the hills. Ooh! Okay, Teddy trying to go for an aggressive play with that flash out the smoke, and Choi Boy able to do some work here. Suddenly, it's a 1v2. Unwinnable for John. He just has to play slow. He doesn't want to take that fight.
He doesn't know.
Okay, but he had no idea where Danny was, and Danny makes it there in time. Maybe the timing maybe not ideal from Carlton, but it all comes out in the wash.
Yeah, I mean, not knowing where the KJ is for the side of Carlton, I mean, that's the lurker, right? Usually after you put that lockdown onto the B site, you typically run through B main, and that's what John was checking for. But a brilliant play there from Danny, taking the advantage of the fact that you know, you're given so much time to relocate because of the Killjoy lockdown, and excellent repositioning nets Carlton a 4th round on offense. And like you said, if they can get more rounds on this offensive side, they're sitting pretty, because their comp is definitely made for that defense.
And that's such a beautiful catch on a Nasi too. Carlton across the map. We're expecting Nasi to play up on a close angle. Ooh, now a nice swing. The beautiful flash, and Wassid 1 by 1 takes him down in mid. Meanwhile, Choi Boy trying to hold strong. He does get traded out, and that will give an upgrade to Rubsky, working with a Vandal now in hand.
Yeah, low HP though, definitely winnable for the side of Rubsky. He's got pretty much 150 HP. The who players to contend with, they kind of know where he is, and Wassid holds the angle with the operator, taking him down. 4 HP, a 3K off of a brilliant flash there from Teddy, blinding those members. Great spray transfer. And look at this one more time. Wassid goes through the smoke, doesn't get that kill because his teammate gets it, but the second one after that, the flick back on, the readjustment, that's so difficult to do, right, Paul?
And look how strong SJSU is going to be in these last 2 rounds, right? Not only is Carlton broke in this second to last round of the half, but even when they have money in the last round of the half, SJSU is presumably going to have 4, possibly 5 ultimates, all of which are extremely strong. That's one of the things about the composition that both these teams are running. Every ult in the game right now is extremely good, can turn around on its head without an issue. Nice nano swarm there, but Rubsky's still going to be able to find one. Showstopper's completely denied. Moves didn't even get a chance to see. Spam is going to lock down Choi Boy, and Carlton have gotten on to B pretty well. Teddy and Wassid going for that flash swing like they did in mid the other round. No, that's your buddy, Teddy. You don't need to shoot him. Yeah, shoot those ones. There you go. Rubsky doing what he can. That's 2 down, but oh, he's going to get caught. No, actually makes it inside his own Viper's pit. And now it's the 1v1 with nobody having any information. The tension is palpable between these two players. You can see Nasi holding the classic out. Undoubtedly has been calmed by his team. That Rubsky is ever so low.
He's just waiting for the plant here.
Heard the plant.
30 seconds left.
Not convinced he was committing to it, and good thing too, as Brubsky was not. Oh, the angle here could be perfect. You need to look up, look up, Brubsky, no. He's gonna have to commit to the plant now. Nasi, a beautiful read, and he knows right where he is. Nasi with the clutch to deny Carlton their thrifty.
Last round.
No way, Paul. That looked like massage in the favor of Brubsky when he went through his own Viper's Pit. He just had to look up, just like 10 degrees up a little bit. Could have gone up the rope.
Let's see it again. The 360. Nasi knows he's won the round, dude. Yeet. Oh, it's a 180. Okay. Not quite the 360, but still flashy.
Definitely, and all they had to invest was the Seekers from the side of Teddy, so they'll still have 4 more ultimates online. Will SJSU form this last round of the half? And look, they've already read the fact that the whole of Carlton Gamers are pushing over towards this A site. That Showstopper does do a significant amount of damage, will get somewhat healed away by the Sage, as both teams have a healer. The Astra wall does kind of make it so that they have to commit, but they didn't really get any space off of it, so they're just relaxing.
Carlton actually, yeah, they kind of lock themselves into A there. Like, the screen's going up. At least SJSU doesn't have much information, but with Nasi on this close angle, they have all the info they need. Look, they're spreading back out across the map. They know it's a rotate. Oh, that's tragic for Moobs. Just caught in the funny bone there. His hand taken off, I think, actually. John Hamm watching for this cross, too. Presumably it will get smoked, but you can still spam that rather effectively, especially with a Phantom. He hears the footsteps. He's just coming out from behind him? No. Yes, he is. Okay, the timing doesn't quite work out for him. He's still walking through. Oh, no. Doesn't know that Riv's waiting on top of the wall. Beautiful work from Riv. A lockdown. Back sight, though. Making things hairy here. The spike has been planted. You can just start this defuse right now. And with Teddy finding that first fight, Riv doesn't have a chance. Even if he gets this fight, the Joy Boy's just defusing. No, he can't quite. Wait. No, he couldn't quite pull it off. An ace. An actual ace for Riv.
Switching sides.
An actual ace for Riv, and he still couldn't take the round.
I mean, that's so close, right? That's gotta be like 0.01 second or something. Joyboy sticking that, nerves of steel. 2 teammates watching to make sure that he does not go down. They get taken down, and that's an ace by Riv. That's presented to you by Manscaped. I mean, use code CF1 21 to get 20% off your Manscaped order. Make sure that you have the perfect package for your perfect package.
And while it wasn't a perfect half from Carlton, I think they're still okay with the fact that they got 4 in a tap considering their composition. Defense is what this comp is all about in the first place, right? So, not the end of the world for Carlton, especially on a map like Split.
Exactly,
Mid-play denied by a good amount of utility. Nice pixel angle there, too, from Riv. Just taking a little bit out of Nasi's health bar.
Yeah, he's been playing extremely well thus far, and look at that. He's just got the tiniest bit of angle, great crosshair placement, just jiggling in and out of that. And SJSU, look, they don't have to do anything too drastic early in the round, right? Because look how much utility comes out as a result. There's a slow, there's the nades in combination, moves even peeks into them. Of course, they don't get
Nasi, are you sure you want that gun?
Yeah,
that gun had a total of 9 bullets in it. He picked up a frenzy that didn't even have a full clip. Buddy, I don't know if you're gonna want that one later.
It'll be good.
Danny and moves on a beautiful little swing there. As long as he gets out of that. Okay, he actually was trying to commit for more, but he gets more damage out of it, so certainly viable to an extent. Teddy pretty low on health now, and with Jackalorf picking up John Hamm, Carlton are looking good for the pistol on their defense.
Yeah,
nice work.
That's all off the back of Riv, right? Well, there's not really too much they can do when the Sage throws a slow orb down. It forces you to give up the mid position early on, and that's why Sage is so powerful on this map. Look how hard and difficult it was for SJSU. As soon as they try to show mid presence, I mean, moves through the nade out in combination with the slow. There was already a wall there, right, that they had to break with that frenzy and all those bullets. And then after that, they swing.
I mean, there's just too much utility to deal with inside of the Carleton Ravens. If SJSU is going to win this map and go to map 3, they're going to have to play a very, very methodical offense because they have to account for so much of this utility. Look, they've got Viper one ways, they've got Wallace in mid, they've got KJ and Asher towards A. The utility is just bountiful for the side of Carleton, and this is why Split is so good for them.
There is no opening that Carleton gives to the enemy team. No hole in their defense. Oh, no. Okay. I actually really like that. Boston knifing most of it down and then backing up and using the classic. But look at the timing here. Oh, no. Teddy, poor boy. Oh, he didn't stand a chance, dude. And it's over in an instant. Grubsky cleaning him up. 3, all coming out B main. Flawless anti-eco for Carleton.
I mean, that's so scary, right? When you're playing in mid, you just get spammed down, and then an alarm bot peeks over you, and then you get satcheled back into it. You can't even shoot it because it's being pushed up, and you're being pushed back. So, I mean, right there, I mean, that's Carleton Ravens. That's what they play on defense. This is why it's their best map is Split, and they're showing the composition, the power of it. Look, now the Killjoy has moved over towards B, and now the Viper's on A with the wall and a one-way. So now you have to deal with a different look. And still, this is their bonus round. And if things are going thus far as they've gone today, this bonus round is going to lead to some amazing back and forth from these teams. As utility being used early and mid-round exchanges. As this wall goes down, we will expect Rubsky here to know the close angle, but oh my god, it's smoked off right away. So just buy more and more time.
The timing there. Just perfect. I mean, admittedly, Jack Lorf is right around like the corner. He's up in A lobby right now, so he would have seen the toxic screen go down. But still, look at that timing! It's perfect. There's no way to walk in, dude. It's just a stranglehold so far up. You have to flash to get through that.
Afterwards.
And then the snake bite afterwards. Wassed's still going to be able to pick up that kill, though, but it costs him most of his health bar. Now, SJSU desperately throwing themselves onto the A site, trying to take advantage of a little bit of time they have before Carleton pulls these rotates over. Look at Choi Boy. Choi Boy all the way on the other side of the map. He's got a beautiful lurk through mid. Or through, actually, B heaven. He's only got so much time to pull that off, though. Meanwhile, SJSU...
He gets taken down.
Oh, they're all dying on sight, and Choi Boy gets caught there. No chance for him. Danny's able to read it. Not able to survive for long. Ozzy and Teddy doing what they can. Nice work. 2 still standing. Moves. Only 6 bullets in his clip. Now down to 2 with 1 player remaining. He knows exactly where he's coming from. Knows exactly where he's coming from, but Nasi wins it regardless.
Yeah, and as we were praising Carleton's defense, it falls apart at just the slimmest of margins, right? The snake bite comes down into that cubby position. It forces Wassa to swing, and because it forces him to swing, it forces him into Rubsky's angles. And look at this. Just the most unfortunate timing, right? For Rubsky. Just a little bit better teamwork there. Perhaps the KJ in form of Danny could swing with him. Whatever the case is,
keep in mind,
we say they're good, and then they mess it up.
That was just Carleton's bonus, though, right? I'm not worried about it. I'm not that worried about it. They did a lot of damage to SJSU's economy, and look at the blazing start they're already off to. Jack Lorf, heels dug in to A heaven right now. John Hamm at least picking up 1, trading out his Spectre for 1 with more bullets, but he hasn't found a real rifle, much to his chagrin. Oh, the spam, dude. The spam from Riv. Just blind through the wall.
Oh, the turret.
That was always going to happen. That was always going to happen. Only 12 health for that swing.
I need a compilation made of every single time a turret takes someone down. Because I swear to God, I could just watch turret kills for hours and hours. Because it's just so funny whenever a turret gets a frag.
And that was the gun round for SJSU. The one that they forced onto A, and Carleton backing up, right? Adapting their defense. That's another thing that's so scary about Carleton on Split, is the amount of looks. Every single round thus far has been a different setup, and all of them have been at least strong. Admittedly, we're not that far into their defense. SJSU still holds on to a lead for now, and Nasi is going to be able to pick up this Blade Storm without losing too much of his health bar.
Get out of my way.
Danny out. over toward A is going to pick up one, and Riv is going to shut that Blade Storm down. Yeah, there's just no chance.
Enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Also trying to go for the right clicks here. There's that nerfed right click coming through. Not many shots landing off that, and flawless for Carlton. They're going to have money to buy for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, and honestly, all this Valorant action is making me want to play more in a very timely timeout. Just want to get on Valorant now. I just want to play some. I mean, after watching these guys, they're playing so well.
So put your head in a player perspective. During this timeout, if you're SJSU, what are you talking about? What are you going for? What's the idea?
Since Choi Boy is doing a lot of the calling, right, and having talked to him a lot, having played against him, I do think that the avenue of attack that they've been having thus far, going towards the A site, is working, right? They're definitely getting on site. The issue has been when they've been staunched at the A heaven position. When they get up there towards A heaven, if they don't push through that first initial corridor, they struggle a lot. And so in order to make that a possibility, in order to make that a reality, rather, for them to get onto A site, I'm expecting them to maybe get the ultimate orb for Joy Boy. He's like, I want to get the ult orb, and then we can do something off of that. But early on in the round, they need to take it patiently. That's what they probably are talking about because of all the utility from the Ravens. They need to outlast the utility. And yeah, it does burn like 40 seconds off the clock, but if those 40 seconds can pass without anyone dying, then the side of SJSU does have the advantage that they can all group up. So that's what they've said. A default, get orbs, get one for Troy Boy if possible, and then go from there. Oh, but look, they did
Good work from Carlton, recognizing. And look, it's both orbs. Carlton with an aggressive gambit on both A and B, denying orb control for as long as they can.
Yeah, they don't want Troy to have this ultimate.
I mean, how can Troy Boy even consider getting it? At least on the other side of the map, things are going better for SJSU. They'll clean up the B main players. They can inch their way to site, and that they'll call their buddies over. Hey guys, we got two. The problem is that Choi Boy and Teddy rather were just as far away as they possibly could be.
I've got your trail.
Yeah, now that they're using Teddy's ultimate in, and
Oh.
Jacklor first man up, that's 3!
Nobody expected Jacklor to push that. Nobody in their right mind would swing for that. Danny is going to drop it, though. Not quite able to take out Nasi. At least one will go through, and Riv will use the res, but he can't cover it, and John Hamm punishes to put SJSU at double digits.
Brilliantly played from both sides. SJSU's John Hamm ultimately securing that round for his team. And look, if you're against a full execute, I really like what Jack Lord did right there. He knows he's up against the whole of them, so he has to do something to mess with the timing. Goes out early, gets the lineup on 3. Could have maybe gotten a 4th if he just flicked a little bit there to the left. Nevertheless, though, SJSU, great job trading that out eventually. Get 3. Well, we still have 2 more players there. They respond in kind. And now that the plan has worked out, the slow, patient, methodical plan of SJSU, if they can continue this, continue to get map control up. They don't have map control when you get spammed through the smoke. That's their lockdown down too. That's gonna be a very crucial ultimate.
That turret is so annoying, dude. Like the pixel angle the turret can see you, but breaking it is just nigh on impossible. Showstopper out. Already in mid. Moob's committing to it. Nazi charges forward. Get down, Mr. President. I'll take this rocket straight to the face.
I mean, I guess he didn't have any options there. He was being sucked in by the gravity well. Oh, pulls out his knife?
Yeah, just going for the jump peaks. Now worried that Wasted might be up in mail, but the crosshair from Moobs is good. It'll deny the push through mid. Teddy swinging, and actually the individual placement from Riv there works against him. John Hamm's the only one left standing, though. It's a 1v3. Admittedly, Rubsky's pretty low.
30 seconds
left. Viper
and you know where the Viper is vaguely. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I like this to try and wrap around, but Jack Wolf's read it, and yeah, just barely able to pick up that spray. 10-9 is now the scoreline.
Yep, Jack taking you down, John showing up who's the better J name, and that's just enough for SJSU. I mean, not just enough for SJSU, as you see this combination. He's being stuck in the gravity wheel, has to make a decision, gets ultimately rocketed either way. And that's wonderful team coordination. Look how easy it is for Colton on the defense in the mid position. We did see the same thing, though, for Carlton when they were on attack. They were getting shut down by SJSU, and while the scoreboard says 9-10, Carlton Ravens definitely have the advantage right now.
Certainly. I mean,
oh, he gets tagged again.
Only an economy. Bro, Troy Boy is just not having luck, dude. Danny has his number with that spam. Paint Shell 2. Teddy is forced forward. We'll get one, but the rest of his team's not so lucky. Teddy absconds and tries to play cheeky on the rope, but Riv shuts it down without much of a worry. And now Troy Boy, all that health he lost. Well, the rest of it's going to tied up at double digits. SJSU's season on the line here in CF1. Keep in mind, if they drop this map, the series is over. And we're single elim here. They will not have a chance to play for any of the prize pool.
Yeah, and Riv is certainly on one. As the Sage, the solo Sage in this map of Split, he's quietly going 26, 12, and 11. 11 assists, 26 frags. This guy's looking like LeBron James right now in a game of basketball. Nevertheless, though, there are a lot of ultimates available for SJSU. They only need to grab an orb or two. Let's see if Troy Boy can live on the cross this time around as they go for this slow default. They're just trying to gather information early on, and information gathered, sort of. They know for a fact that mid is necessarily not being contended. They know deep A main isn't there, but still, they haven't prodded through the line of scrimmage, and Riv's jump spots are able to gather that there is a person pushed up in mid. They could very well take control of that mailroom position and the ropes if they choose to do so.
Here.
Ooh. Yeah, that was a risky swing for Riv. Nasi will punish him for that. A smoke out in mail means that SJSU can't push through into heaven as they maybe wanted to.
You should run.
A lockdown, though, in B, combined with the Cosmic Divide, makes it very likely that SJSU will get the site they're looking for. Still a couple hanging around here, though, and a counter lockdown actually invested. There's only going to be a brief window, but that lockdown should be destroyable. That being said, Moob's flying in. Actually manages to get a kill out of it regardless. 2v3. Moves up in heaven in a nice spot, and the spike is dropped. He controls the spike. This Cosmic Divide actually working against San Jose right now.
They don't know that they dropped the spike. They're just wondering why it's taking them so long. 12 seconds left. They eventually go to plant that spike, and Moves taking advantage of the timing.
He's just trying to get off the plant. He's desperately throwing out util to try and force him off the plant, but now he has nothing for this 2v1. Only 62 health to his name, and he's coming across this angle. They're both watching it. John Hamm peeking out a little bit. Nasi going for the swing. Suddenly a 1v1 where Moves only needs one headshot, but no! John Hamm again will clutch and hold it down for SJSU on B.
He crouched the bullet, Paul. The bullet went right above his head, and John Hamm hitting the control button takes control of the round.
We said he was like... We said he was like the other John Wick. Nah, dude. Matrix. He ducked under the bullet.
I mean, that's what you have to do. Sometimes it's not about the aim. It's about the positioning of your body and your character model, the movement, the movement for John Wick. John Hamm, sorry.
Yeah.
That's another round. And Nazi here on the Bladestorm has been activated towards this mid location. It looks like SJSU is trying to gather not just info in the early round, but also look for a pick. Putting these two duelists in the mid position. Riv has been tasked with defending this alone, as they think, does Carlton Ravens, that it is going to be an A hit. There's 3 members leaning towards that side, and nobody on mid really to help Riv. And look, as the wall goes down, it's gonna be everyone towards this ropes position. Look, 2 players stacked up.
Moves counting his lucky stars that knife didn't land firmly between his eyes. Seeker's gonna go out though and allow SJSU to push through, but it's misinformation. Okay, Wassid will hold it down, not letting the Seekers trip him up, but Rubsky on the site, good for at least one. SJSU still get on to B, but the Spike, okay, there was room for Rubsky to, or Danny rather, to disrupt that, but no, the Spike will get planted one more time.
It's in the open.
Spike planted.
Ooh. Danny almost felt the other end of spam through smoke there with a Vandal. It's him and Riv for this. The turret's gonna spot Riv the second he comes out here. Carlton, they're running a little low on time. Riv taking the contact out of that turret. Gonna spray it down. Yeah, we're running really low on time, but this setup from SJSU, how do you flush them out with these two characters? You can't. Nasi swing on. They know where Danny is now too. He doesn't have a chance in hell. Maybe he'll get a pick. But at the end of the day, it will be SJSU rather on map point.
Ooh, and all
Match
three
point.
players live. I mean, they had barely any economy. They could barely get a buy into this round. I mean, look at it. Like, only one player was actually able to fully rebuy. The other players with low armor will have to drop for their teammates. If they lose this round, SJSU may very well be forced into a scuffed buy for the final round.
But speaking of
scuffed
buys,
Carlton Ravens, I mean, they have a scuffed buy right now.
Exactly. Certainly not a round where Carlton are feeling favored, and despite how comfortable they are on split, you have to imagine they're sweating now. Riv gonna go for a much more defensive wall than before. The one all the way up in heaven. Nah, Nasi was ready for that. Riv thought about swinging just on top of the wall. Cheeky Sage play, but a classic that Nasi anticipated, so Riv will instead fall off that position.
Turret's destroyed.
Yeah, and they've worked Wassid into this ropes position already, so they know that there's no one there. A pesky spot that they've now dealt with. Choi Boy just holding on to the A main push, making sure that no one gets too aggressive from the Ravens, as they've once in a while done those A main pushes, but this time around, Choi Boy's done the VOD work. He knows that they do it sometimes, and he's watching it every single round. The rest of his team, though, they have options, and the option that they are choosing is to go towards this A bomb site. Choi Boy working A main slowly with Lurk, getting his teammates to group up, and Teddy will be the one to lurk it out, and Choi Boy entries onto A. Teddy gets the lurk, and now it's just a 3v2. The members of Carlton are so far away.
Wassid saving that dude. They ran into the showstopper up in heaven, but Wassid kills the moves regardless. And post-mortem at that with the paint shell. A 2v3 now. Carlton, if they want to end this in a 2-0, they've run out of time and run out of room. Smoke's going up.
Remember, they go to bind.
Longer.
They go to bind, they lose this, Paul.
Teddy on the close angle. Danny checking it, but he can't quite find the kill. The flash will go long. Won't be around to see it. Close contact that John Hamm takes beautifully. An excellent map from him and the rest of SJSU. As we hoped and dreamed, we're going for 3. It's on to bind.
It's not the way we expected, right, Paul? We expected Carlton to win split. We wanted it. We thought at the top of the show SJSU would win Ascent. And now that it's on bind, I think this is SJSU favored, right? The fact that they won split, Carlton's map pick against them, their quote-unquote best map, it's spelling all signs are pointing towards SJSU, right? You think, okay, Rev 27, moves 21, right? That's so much from the Raze Sage combo, that mid defender combo. They were able to pick up so many frags in that mid position, but on the rest of the map, they weren't able to influence it as much as the tactics that SJSU brought in. They did a lot of early defaulting, got the util out, and then grouped up and did a hit through timing. They played it absurdly well on the offense, especially those last 3 rounds where they bled the util out. They took advantage of the timings. And perhaps that might be Carlton getting a little antsy on their map pick. Maybe they thought it was done and dusted after they came back 10-10. Whatever the case is, I, for one, and I know you are, excited for a very, very competitive map 3.
Well, you know, I have to give a quick shout out to John Hamm, right? I think of the 10 players in this lobby, being, I think, technically on the bench for SJSU Blue, unless they've moved him to the main roster. But he at least started this semester on the bench as like a sub for them. And while he didn't show up at like the top of the feed here, he didn't have the highest average combat score. He was the one standing. He was the one clutching for SJSU over and over again. What, 4 or 5 rounds that came down to just John Hamm alive? You got to give shout outs where it's due to him. And the rest of San Jose, they take away the most comfortable map pick for Carleton. And now we had to bind a map that San Jose has always looked so dominant on. We're going to go to bind after a quick break, folks. One more map to see who ends up in our semifinals. So stay tuned.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress. My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that can actually have a stamina instead of have like a shortened line for that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 will be tired. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to these Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy. We're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's racing for this. FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, you can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. Are they can report that their sleep is like, report the nutrition. It gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up with them both, has resulted in us lifting trophies again and again. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress. My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing.
Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow!
Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Big Gamer changed in practice with Cloud9? I mean, honestly, the difference between the teams that actually win or lose and the teams that actually have to stand up and still have like a sharp.
It all comes down to this, folks. We're tied up 1-1. Ascent to Carlton and split, despite all odds, to SJSU. Now we move on to Bind to see which of two of the strongest teams, if not just the two strongest teams outright in collegiate Valorant, can make it on to the next round into the semifinals and guarantee themselves at least a slice of our $7,000 prize pool. Welcome back, everybody, to the CF1 2021 Fall Playoffs. It's myself, Possible, alongside Jonah. On to Bind we go, Jonah, and we're in agreement here. It's hard not to favor SJSU coming into this map, not only because of the momentum from Split, but just because it's Bind.
Yeah, I personally think that Bind is one of those maps that really favors having a Jet and a Raze, and double duelists on this map allows for so much intricacy. That being said, the Carlton Ravens have shown that they're very good at running a solo duelist composition. That might be why Bind isn't necessarily in their wheelhouse as much. Not that you can't pull off solo duelists, it's just that...
And I will say that on Icebox, I know for a fact Carlton runs double duelists. They do run the Jet and the Raze. So it is within their wheelhouse. Whether or not that's the flavor they pull out on Bind, actually, I don't know. This is the only map I have absolutely no information. Like, I have a big notes document for Carlton Ravens stuff. This is the only map where I have absolutely no information. I have never seen them play Bind. Their coach, LaFawn, is a good buddy of mine. I've never talked to him about Bind or how they feel about it. We're going in blind for Carlton.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a map that's typically been played for them on stream or even been played for them in general. And that can be a double-edged sword, right? First of all, it could be that they're actually not that good at it, but it also means that SJSU has no idea what to expect from them, right? There's no footage on them. And they're allowed to play sort of with this mentality that, okay, it's a map we're not that great at, so let's just try our best at it, right? You see the heroes all locked in, or the agents rather locked in here for Carlton. You've got Riv on the Sky, Danny on that Sova. I mean, it looks just like the composition that they were running in their victory on Ascent, except for moves being on, you know, the Raze, not the Jet. And because of that, we could see, you know, a run back of what Carlton, where they found success, really.
Yeah, undoubtedly, this is a comfortable composition. Nobody on Carlton opting out of their comfort zone. But for SJSU, that is the exact mirror compositions. Yes, and
Killjoy
I have to look at Killjoy versus Cypher, and I have to. It would be a crime not to talk about Choi Boy's Cypher. I mean, especially here on Bind, Choi Boy was the first Cypher that really made a name for himself in collegiate Valorant, and it was through cheeky plays here on Bind. The man will play like a gremlin in his cyber cages with shotguns. He will play for so much info. He has trap wires that you could never see coming. And it will be SJSU starting off on the defense, too. I think that gives them another advantage, if I'm being honest here.
Yeah, they're definitely able to not set the tempo, but react very effectively. As you see the defense being laid out by SJSU, this is something Troy loves to do. He wants to play retake, allow his teammates to get information on the other side of the map, and set up a trap, so to speak. So he'll be anchoring A alone, have some utility for his teammates and his own utility up, but they'll mainly be playing retake while the rest of his team prods and pokes towards that B site.
Yeah, look how safe Choi Boy is playing. He's up in heaven. Maybe he swings out if his trapwire gets something. Ooh! Yep, and there we go. Perfect work there from Choi Boy. And the
look, his
TP
teammates are
through
TPing.
over. They're already here. They're already pinching onto Showers. Nice read from Carlton, shutting it down. Now we're left in a 4v3, but Riv doesn't have much health. Choi Boy's inched his way out onto the site. We'll be expecting 2 players in Showers. The other 2 in Lamps are going to be so difficult to flush out too. Losing control of the map is very painful for SJSU. Swinging on in, Choi Boy. Grubsky waiting for the spot. Riv does get picked up on the flank, but, I mean, Floss has just got an impossible task ahead of him. He'll find one, but Carlton still get the first pistol on our final map.
Yeah, when Nazi and Teddy drop there in the Showers TP flank, that's where all the pressure goes. It just evaporates, right? It goes from having a triple flank from CT, short A, and Showers to just being a 2-man game. And if there's only 2 spots to look at, you darn sure that 4 people can definitely handle it.
A typical anti-eco now. Carlton buying up as much as they feel comfortable, which is pretty much all the way. And not really much available for SJSU. One cheeky shorty from Teddy, but doesn't seem like Carlton's going anywhere near that to start this round off. Teddy is just going to run out fountains. So, I mean, if Carlton do get dissuaded from this A-take, Teddy can set up very potently and market perhaps and catch someone on that rotation. Nice early rotate, too, from SJSU. They've already got their whole team playing on this side of the map.
Yeah, a really great read by them. The only spot that they could have let go was maybe Long B late in the round or in the middle of the round, but they read it correctly and the whole of the defense for Carlton.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, he just gets utility out.
And moves flying on top of the car there, finding himself another. John Hamm will steal away one gun. I think that's the only one that's going to be going, though. Yeah. Teddy doesn't even bother firing, dude. He knows. He knows he's done for. Carlton get away with 4. They will have a very healthy bonus now.
Yeah, but that 2 damage, like that shotgun bullet might come back to bite him. It might lower his average combat score. You know, you gotta fight for that average combat score. Get damage down, you know, pad your stats.
Not playing for stat padding. Absolutely shameful, Teddy. Yeah, but I mean, everybody their armor was already broken, so like realistically, he's not going to do any actual work.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, but you know the individual stats. You know, just gotta keep that in mind, Teddy.
Got to get that 1 extra ACS.
Exactly.
Ooh, nice orb pick up, and Nasi's just out of there, not risking anything.
Oh, it's a fast retake.
Breaking the dart was maybe a little bit risky though. Teddy's going to get caught out in the open, and so is Nasi. The gravity well does pull them straight into Wassed's bullets, but Moves will still pick that kill up and pick the gun up shortly after.
Yeah, and it's in combination of the Sova and the Sky, right? It's Teddy and Nazi working together that isn't necessarily doing the best right now. I mean, they are 2 returning players for the SJSU team, and their teamwork has not been on point thus far in this fight.
Troy Boy not quite expecting Moves to swing him so aggressively. On hand, the last one standing, and he won't be standing for long. Another bonus round that goes to the bonusers instead of the gun round.
And convincingly, too. Convincingly, Paul.
And convincingly.
Someone wrote the script today, and it definitely wasn't us, because we do not think that should happen, but... You know, it happens.
No. I'm gonna have to have a talk with Scotty after this. see who's in the back room writing the script for these matches. Look, the matches have been great, but we need to get these 3rd rounds solid, right? Like, I appreciate it's all standardized at least, but we gotta flip the script on those. All right. Either way, it's Carlton now with a solid lead, and SJSU with no money whatsoever. They'll buy some sheriffs though, and we've seen more than a few thrifties from SJSU.
Here.
Yeah, that being said, it is still, you know, the first half of Bind, and although we did expect this to go SJSU's favor, it's not like you have to hit DEFCON 5 yet, right? It's not like too bad thus far, and they do get on towards the A site. Camera tag, a blind comes through. This guy is pinned in the corner. Teddy gets 2 before being traded out, and Wassid, he's on the site with Teddy, not trading him out, but just waiting for his teammates to converge.
Danny's struggling a little bit on that boom bot, but he kills it eventually. And Riv's going to solidify. 3 standing, and all 3... No, actually only 2 thus far. get through the teleporter. Not Danny's still hanging around over on A.
Oh.
Yeah, he did hear John Hamm just clomping his way through lamps, and now he'll teleport to join his team. Ooh. Nice angle there from Wassid, but just with the Sheriff in his hand. Couldn't quite pick up the headshot, and just a body, I think, even through the wall there onto Danny. Troy Boy's recovered a rifle. And if I'm going to give anybody in this lobby odds in a 1v3, it's Troy Boy, but this is just such a difficult hill to climb.
Yeah, he does have lots of play for. $7,000 on the line. The first player gets spotted and immediately taken down, but that's the swing from Riv. Great team up there from Carlton. I mean, very well laid trap, right? The first player, you have to look at him or else you die, right? And then if that player goes down, the immediate swing from the elbow position. And even if you get through that, even if you get through those two, you still have Danny. Danny was still far back with his solo ultimate and shotgun lineups for the B-bomb plant. So Choi,
Danny has yet to die.
Yes.
In these first four rounds. And he's gotten a kill. Actually, 2 kills every round thus far. Quite the start here for our Sova extraordinaire on Carlton. Seeker's just going to go out straight toward B. Doesn't really bait much from SJSU. They don't hear noise behind those Seekers, so they're going to clean them up without too much issue. A self-flash there, and a nice pickup from Choi Boy. Once again, that trap wire managing to find value. Hunter's Fury is coming out from the attacking team as Danny tries to pin down one. It will be John Hamm falling, but Choi Boy good for a second. Retreating in the showers, ready for the swing, and now he's gotten 3. Teddy will lock that down.
1 enemy remaining.
Managed to find even one more. Actually, that's the 3rd for Choi Boy. He'll be denied a 4th, as Danny's the only one left standing.
They're peeking 1 by 1.
Oh my. They're peeking 1 by 1.
This man hasn't died yet.
They have to expect him to come around through lamps, and they do. Wassid making sure that didn't get away from SJSU in a very important gun round. If SJSU had dropped that, their economy would have been shattered. Their half would have been in shambles.
There's a world where he goes 13-0, clutches that round for an ace, and I mean that world was so close. Nazi, an uncharacteristic peak by him. It was a 3v1 situation. Just gotta wait for your team to converge, man. But I know he's feeling the aggression, but right now the shots are not landing his way. Still 0-5 has yet to chime into the server right for this map, and the same thing for Jackalorf, right? Sitting at 0 kills. I mean, you really want to. You feel like when you have 0 frags, right, that you want to get into the action, and perhaps he's just a little overzealous there, and it does bite him.
Teddy on the flank, pushing up through short again. Sky of SJSU, okay, he's just going to hold this. He's not pressing his luck any further, but once again, he's managed to get in and pin Carlton to one side of the map. Wassid even coming forward and joining him there. If SJSU can use enough utility to flush Carlton away, it'll be so powerful, but if they just get overwhelmed, it's not going to matter worth a damn. Toy Boy holding on to elbow, best he can. He has a camera, but the dart is going to go wide. Trailblazer, he's trying to get around it. He managed to! Rip didn't spot him! Now Choi Boy is going to be taken down by Danny. The Seeker's out, not giving Teddy the angle he was hoping for. So close on so many different lines for SJSU, but Carlton still get away with 5.
Yeah, there was just like the thinnest of margins there on the flank from Teddy. Just a little bit faster would have net them the advantage. I mean, great idea by him, because Carlton doesn't have a traditional sentinel in the form of a flank watcher like Killjoy or Cypher. The flank is available for SJSU to take advantage of, but they just weren't able to convert on it, and because of that, the economy's sitting pretty for Carlton. They're up 5-1 on SJSU's map, and look at this. It's just been back and forth, but the momentum is secured by Carlton. Very convincingly too, Paul.
Enemy mark.
Danny the Owl Drone gonna spot 1. I think it actually turned away too quickly to get the info on Wassid. So only the 1 player spotted, and Teddy's just gonna head all the way up into heaven. I like this stack from SJSU. They've been known to do this, especially on rounds where they're working with less than optimal firepower. They just want to trade these classics for as much economic damage as they can.
Yeah, and we saw how well it worked on Split. Let's see if it works as well on Bind, as it's almost like a fake that, Choi is here towards the B side. He kills utility there and ran towards A. But here comes the execute. They use the Astro Wall in combination with the Viper Wall, and it's not looking too hot for them, though. The defense gets torn apart.
I think if Choi Boy had a rifle there, though, he walks away with 3 kills. Just had a classic, unfortunately. But nobody was looking for him there. Regardless, it's still a 6-1 scoreline. Carlton, and this is on the attacking side of Bind, too. I don't know how you feel about it. I think Bind isn't that much of a favorable map either way, but I'm still always leaning toward the defense just because you have to have a lot of practice and teamwork, coordination to actually execute on Bind as an attacking team. Of course, at this level, Carlton and SJSU, they're not going to struggle with that.
Exactly, Paul. And look, the storyline is that Danny came to play, right? I mean, Danny, he's not necessarily the first person in as Silva, but when he does go in, he converts those frags. Every time he sees someone, they drop, and because they keep dropping like flies, Carlton is definitely soaring above SJSU right now. They spot the player in the corner. It's blinded off that angle, though. So, Bubsky, though, finds a pick towards A short, and now that he's stuck in that corner, John Hamm should be able to take him out. He does. Danny firing that Hunter's Fury through, but Teddy lurking in the smoke finds one, doesn't get the second. That's Shackleworth on the return. Up to Choi now in a 1v3 on site. Gets the first, doesn't get the second. Another trade.
Great swing from Danny and Riv right there. 2v2 though. Nova Pulse is going to hit Danny. He's stuck in that corner now. Shock Dart going to deal some damage, but Riv on the trade, but it doesn't matter. Once again, becoming a clutch master. John Hamm, the last one standing for SJSU. I feel like he just needs to be the last one alive. Like, no matter what happens. If John Hamm's alive,
you get a buff.
SJSU
You get a buff. Exactly. You get a buff for being the last one alive. And like, honestly, Nazi dropping right here is so uncharacteristic. Why does he step out into the wide angle to fire that shock dart, right? He's not playing as well as he's used to. It must be frustrating for him. That being the case, his team is helping him out, securing him that round. You gotta remember, no matter what, if your teammate is doing bad, you can't point it out. You gotta lift them up, right? And right now,
keep in mind, Nazi's had a longer day than anybody in this lobby. The dude was playing over in the community gaming, the pro scene, the amateur scene tournament before this. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Nice quick take towards B here. Already so much control gain for Carlton. They've got Hookah and Long without any semblance of an issue. Nazi is just spamming away, hoping he'll find a shot. That shot dart's going to go completely wide. And a nice owl drone going to force Jackalope away. Ooh, beautiful pixel angle. See, this is what we're talking about, dude. Nazi, he may have been quiet for the first few rounds, but he is still an absolute gamer. You gotta be careful. Nice clear by Danny, but he doesn't find the shot. Teddy with the flash, not deciding to go for the swing after it. Oh, and Riv spots him through the wall, just barely. Still a 2v4, but Riv actually answering back even better. Nasi with another shock dart. The second you criticized him, Jonah, Nasi shows up big, dude. Now it's all on Rubsky. He will put Nasi to bed.
I'm helping him, I'm activating him.
It's reverse caster
blessing.
30 seconds left.
It's the caster blessing,
Nice snake bite there. Rubsky doesn't have information as to where the other player is, so he still has to clear out all the rest of these angles on B. We'll recover the spike. Only 14 seconds, though. He has to plant here. The second he goes for this plant, you have to expect SJSU are going to swing. Rubsky trying to take that contact. Nice wide swing there, the jump peek. And now the showstopper's out. Rubsky didn't have enough bullets, and even if he did, he would have gotten taken out by a rocket. Beautiful work from SJSU as they put a third on the board.
Yeah, Nazi with a 3K that round. From 0 to 3. That's an infinite increase in impact right there. And Nazi's showing up huge right when we call his name. What a great play by the Sova of SJSU.
I love this match so much, Jonah. I just love this match so much. Nice little shock dart there. Now SJSU, they've got some comfortable money. Troy Boy working with an Ares isn't ideal, but 4 alts available to boot there. These Seekers not going to do much of anything for Carlton. Immediately Riv throws them out. It will spot that there are 2 players on this, or 3 players rather, on this side of the map, which means that A is more vulnerable. Can we clear this trap wire this time, guys? Choi Boy has gotten far too much value. Yeah, nice. Satchel's actually going forward to clear that. Choi Boy does have the Ares. He's got to start spamming this if he wants value. Yeah, an actual fight against a rifle at that range ain't going to go well. Oh, that's 2 lined up perfectly. Nasi will take 1 with him. Move stabbing in. Out of bullets. Has to fall back. Nice swing 2 from Danny. A collapse coming through as he lined him up. And Carlton put a 7th now under their belt.
They thought that Shower's position was being covered, did the team of SJSU, but John Hamm wasn't able to effectively watch it. The 2 players swing from back truck. It looks like they were backpedaling from that U-haul position. They get collateral by Danny. And man, Danny's had such a good game thus far, right? It's almost been like Carlton. They said going into this, man, we don't really play this map that well, so let's just hope someone pops off. And Danny responds in kind. He's definitely having that sort of stellar performance.
Fantastic work from Danny. I mean, making a case. If he wasn't already, he's definitely making a case now as one of the best players in collegiate Valorant. Choi Boy's just got a classic. At least the Trailblazer gets cleared, but yeah. That's not a fight that you can take. I don't know if they expect one. Never mind, they expected one. They cleared John Hamm without an issue. Choi Boy dancing around, trying to dodge what bullets he can, but he won't be dancing for long as his head gets taken off. Just an eco for SJSU, but Carlton, they have to be feeling good about how this attacking side has gone. SJSU, with this position, it's hard to imagine they even steal away one of these guns going into the final round of the half. Flawless for Carlton. That's just a good way to describe this entire attacking side.
Last round.
Yeah, it's been very, very solid for them thus far. I mean, think about this too. The fact that they're trading the Showstopper for so much utility from the side of SJSU. The Showstopper gets rid of the tripwires, the cage, also gets rid of the gravity well. You can move out of that. There's so very little they can do in terms of response when Moobs pops that Showstopper to execute. And now that they have it available again, along with the Astro Divide and the Viper's Pit, if they get onto site, there's no telling what Carlton can't do.
Moves with an excellent paint shell there. Gonna force Wassid out. And Moobs is feeling it. He's going straight for the kill. Rocket in, and Wassid didn't have a chance in hell. Not with that little health. Viper's Pit actually just getting Moobs out. Teddy with the spam, though, takes him down. He's still hanging around inside of Garden. Unfortunately, he's not prepared for 2 players to swing him long. He'll still trade for a second, though, so not all is lost.
Oh, and Danny has that Hunter's Fury now, so if they get this plant down, it's pretty much going to be over.
Spike is going to get planted. John Hamm's even tagged by the Hunter's Fury. Choi Boy good for 1, but Danny finishes it off. A 9-3 half to start bind. Only 4 rounds to go for Carlton to get their way into the semifinals.
Exactly, Paul. And if you want to be as clean as Carlton is right now, get yourself a cut from Manscaped. Use code CF121. That is CF, the numbers 121 on manscaped.com for 20% off your order.
And I want to just talk about how much this match is going to mean for these teams in terms of their history and storyline. Carlton blazes onto the scene this semester. A brand new team, 5 amazing players, and they are making waves. This would be their first, well, I don't know about their first title, but their biggest title by far compared to the other tournaments that they've played in this fall. And to get through SJSU to take it just gives it such a clean, confident win.
Yeah, that being said, it's still on SJSU now to make that sort of comeback. They are down 3-9, but they do have many strategies for their offense. The Choi Boy sneaks all the way in through elbow into CT as Moobs takes down Watson with the Roomba, but Nasi responds onto his counterpart and doubles up for another. 4v2 is the name of the game going into post plant. Of course, Nazi is extremely low, and Rubsky and his Astra can do so much. Let's see if John Hamm and SJSU have what it takes.
I think Jackalorf just working with the classic, if I'm not mistaken, which makes the time to kill so high. And with 4 players still standing, it's difficult to make that happen. Oh, Rusky with the double take, manages to find that first kill onto John Hamm, but Choi Boy swings out and Teddy's not struggling. Beautiful work there from SJSU, playing off that recon dart, all of them swinging at once. And a much needed start for SJSU in this half.
And if the script sticks, then keep on going with it as Danny gets concussed, doesn't get this kill onto Nazi. Just one bullet, one clean tap, followed with another. Nazi showing us why he can't be down for very long because he's willing to pull himself back up by the bootstraps. And if this game is going like any other we've seen today, as every game has gone, as we've seen today, then we will have SJSU here winning the next 3 rounds, hopefully.
Again, we'll have to wait and see on that. But while it is just an anti-eco, Carlton not buying up much. I want to talk about, SJSU, what this win and being able to actually play for the title would mean to them, because SJSU, they have a much longer history, and a lot of it is of SJSU not really performing. Well, let me rephrase that. SJSU has found themselves as the bridesmaid rather than the bride quite often. One of the most consistently strong teams in collegiate Valorant, but very often just falling shy in a lot of these playoff scenarios, getting 3rd, 2nd, 4th. Even when they managed to win out a qualifier to send themselves to Spain, they got knocked out in the group stages immediately. It is always the edge of greatness for SJSU rather than the confident first place champions that they have the talent on this roster to be.
Yeah, they're just a little bit off in terms of how they need to execute and close out games. It's all about consistency. They found the consistency. Now can they elevate that level just one step higher? And thus far, it has not been the case. They are down 5-9. That being said, a bonus round here, Paul, could very well go in the favor of SJSU.
Yeah, for anyone just tuning into this match, we've had a lot of bonus rounds go to the bonus team rather than the gun round team, the team with superior firepower today. It's been quite an anomaly, but a consistent one throughout all of our matches today. So Carlton, by no means out of the water. Already decent amount of control here toward Hookah, but with long control still solidly in Carlton's favor. I mean, both Moobs and Riv posted up there. SJSU, they have a choice to make. They either have to invest a lot of utility to flush them out or wait for Choi Boy to get hit one of his classic lurks on the A site, but Rubsky's watching it like a hawk. He is on the showers position, so it's difficult stuff right now for SJSU.
Yeah, they know this is something Choi Boy loves to do, and Rubsky has his number there in the showers position. I mean, that's just bread and butter SJSU, right? The 4-1 on offense, making sure that the 4 players groups don't die together. Unfortunately, Nazi goes down this time around, but Choi, he gets caught on that lurk, and that gravity well actually stops him from going forward.
Only 2 standing for SJSU. Make it 1 as Teddy is alone. He's vulnerable too. That paint shell's gonna get him if Moobs doesn't. Yep. One way or another, Moobs was taking Teddy down with him.
Yeah, and things are changing. Times are changing here, Paul, because the team with the guns won the round. Things are looking a little better now.
This is what you get for constantly bringing that up.
Mardome in effect now, and it looks like Moobs is able to get one from the grave. Whatever the case, SJSU on their offense has a Herculean task in front of them. Let's see if they can complete their trials and make it into the heavens here on Bind. Map 3 of our best of 3 quarterfinals, going to play for a place in the semis, a place in the money, finishing. And Nazi gets contact onto Rubsky that he had been playing A previously. And it looks like they've chosen to go towards the A site. That's where they think the less players are. They would be correct in assuming so. And will they get past the Viper? No, he gets the first and the second.
Rubsky doing such a good job, and now he's backing up for this later contact. He's even going to take down Choi Boy, dude. Teddy will finally put a stop to it, but at the cost of his own life. John Hamm's all alone, and while he has been wonderfully clutch for SJSU, I think that's asking a little bit too much in a 1v4. Carlton now just 2 rounds away from the semifinals.
Yeah, just 2 rounds away. And like you said, this relatively new team just forming. Carlton Ravens, I mean, these guys have certainly come to play today. I mean, Danny has certainly woken up on the right side of the bed, hasn't he, Paul?
I mean, I've never seen a match where Danny seemed to have woken up on the wrong side of the bed that morning. Danny is always just insane. Again, one of the most experienced players in collegiate Valorant, one of the few with extremely high level of experience. A lot of collegiate Valorant players, they will dip their toes into the amateur scene. But Danny has played on timed out, right? He played in VCT. This guy has been through the ringer against the best of the best in North America. And all that experience is paying dividends for him. Ooh. Austin trying to get that pixel angle through the curvature in the smoke, but Riv, after taking 1 bullet next to his head, decided not to re-peek that. A flash at the ready. Oh, with moves getting the contact. The flash actually doesn't come out. He was switching off it at just the wrong time. Fake flash, though! Riv goods the swing for 1, but John Hand does answer back. And Troy Boy's not finding much on the lurk. SJSU are going to have to commit to B.
1 enemy remaining.
Ooh. John Hand just blows him away. I mean, that was instantaneous, Jonah.
Yeah, and Rubsky with it all to do now on the retake for Carlton. I mean, he doesn't have his utility here, right? Because he used that Viper Pit towards A. And the dog is just waiting below for him, just ready to pounce, and he just avoids the feral beast, but has to deal with the Seekers now, and he's blinded, he's been dogged out, he doesn't have much to do off of this. They're all waiting to swing off of contact, even takes a leg shot for good measure, drops now into the awaiting arms of WASD, and WASD doesn't even need to press that keyboard, as only the mouse is necessary to take
I
SJSU.
do like the attempt there from Rubsky, right? Him jiggling out of hookah, trying to see if someone was going to swing him from backside. He did anticipate their positions well, but at the end of the day, SJSU, they're not going to swing that unless they have to. Until Wasid calls that he's actually all the way out and has jumped down, there's no reason to commit yourselves to a fight. Still guns for both our teams, though.
He was trying to bait out John Hamm, like you said, and John Hamm doing a great job of staying disciplined. And now that the guns are out to play, I really want to see a great divide here from the side of SJSU, as Moobs has elected to pick up the operator and get Nazi. Nazi's been consistently tasked with holding down that long B position. It doesn't seem like this time go around he was able to get a point of contact or a point of base there, as Moobs is now with the operator.
I love the rotations too from Carlton, right? Moobs with the op is just going to hold down B. Meanwhile, two angles have had some sort of contact toward A, so the rotate comes out. Nice swing from Riv. That's already 2 in the books for him. One way goes up and John Hamm goes down. Last one standing's WASD. Emphasis on the D for dead, as Carlton are on match point.
Yes, the W for win, the A for assist, the S for slaughtered, the D for dead. So he's only SD right now. The W and the A he's not really doing too well.
That went better than I thought it would for you. When you started picking up on the acronym, Joe, I was worried about it. I thought you were going to fumble the ball, but nah, you picked it up just fine. Carlton now, they're about to get a touchdown themselves. Beautiful economy. SJSU are able to buy, and they have quite the slew of ultimates, Jonah, but 6 rounds in a row to try and force an overtime feels like so many.
Yeah, and it almost feels like SJSU is almost mentally checked out of this game. It doesn't feel like they're really able to do too much. They do get the operator location out, and they do have an ultimate available to them in the form of John Hamm's Cosmic Divide, and they've got the guns. I mean, maybe you just took that, right? Just using the guns, going out with them, and just trying your best. And look, a save, it looks like, coming out from Carlton.
Very respectful for Carlton to go for a save like this. I'm surprised that Carlton, with the amount of rounds they've won, aren't trying to force SJSU's economy down further, or at least get some of these ultimates out. I mean, SJSU didn't even cost them any of the ultimates that they had. They had 4 going into this round. They're going to leave with 5.
Yeah, and like you can expect the operator to save, right? The one on moves.
Sure.
But the rest of them, I think they could hunt. Maybe they're holding for like some sort of exits here. It might be the idea they have. That's what moves is doing at least, and he does get one. It just doesn't seem like they need to save though, and I completely agree, Paul. They definitely have the bank. They definitely have the savings. They've done their investments properly, and they've probably invested in Bitcoin in 2012 or something, because they are looking very rich right now.
Actually, looking at it, I think we were maybe a bit of mistaken there, and considering that there was an operator trying to retake on B, right? I don't like retaking with an operator, period, end of story, but definitely not the B side of bind. You're looking through those tiny, awkward little doorways. Maybe you can get out into elbow, but unless Moves is just going to chuck himself onto the site with the showstopper, I think it was definitely the right call to save for Carlton. The problem is this round doesn't get much easier for them. Still 5 ults available. Ooh. And Waston's going to dodge that early paint shell.
I thought paint shells would go through walls, but maybe I'm wrong. Grenade's not that explosive, and Riv playing with this idea of going through the smoke, but he will go into the waiting arms of WC. WC! The drone could tag him!
Oh, the Hunter's Fury is out here. Nasi not able to quite find much, and Danny finds one with his own Hunter's Fury. We're left into 3v3 as Nasi swings wide, and Choi Boy picks up yet another coming through the TP. Danny throws out a shock dart in desperation, trying to find Choi Boy within that teleporter. But he's gonna have to just go all the way around, and look who's waiting. Lying in wait, Nasi at the ready with the op he stole from Moobs. It's all onto Danny now. There's no saving this time. It wouldn't matter if he did.
Revealing area.
A recon dart to try and clear that close angle. Ooh, it doesn't actually force Nasi off. He's got to swing that fast. Oh, nice headshot, but it went through the wall, and it wasn't enough damage. Choi Boy's at the long angle. Danny takes the first fight, though. But with Teddy coming around from elbow, SJSU still managed to stay in it.
Yeah, and critically, they didn't invest too much, right? They got the Seekers out, they used the Hunter's Fury and the Neural Theft, but they still have the Showstopper. They're able to entry so easily with that ultimate ability. That being said, they have put the Carlton Ravens on to that save, and because they're saving, I mean, tell us, Paul, where can we get savings?
You can get savings at manscaped.com. Make sure you use the code CF121. That's the numbers 1, 2, and 1, folks. And you can get 20% off your Manscaped order. You can save enough to where you can buy guns in your next game of Valorant. I'm sorry, that's not true.
Or skins. You could buy skins.
You could buy skins, though. There we go. There you go. You saved it, Jonah. I can always count on you for the ads. Oh, my word. This push from Carlton is insane.
Wait,
he's looking this way, but with the Bucky and the spike! Oh, no. Oh, no. Watson gets forced off the angle, too. He'll be able to pick up Danny, but he's only got 24 health to his name. No way for SJSU to lose in a round like this. Rifles have been recovered. Spike is controlled. 3 angles, though. A beautiful pinch from SJSU. And a sigh of relief.
That looks so disastrous. A 5v4, they had the spike down in front of them. Of course, it was an eco, a thrifty if they could win that, but they do not. And SJSU, they still have life. They still have a chance. They need 3 more rounds to bring this over overtime. They've got 3 match points, though, does the Carlton Ravens.
This is basically the last gun round for Carlton, though, right? Like, if Carlton
they could save here, they could save the next round. They could.
Even still, like, Carlton is just so. I mean, I guess the loss bonus has stacked up at this point. They'll be getting 2,900 each round, even if they lose it. But it's coming down to the wire, and this is certainly closer than Carlton were hoping for when they got to match point so many rounds ago.
Oh, a great read, though, by Carlton. They've stacked 3 players here on the A site, even dodging on the Showstopper. With Gravity Welt delaying them, and they have the HP advantage this round.
Oh, Wassid good on the clear, though. Jumping up top will trade out for Rubsky. Moves swinging through the Cosmic Divide, though. Wassen's got to keep his head on a swivel. The spike has been planted. The time is ticking down for Carlton to close it out right here, but Danny with the first, punishing Wassen as he peeked into lamps. Now the Trailblazer going to allow Danny to swing. That's the concussed landing on a John Hamm. Moves coming out on the wide angle, but John Hamm's still good for it. Teddy from short, keeping him alive. John Hamm didn't quite land the spray, but the Riv's only got 30 HP. One bullet to his body. SJSU, they just need to play for time. Gravity Well, the Nova Pulse both coming out. One more for Riv, but one too few.
Yeah, they just needed one more, and John Hamm did a great job of staying alive there on this site. He evaded the two players inside U-Haul, even though he got concussed by that Trailblazer, even takes out Moobs, who was swinging from that triple position. And now a very timely time out, a very well-timed time out, a very well-planned timeout, really. I mean, 12 to 10. This is looking like Carlton Reavers can shut this down. We know what they can do with those Sheriffs. They definitely have the aim to back up their game, and if they're able to convert, you gotta look at this timeout right now. They're most definitely talking about how they want to get on site and use this Viper's Pit to perhaps close out the game.
Well, and Rubsky's buying the Spectre, right? Call here for Carlton might just be, hey, let's buy close range weapons, try to just rush onto a site, get quick control of it, and then force them into us. But the problem is the Viper's Pit only covers one site, right? Like, you can cover A or B with the Viper's Pit, but the other one is going to be free game. Like, is Rubsky just going to be alone on the A site in this Viper's Pit? Are they going to save it for a gun round? You know, play a bit more reserved with it? I think that would probably be the safer call.
Exactly, and they want to take control of the showers and be long perspective because they want to build up those ultimates going to the next round. If you get an orb here, orb and die here, you can reasonably get your ultimate out.
Oh, Nasi spotted the spam coming through. TP now as well. All of Carlton is here to pick up these two kills and the guns that go with them. That does, and it's
Teddy.
As open season.
It's Teddy and Nazi again who drop early for SJSU. This duo has not been playing too well this map specifically. We saw them on the defensive side dropping on early in that same position, and it's all up to the three members of SJSU to try to hold on to this post play. And look, Carlton, they're all five together.
Wasson had no idea what he was getting himself into. That's another rifle added to the reserves for Carlton. The long angle here, but Choi Boy fails to find a head. Is he really going to retake that? That would be so ambitious. A Gravity Well in desperation as John Hamm wanted one pick before that Viper's Pit expanded. But now it's a 2v4. John Hamm spraying through best he can. He'll deny the spike. Choi Boy last alive, but he cannot get it done. Danny will shut it down. And there's more than enough time for the defuse. GG, well played as Carlton move to the semifinals.
Defenders win.
I was not expecting that third feed round to work out for the side of Carlton, but to be honest, Paul, it was so well played. They know that the players do like to take shower control, right? They know they were working to deny them the orb, so they pincered them through B long teleporter and through pushing the showers position. A well-timed Viper wall with some flashes, a recon dart, 3 things of utility thrown out, 5 people rushing them down, and even going through spawn as 5, right? Wasset had a lineup perhaps, but if you stick together in those numerical advantage situations, you can trade so easily. And really, Carlton, I think the name of this game has just been the fact that they looked like they were better at the fundamental of trading. I don't necessarily think that their utility was one step above the SJSU team, but I think that their trading was simply better. I don't think their rotations were better. I don't think their util usage was better. Their aim was better. I think it was simply just their trading that made the difference.
They're trading their ability off of their trades to play so well as a team, right? The pack mentality from Carlton, or I guess they're Ravens, so it's not a pack.
Yeah.
But, it's a flock mentality, I suppose, from Carlton. In rounds like that, it's just so crucial, right? If there's one gun anywhere on the map, you just overwhelm it. get yourselves a gun. Then you overwhelm the next one. And playing together like a squad like that in rounds where you are at a firepower disadvantage, finding the way to isolate a lot of those fights gets you leads that other teams wouldn't be able to coordinate and take because the comms just aren't clear enough. And Carleton, they show that their communication is crystal clear.
Exactly. It's birds of the feathers of the same feather. Wait, was it? It's birds of the same feather flock
together.
Together.
You had it.
Yeah. So
there you go.
So they're getting together, right? And they all agree on the game plan of grouping up in these disadvantaged situations where they have less weaponry, right? And they're executing it very, very well. It's come down to the point that if your team doesn't have this set protocol for what you should do on gun rounds versus pistols, what you should do with pistols versus gun rounds, how you should play out situations where you're close to the orb, if you haven't gone over these kind of protocols of what you and your team should be doing during those scenarios, you're really at a disadvantage going into playoffs.
Sure.
And it seemed like Carleton Ravens had a better protocol going in for these situations.
One of the most practiced and well-rehearsed teams in all of collegiate Valorant. Carleton Ravens managed their way into the semifinals. Congratulations to them. Condolences to SJSU. I hope they're not kicking themselves too much over this loss because they lost to one hell of an opponent. It was a fantastic 3-map match today. I loved every second of it, and we're not quite done just yet for tonight. We're going to go to a quick break, folks, but when we come back, it's going to be an interview with one of the Carleton Ravens.
Looking down from the heights that we have built all by ourselves. And there is fear of the unknown, but we cannot lose control when we feel like the world is against us. We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark, the vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for.
Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they can report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress. My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on
Welcome back, everybody. The Carleton Ravens have just defeated San Jose State University Blue, and now they make their way on into the semifinals tomorrow. But for tonight, we got to talk to one of the Carleton Ravens. It's Moobs, the Jet extraordinaire himself, the tip of the spear for Carleton, joining us. Yeah, go ahead, get those flexes out. You've earned it, dude. How are you feeling after a win against such a strong opponent?
We feel great. You know, SJSU is always a really, really fun team to play against. Every year, they're a top tier team. I mean, they went to Red Bull last year, represented the U.S., so it feels really good to win against such a good team.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and I mean, coming into... Oh, go for it, Jonah.
Oh, for you, like specifically going into this matchup, I mean, you knew you were playing against a very solid team. Did you prepare anything for this team in particular? Did you like deviate from your usual rituals? Did you do anything in particular?
Well, to prepare for every game, I go through my messages and see like the girls that have left me on red to like motivate me. So like I look at that and just it makes me very motivated to play very well. But in terms of preparing for them, you know, we played against them a couple times last year, so we had a little bit of familiarity of what they did. Choi Boy's classic hold shift and walk the whole map, as much as we meme them over it. But no, you know, we stuck true to our game. We played a little bit more aggressive than we usually do, which is something we've worked on, and it's something that we try to pride ourselves on.
And going through the rest of the bracket, I mean, on your side for the semifinals, you have to play the winner of UW-Madison, and I believe it is UW-Madison and Western U. Is there a particular team between those two you want to play? And also, in the finals, do you expect to meet Northwood or University of Alberta?
When it comes to our bracket, you know, we've played Western and a couple of other leagues before. They're a pretty good team. They're coached by a pretty good guy. So, you know, if we played them, it'd be another good game. University of Madison, whatever. I don't have much to say about them, you know. We'll play whoever is on our side of the bracket. We're not really concerned of who's better from them. We'll play whoever. And on the other bracket, we'll probably see Northwood in the finals. You know, they've been doing very well.
Oh, I love talking to you, Moves. You're such a memer, dude. I love the energy you bring. All right, but I gotta ask you in all seriousness right now. Pull it back, because this has been sort of, you know, Carleton Ravens' first big step into like the Valorant ecosystem, right? You guys have really come out blazing this semester. How's the dynamic on the team? You know, you guys got to be working together just solidly, right?
Yes and no. Like, if you guys listen to our comms, sometimes we're like, what is wrong with us, man? Like, sometimes, you know, we green out, we don't listen to each other. But, like, when we click, it works so well. And we get along, we're having fun, we're laughing. Every now and then, you know, something will go wrong, and we'll be like, oh, should have done this, should have done that. But once we fix those issues, we play so much better, and the dynamic of the team becomes really well.
I love it. I love the honest answer there. Not a lot of players would be willing to just be like, nah, sometimes we're dumb, man. I love it, though. And I mean,
I'm the pinnacle of it. That bind game, I swung it to two people on long, and then right after I'm typing to my team, I'm like, I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry.
I love it. But like that kind of honesty and that kind of like just straightforward. Hey, we're all here to play better game. It's one of the things that makes you guys such an adaptable team as well, because even when you're playing badly, you are able to make those adjustments on the fly and recognize it instantly. Thank you so much, Moves, for joining us. Before we let you go for the night, rest up before your big day tomorrow in the semifinals and maybe even the finals on later. Gotta ask you, who do you want to shout out while you're here?
My Twitter, MoobsXD.
That's it. Bro didn't plug his team. He didn't plug his coach. What
am I gonna plug? Danny? Danny's popular from Ninja. Jack's 26 years old. He doesn't go on Twitter. Robbie's, Rubsky on Twitter. You can search him up. Riv, he's famous on TikTok. I'm the one that's lacking. I need it more than anyone.
Oh, I love it, dude. Thank you so much, Moves, for joining us. That's gonna be it here, folks, for us tonight. And Jonah, that's the last time we're going to see you this weekend. Thank you so much for joining me, dude. It's been such a pleasure casting alongside you today.
Thank you, Paul. And tomorrow, the grand finals will be brought to you guys by you, Paul, and of course, Beanies. So stick around, guys, and watch some good CF1 action tomorrow. I know I'll be in chat, making sure that things are even tame for the semifinals and finals.
Oh, for sure. And that action is going to be taking place at 3 p.m. Eastern or noon Pacific, folks, right here on the CF1 Esports channel. So make sure you drop a follow here and over on Twitter. Stay up to date. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow for more CF1 Valorant.